is the final day of the group stages. Will also our third game series of the day. We've got Shiva and PB back on the couch area to discuss our next matchup, which is a Evil Geniuses Liquid. Have we got a fan person for each?
Sure.
She's from Europe.
I'm from Europe.
Yeah,
Liquid's
I think that
from
works,
Europe.
doesn't it?
That works that way?
Sure. Yeah, why not? 2-0 EG. Let's go.
Right then, let's get to the match. That was pretty easy, wasn't it? Yeah, in all seriousness, Peter, you must have been much happier after seeing their performance earlier today.
Yeah, I'm an EG fan, so play well is nice. Yeah, it's nice. That, you know, even if I wasn't, like, a lot of people have high expectations for them.
EG's turn to ban.
Yeah, tricky group this. Now we've got IG sitting on 5 points, be on 4. IGV on 4. And if Liquid somehow win these 2 games, they're on 4 as well. That would be
definitely
crazy.
Tiebreaker potential coming out
We're
from
all
Group
like,
B.
please no tiebreakers tomorrow, because we will have the tiebreakers tomorrow.
Yes.
So, yeah, but they need a win. In all seriousness, Liquid need a big win here because they've only got a point.
They've been struggling yesterday. Their first series up against IG. We had a bit to talk more to talk about, or at least longer to talk about Liquid yesterday, as the draft story we got for this one. But Liquid typically does very well against European or Western teams, sorry, because the Chinese teams, they don't practice against it a lot. We saw that Starladder, the only games that dropped were again. We saw it yesterday where they only got 1 win out of 2 Chinese opponents had. First Western opponent, and I think they're ready. Can do this.
Do you think it suits them
I
better,
mean,
Peter?
Liquid?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I don't know. It's weird. It's like a weird event because Chinese Dota is always recently not good. But this event, it seems like they're doing really well. B has been... You have like no idea who's going to be on top still. So this match is definitely huge for both of the teams. Up strong this well, it's very likely they're going to be top 2. But if they do kind of fall flat, then they got a big match tomorrow to hopefully get there. And we've been talking about fighting for that top 2 spot. Like even not even top 2 will give them better seed. So fighting for top 2, you're still.
All 6 positions. Just looking at the.
It's going fast.
It is going very fast. Dazzle life. Look at that, Peter, so far.
Hard counter to Life Stealer. Bad
5 seconds remaining.
way of dealing with. We kind of have like what we saw yesterday with. Imagine they might do.
I'm sad that invoke ban now.
Yes, by EG.
It is Liquid would pick it first 2. I don't think that he.
Liquid's turn to pick.
There's the Slardar.
It was the only game they won as well.
So we've Lifestealer Slardar now against Terrorblade. It's like Terrorblade's actually one of the better heroes against this combination. I think it's very likely that
10 seconds
board here.
remaining.
As long as you can save Terrorblade from initial bursted down, allow him to get us off, then have a lot of trouble.
There's a big
Reserve time.
Yeah, I don't know how much they play. I think, but who plays it on?
They haven't played it that much themselves.
Yeah, it's not. It's not like a standout hero as like it is for a lot of other teams.
We have seen crit.
Definitely.
But you're saying saving supports, and Dazzle is. I was already banned out. Warlock banned out. Do you consider Crystal Maiden a saving support?
No.
Okay, so what's left?
Vengeful Spirit, Wyvern, Shadow Demon.
Did you say they all fit? And what?
I mean, I don't like them that much. Crystal Maiden bench could okay with Crystal, but I've seen a lot of Crystal Maiden at this tournament. I've been a huge fan of the hero, so it'll be interesting to see why they picked it up and why.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so we're gonna have that 4% Slardar for Zai. Got a lot.
And we know those combinations.
Yeah, they like that a lot as well, don't they?
Slardar is like, we don't really see a lot of core Slardar anymore. Sorry, just one of those.
Necrophos.
Not a
go.
saving.
A necro.
Mid.
Just
I mean, you're not going to play Necrophos?
I
Right?
think it's possible for the to Parablade in mid. And then I don't know. No, it's I think Necrophos. Who's better in lane against Arcs here? Necrophos.
5 seconds.
Well, with Crystal
remaining.
Maiden, Terrorblade could do just.
Yeah, but
Iron Shock
but if you're
is-
frostbiting the Ion, you're not. A right click. The Darkseer who has.
Liquids turn to ban.
Click or something. With it, you know, put offset with some regen there, Tango regen. He's doing like 10 damage a click.
So Necrophos, rather, depending on where EG put.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know what's the better option. I have to
5
wait.
seconds remaining.
Last pick is, because I 4 options.
Reserve
So-
time.
I imagine like it's weird when you last pick your. I'm not a huge fan, especially Lifestealers. Team Liquid is chosen to save their very last pick of the game. I don't think it's. As a Lifestealer, I kind of came in.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we
we
all did. So
Okay, so that makes more sense, I guess. They're a team that has played it before.
yeah,
I think likely play it. Terrorblade. But from what I've seen, Miracle's playing a lot of safe lane, a lot of side lane.
what I've also seen this tournament is that Liquid's not doing great.
Did only have
Yeah, they won handedly.
Yeah.
It was 23-0-12. Big
yes,
outrageous like that.
yeah. But we know that he's not
10 seconds remaining.
hero.
Oh
He-
yeah,
he's
no,
got
true.
he's got a fair amount. Like
Liquids turn to pick.
yeah, he's happy. He
Al-
knows.
Alchemist still in the pool.
I mean they
I'm not
beat
sure
an
they'll go
anti-mage
back. Will they
today.
go back for the elk? Peter?
10
After
seconds
not-
remaining.
Well, yesterday with it, and then
It's not the best here up against.
5 seconds remaining.
Curious what's soon.
You already made the
EG's turn
Lich.
to pick.
Is that a saving support?
It's not, but the ice armor is nice.
Let me know helps.
It is used.
Offsets
Centaur
the
could-
crows.
They can take the game longer. That.
where does Samuel go?
10
I think we're
What do we
gonna
want him on?
see that he doesn't a lot.
5 seconds remaining.
Dragon Knight
Reserve
Like-
time.
be out
They
there.
have.
Yeah, not s- we
Yeah.
don't often see.
No, Lina.
Okay, Lina's.
Okay.
That's a I hear that Samuel used to play all the time back at the last DAC. Flush meta,
First came out to join.
very
First
dominant.
announced him. All right, thank you very much, Peter and Shiva. Game. Which way is this going then? Let's hand it over to our comment. Evil Geniuses.
And this should be one hell of a game. And I'm happy to be here with Ben, Malini, the Prophet Wu.
What?
Who saw the Lina coming in at the very end.
We watched TI5.
We
It was
did.
all about the Lina.
Yeah,
and
we
they-
also watched the earlier games from...
Lina's really good here because they needed something versus the Ghost Trap.
Yeah.
Benefits. And it's a Sumail
10
hero, so
seconds
also pretty good.
We should be happy we're actually casting a game where there's clearance for a Terrorblade.
Yeah,
Five
most of the games
seconds
Terrorblade just
remaining.
wins. Super.
Yeah.
no one can do anything about it. Ridiculous.
We saw it in our series we cast earlier today on Tekken Stream, and that was where we had the VS, which the panel was looking for something like that saving support, and it was like, okay, you initiate the Terrorblade, and then you're swapped away. And that a game where actually you're also up against the Lifestealer, so piloting was huge. Well, now you add Lich, so now you add Frost Armor into it, the slow attack, the potential Frost Blast. and the fear of, I don't know if you're going to fear Chain Frost that much. Like, where does the Lich actually fit in?
Ice Armor versus
everything.
Lifestealer and Starter. They thought
That's
they were,
it?
Well, they could have potentially all-in committed for physical damage. Did have last pick. Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
These heroes are pretty decent. Shadow Fiend probably would have been. Yeah, when you see that much armor, Ghost Shroud too, don't really want to physical. It's because their lineup aside from that is just Ion Shell. That was pretty much the only match.
Yeah, the Lina kind of fills up a little bit more of that. But you're right, like I'm thinking more and more about it as Team Liquid get tankier and tankier with Necro plus even the Centaur. So do they have enough sustained damage each? Like, do you have to turn the Lina into this kind of physical DPSer going into the game and just use the mid-game magical burst damage that she offers?
Sorry, I was distracted by
The-
Zai's effigy.
Yeah, don't. We're not going to bring that up on stream because
What?
We're,
It's in the game, dude.
it's, yeah, fantastic. So people who are listening to us on Dota TV can go click on that. Meanwhile, we'll be appropriate.
I'm just
Appropriate
echoing
one
Zai's sentiments.
out
Now everyone's curious.
yeah,
Look
but
what you've done to him.
you won't be able to do it. Maybe later on they'll show us the wonderful effigy. But that wasn't meant to be it. That was meant to be. I saw on Reddit that was meant to be a Bloodseeker one, not that.
I like this one more.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Now we're actually showing it. So thank you very much, Weppers, who is our observer for the game.
Which block is it that is red? Heroic Effigy of the Fall 2016 Battle Pass. Anyways,
Yeah, back to the game. So no surprise really coming out from Evil Geniuses. They are going to be pretty standard with their lanes. The only thing they're changing up a little bit is the fact they're putting Dark Tier up on the top lane and letting Artesian Crit run that duel off. Potentially even Pry lane off, but I doubt Zai's going to hang around there for too long. He's probably just there to contest the rune.
yeah, and they can also pressure. You know, one of the better ones, just tons of damage, tons of harass the
The battle begins.
bottom lane. Will like the top right click war went to my
Victory. Yeah.
see how terribly color.
Yes.
Dude.
Yeah, we had the white Arcana in it. Then
White is not the.
what was the correct term?
I think it was
a 50
crystalline something.
a $50 gem is what it was.
It sounds so disdainful of cosmetic buyers.
It's just like I'm gonna spend so much money so I can glow a different color. Rub yourself.
Some of them look way cooler though. Some of them have like unusual. It's not just color. Particle effects too, Toby.
Let's add more of those. When I could change the color of my Enigma, I would spend more.
There is already one. The black hole.
No, yeah, but black color is just the same color. I want to have this.
It's golden. How's it gold? One's black, one's golden. It's called black hole, Toby. Gold is different.
That's not enough. And technically, the original one was blue.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm a traditionalist. And
Maybe you play on like super.
yeah, because you know I only play on a potato machine. I don't get to have nice things. Anyway, back in the game. So the lane's still going pretty much as expected. Kuro, okay, he's forced a little bit out of position now, having to run down the river, but he's got the movement speed on Zai and Simel, just couldn't connect with the Light Strike array. So Kuro will get hit once by Zai, and then be away to safety. So Kuro just trying to make life very difficult for Samael in the early game. Actually, his GH, they don't really have enough damage here to kill off Zai, and Zai does know that. He's already going to go for the regeneration. But just more harassment to push him out of their jungle.
I think it's important that the Lich does deny the mid lane. Top lane is a one-on-one. You don't really need to upset. Totally fine job. Pretty much deny the one Kree, not change state of. I think in the mid lane, Lina is already slightly favored. Trying to get some kills.
Oh, what a wonderful counter to a life stealer. Having that ghost bomb, but maybe not enough life. Matolman back out of the town, Fairy Fire committed. And the last bit of damage, he drops to 9 HP, but will still survive.
Wow.
Salve intact too, so he's going to still be able to stay in the lane.
Cancel that right click. Life stealer. That would have been a kill.
Obviously not as far in the bag as Arteezy thought it was.
No Blightstone. Like the stacking slows, poison touch, and quite nice. Blightstone.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you can't even buy that from the side shop anymore.
Sometimes I guess. He did start off with a win lace, so lace for Blightstone, maybe. It's debatable. It depends.
Yeah. Mind Control's getting some decent levels up on the top lane. 4 levels in 3 minutes. It's not shabby. Even the CS, like 11 for 2.
Zai has no home.
He's meant to be synergizing with the Darks here. That was the purpose of it. But normally that synergy works when you're on the off lane, not on the safe lane.
Can't kill a Centaur.
Yeah. What else can you really do? Like stand next to him and just try and Iron Shell burn him down? That's only going to work once the Darksy level like 2 or 3.
Yeah, he just needs to get some. Zai purchases Oak.
The top was being initiated again, but GH is in the neighborhood. So very happy to turn around if he can. Arteezy, he's not going to be able to bait that rage out, but Arteezy's now sitting at a point too where 185 mana to get his combination off, both rage as well as that open wounds. He doesn't have enough anymore.
He might need a stick early in the... Because when you're up against a Crystal Maiden team, more value, especially because every time you use open...
It's good positioning from Crit. Now, that Dire Observer Ward saw this smoke coming. So Crit moves up. He actually tanks the initial Frost Blast. There's 3 Kuros, and GH also there to help out. Matubman staying in close, and it will be first blood. So EG, they saw this coming. They willingly kept Crit there, and now it's up to Miracle to survive up against Zai. Even with the mirror, it won't be enough. Zai will barely survive as he slithers away from the mid lane, and he found a home.
That was a good smoke. Didn't exactly see his positioning, but it was very important that he hit. Yeah, he can stack and pull on top, but he had already exhausted the 3 that much for him. Zai actually moving down to the bottom lane. Look, Dazzle will be. I like how he TP's it in case they need the backup.
And when you bring Universe down here, so what is gank into lane switch? As GH very quickly on the Frostbite, but Arteezy going to rage up, and there's your crush. They want Matubman, has to go on a Ghost Form, starts his TP, but Universe, the early point up in back, is able to cancel that one out. Matubman will fall. 4 heroes from EG, they come in force. They take the kill.
They also cancel his TP. Need a long time to get back to lane.
GH should be able to stay on the lane still.
You still want your Necro. Yeah, so I think very big in this.
That TP finally comes in. Like all that time I was thinking like, oh, Necrofrost not farming up in bottom lane, but no one from EG went straight to top lane. Now Lifestealer will move up there. So Arteezy will have that safe lane farm to build into Armlet and whatever else his heart desires.
We've seen a lot of the Lifestealer versus Terrorblade commit for against. I like the Maelstrom build. It scales a little bit. Mjolnir's walking with Raid.
That's a level 2 Frost Blast. They're going to commit the Stampede to try and catch up to Zai, looking for that extra bit of damage as well. But Zai back up into the lane. No support was coming to help him out. But they do burn Stampede Team Liquid in a hunt for just that 4th position slaughter. And meanwhile, the mid lane stays safe.
Terrorblade's gone to the jump. Harass, and I.
Now This is just like, it's the jealous sister who brings a friend to actually help win the mid fight. Fire versus ice.
Sorry,
I know, I look over to your screen and all I see is you just looking at Sumail's cosmetic.
He has the new Laguna Blade icon. I was like, what is that Laguna Blade icon? Apparently it's from a cosmetic.
It does look pretty epic. It's like this, it's almost like an Iron Man, like shield thing in the chest. Mind Control, a little bit of damage. They're trying to slow him down, and Mind Control very smartly starts his TP. If he waited any longer, he would have died to the rotation from Sumail. Instead, that'll be up to GH to do. Running away, Zai close behind, but Sumail still has enough physical damage to do the work all by himself.
Sumail's also going for in almost exclusively Arcane or right click. A lot of times when we have single lanes, it has been something to buff up for deep. Amplify, I guess.
On the run forward, again, the Stampede going to be used, and nothing Zai can do about that. Thor will be the man to get the last hit. A little bit of a chase from GH to Sumail. GH able to deny the regeneration rune at the 6-minute mark, and now at the 8-minute mark, and able to deny the double damage rune for the Lina. But yeah, Bloodstone Lina, the immortal Lina, has kind of been what we've seen most of the tournament. Now she is going to go with that Scepter. Base boots.
I like Eels a lot versus. It's also really good. Minor stuff too.
Control trying to cause some issues for E. Got a little bit of help floating around. It's mainly Kuro who's back up next to Secret. My Control's going in very deep. He leaves the Radiant Observer Ward behind, so he's got at least a little bit of a warning system if someone does run at him. But without the Stampede, Mind Control could be in trouble. Just commit the Laguna Blade. Sumail with a double damage rune knows he's got enough damage to kill off that Centaur.
Was really, really deep. It's not actually going back.
Is under attack.
No early blink coming up. Put point for double Legend Lina pretty much. A little surprised actually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And also help him.
Help him when Darkseid is ever. And it has been a standard build anyway. He can convert it into a pipe later on if they desire.
There's not any big AoE wall, I suppose.
He doesn't have his ulti yet, so it's not a guaranteed kill, but they got a hell of a lot. Actually, they do have Matamas. He doesn't have mana. He's short by 10 points of mana. Even with a custom maiden on the field, Universe will start off his TP. Oh, they lost the sight of him! Walked into the corner. Not certain if Frostbite was up, but it's a pretty good chance it was.
That's what happens when you click a little bit past him. I think he clicked like a little bit. Tried to pass him there, and then he ran outside. Click small.
That's a good get out jail free card for the Darkseid. Now Sumail with the Iron Shell burst. Tubberman.
Wow, he was so close to popping the go jump before the Laguna.
Dire's middle tower is under
Nice try though to
He
get
waited
that
it.
Ion Shell.
Zai's also ready to dive in here. He knows there's no support coming in from the jungle thanks to the Observer Ward. Now GH comes up. He still has his Frostbite plus his Nova, so he can keep Slider slowed up. But that Arcane Rune, he just keep moving forward. Another Crush available. The 6-second cooldown on that thing, and GH will fall with the help of Crit and Universe. A lot of pressure being applied by EG on the bottom, but Miracle, the Terrorblade. Normally we're talking about Terrorblades forcing down buildings really early on, but we're 11 minutes in and still no Tier 1 tower fallen. He's just playing it very consistent, very safe, and still sitting at #1 in the net worth.
They're trying to eat them out, and pretty close in terms of net worth, but experience. Radiant side is pretty far ahead because Terrorblade shifted to the jungle, so
Dire's top tower.
not looking great in the.
Is that when you look to see like
scoreboard.
EG then and start to invade the jungle more? Maybe that's what Universe is.
Once Lina's
Kinda go
ready,
here, dude.
Lina needs her Yules before she can. It's not great to fight before. I guess you can get some now and then.
But the pressure is actually on Lina to do the attacking, because we're looking at Arteezy farming top lane, building into Echo Saber next.
Well, the other
He's getting a lot of space there, but when does that money become utilized into kills?
once Slaughter gets blinked, let Slaughter support. He got to run around a lot, die for his team. He has a haste room.
Stampede being triggered. More of a defensive thing as Kuro is being approached by Zai.
But you notice Zai doesn't even have a quelling blade. Definitely not an iron tower. They were wanting to get gold through kills and not farm up. And he can even ion shell the sword art if they. I don't think that's their game at all. Want to try and take it.
That's a good observer ward. It's scouted out the fact that Sumail is rotated down to the bottom lane. So again, the Tubberman is forced into the tree lines. The Centaur TPing in, and they've got the control. It's in the form of the Crystal Maiden. She needs to get the Frostbite off. As Sumail gets a double stun, Lacuna Blades out. Able to bring down the Crystal Maiden, but now Sumail is on the run. The Chain Frost, it only really gets the slow out of it. Another TP being used, but Tubberman committing the ultimate. They need another stun, however, and they actually have the damage instead from Mind Control with a double edge to kill off Sumail, ending that dominating spree of his.
Another good thing about Lina this game is that her talent can innately counter the. She's a core, so she's actually quite likely to get. Grave can save you. Grave doesn't.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Fortunately for Lina, it was not level 10. Level like 9 and like 90%.
The hand of Midases begin. We had our first one, if I saw correctly, over on Necro. Yep, but Tubberman's already got his, and I think Kuro was also having one in his quick buy at the moment. So Team Liquid are ready to batten down the hatches and just win this game on experience and gold still. And they're going to get a big injection of money as the towers start dropping, aka when Terrorblade really starts pressing the issue.
I don't really.
Oh, crit. Gets away from the hoof stomp, hides under the cover of the invis room, and just for safety he even ran into the pit.
I think it's the right approach from. All they need to worry about is the Terrorblade getting. Once he gets like Mansa plus Butterfly. You're unstoppable.
Alright, so GH now has found the perfect way to counter push on his creep way on the lane. Okay, maybe not perfect, but it works.
Yeah, it works. They were looking to set up. But they also have good. A little bit worried.
That's a lot of pressure on the top, and you see the line actually being drawn out. Main just draws out and says, you know what, guys, like anything north of this line is really not safe for me at the moment. G could be hunting anywhere around that secret shop area to the tier 1 tower, and they do have 4 people in position. The only one not present is going to be Universe in the bottom lane on that Dark Seer. Sumail and Arteezy can do more than enough work just to go tower after tower, but the mid lane pressure is also arriving from Team Liquid, and Sumail already there to return. An attack in. If Mind Control was thinking about a blink, then it instantly got cancelled when the salve connected.
Mind Control's quite farmed. He has good aim.
Oh, now this one's easier. Blink forward. But some of them potentially could have thrown down the ulti for that, but they let it go. Basic kill for Mind Control.
But they're just taking it slow. They're, I guess, up. I don't know. Lich is just like really strong. Talents are like pretty lackluster. The right click build is just atrocious. It sounds good, but
it was fantastic before, right?
It was never there before. No,
Really?
it was. It sounds good in theory, but it's just so awful. There's so many things that stop Lich. That like, no matter what items you get, I think a 6-slotted lifesteal will always manhandle a 6-slot. No question about it. I wonder what else.
EG want to keep pressuring right now in the mid. They've already committed their weave to this. It's going to wear off in a couple of seconds. GH is the one that they could potentially jump on just because they have the vision of the high ground. good patience from the Slaughter, making sure he didn't just amplify up the Crystal Maiden, because it would have revealed the high ground vision.
They just need the kills to be quick. If they go, if it takes too long for them to get the, potentially like even someone from like that's gonna stampede in and counter initiate. They just need like a quick blink, crush, fast kill. If they try to settle with a Yule.
Give him one of those camps as well as the bounty rune, and he'll have it. Only 200 gold to have that blink dagger. Possible. Gage is just playing in the trees on that top lane. He's so close to Arteezy. If he gets caught out, like he just throws the ulti out. Arteezy will take the damage and look for the fight. Mind control now running forward. Arteezy that rage. Oh, the Necro ult is going to be there. They'll cancel off the TP with the double edge. They'll find the kill. Was GH the ultimate bait?
Yeah, I like the way he's using it. Not any team fights going around it. Like he needs it for that. He could farm neutral. Pushing out the lanes and perfect. Two ways to stop.
Mal is just wishing he could find pickups like that.
There's the blink there.
Yep, but they just smoked right on top of the Observer Ward. So, while the time might be nice, Team Liquid can be very prepared for this. They have a dire Observer Ward up, so EG had the vision. They see that Matubberman is lagging behind at the moment. They're trying to pick off the back of the pack. Is there some kind of saving? Matubberman goes into Ghost form. More support is there with the Horse off a double edge. Zai is unhealthy. Crit tries to keep him up. They can turn this one around now. Team Liquid, they turn their attention towards Arteezy. Zai back in with the crush. They're doing the damage, but it's in for Mind Control, who just got his Stampede back off cooldown. As they scurry themselves, Team Liquid back past their own tier 2 tower.
That was a really tough call from EG. They saw the heroes running away, so they knew that Liquid knew, but they tried to actually catch them off guard with the mass movements. He had sprint on him, he had smoke on him, and then he eventually had surge on him. So the timing from the smoke was a little bit earlier than Liquid. But the trade-off is that your team is not close. Lina was nowhere to be found to get that little bit of extra on the Necro.
Liquid are coming. Liquid have the Observer out in front of the pit, so they understand what's actually happening. Mind control. This is a lot of patience. Roshan's almost down. Now the Hoofstop and double edge. Roshan so low on life. He'll clamp down. Mind control's dying. The Laguna Blade will actually kill him off, meaning that EG will secure Roshan. Maybe GH, no, the interruption, the back will pull him down. But Tubberman does have the space to get back up towards the Radiant Ancients, and GH with his control. Kuro, no ultimate available, so he'll take the stun as well as the death for Team Liquid. The tier 1 tower not close enough to give him that protection. And Samael will have the double kill. EG claim Roshan and Aegis.
There was no follow-up from Liquid. Necrophos doesn't have a blink dagger because he did go for the Midas. And that trade-off is bad. If he could have blinked and reapered anyone inside the pit, either the Lina or the Lifestealer, I think they would have come out pretty far ahead of that fight, because then they can't burst down the Necrophos because also Lina misclicked Yules on herself there. Could have potential led.
Still haven't felt Terrorblade. Like, that fight happened without him. Terrorblade just stayed inside the jungle, farming the entire time.
Generally, Terrorblade's fine with CP.
Yeah.
Now he'll be ready. Really big increase in
Do you actually force it yourself? Like, for now, it seems to be EG who have been the ones smoking. They've been going around. Like, they went in for Roshan, so they're the ones to initiate that. Obviously, Liquid don't really have a great Roshan lineup, but is this the point when Liquid just say, you know, we force down a lane? Like, I see the ping coming to the tier 1 tower at the top lane. Is that the next place it goes? You just mow down lane after lane and wait for EG to engage into you?
I think you could take at least one tower. You might not even have to come in. Depends on if they're not defending with anything. But it's very risky because Lina did not go for the respawn timer.
Yeah. It's different to most of the Linas we've seen, but most of those Linas have also been coming out from the Chinese teams.
I'm not gonna die.
Still building Bloodstone though, but
he does have the Grave to help him out a lot.
Yeah.
I think that's.
So the trade-off is you just get the Light Striker, right? But that could bite you in the butt later in the game.
It does help you to shut. Normally you need a Light Strike and.
So that push is coming on the top, and Metamorphosis still has not been committed by Miracle.
Yeah.
Just illusion spam after illusion spam. EG is not getting involved.
Fighting into Aegis is.
They're actually TPing out. So EG is just running through the Radiant jungle. So then let the illusions and the catapults do the damage into the tier 2 tower, and then prepare their own defense team Liquid. And Zai wants to fight. The infested Lifestealer sitting inside the Slaughter. But they need the opportunity, they need the vision, which they don't have on that part of the tower. They'll get it when Matubman jumps forward like that, but then forced up, Arteezy already raged up the Stampede, Matubman will survive. The back almost killing him with the damage to the wall, but it isn't enough. Zai has to take the Shallow Grave as he was taking the tower too much. And then Miracle, now he'll commit the Metamorphosis.
That was really risky by Liquid. They didn't even have the Frost Armor on the Necrophus before that fight started. He has all that burst heal with the Ghost Shroud and the double heal from the mech and the Death Pulse. They already used meta, so can't get anything off.
Yeah, and I'm wondering why he did. Like, Miracle used that after the fight happened. So it's almost like you're either using this for fun or you think that this fight is still going to happen from EG. Which Sumail is trying it. Yule's up. Here comes your Terrorblade looking over towards Universe. Zai does get a good crush off, but so does Mind Control. A double versus a one, and G8's the perfect positioning. They put the Slaughter down. Arteezy sunned it out, and with the Chain Frost, the damage is huge. EG, he infests into the one creep that's running next to it, and Sumail did the damage to it. It was going to die anyway to the dire creep wave that was coming in. But Lifestealer will fall. The Blink Dagger is now followed by Matubman, and 3 heroes with no buyback available. Team Liquid will push to the tier 2 tower potentially.
Not enough burst for Terrorblade at that point because Lina had already committed her spells earlier to try and kill the neck. They just did not have enough.
They got so close though when they did it. No, it's just before this fight happened.
Yeah. So she already committed her volley to kill Drenko for Miracle, and then Miracle gets a Sunder off like near half HP.
Yeah. And Arteezy couldn't remain up. Like when that first Hoof Stomp came in, he had to rage to try and dodge what was coming at him. And then just executed at the end.
Yeah, they just... So they actually did go for the Maelstrom. Pretty important. Go. I think that would have been a big mistake. You could also potentially, I think, go Diffusal versus deal with the Ghost Shroud, but Diffusal is terrible, but Maelstrom is a nice mix. Terrorblade will be... You'll still...
What do you think about the pickup of the Ether Lens on the Mail?
Aether Lens is really good. It makes the Dragon Slave, and it helps in... I like it. The Dragon, even the cast range of the Light Striker is really, really good. You don't really want to be that close to the fight because he's going to get Reapered a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And you definitely want to keep your distance. Like, imagine you're without being really at risk. Yep. The only problem is he might have to replace it pretty soon.
This looks too good. Right? But the support was sort of nearby. But I think you can see from Sumail's hesitation to take that fight. It's not a gank for him. Universe can try and pull GH back, try and bring him in range of the double Iron Shell and GH. Well, he's been bait before. Universe has his own pipe to give him a little bit of protection. There's no other stun, or is there? No, there isn't. Matubman was trying to go for the side to cancel it.
That was really close.
The Stampede being used to try and close the distance, but the Stampede came too late.
Yep. Like he didn't really take any. Was a level 2.
He triggered pipe.
Yeah.
Any kind of protection.
Pipe is really good.
Still avoid me. Actually, seeing Universe too. Like I'm always a big fan of Universe having the big playmaker style here. That's why it's always great to see him play a Clockwork. Good knowledge. And in this game, he's actually going in for a Shiva's Guard next. So there's no Blink Dagger. There's none of this like jump and team fight control coming from Universe, as opposed to just it's kind of like more the run at you or counter initiation he brings.
I wonder what he's gonna go at. Looks like Shiva.
Yeah.
I have heard talks of the Echo Saber on the Darkseer plus damage talent. He has 120
Okay.
damage talent at 50. He didn't get it this game. He got the Health Beacon
Wait,
instead.
so you crap on the Lich DPS build, but you're all for a Darkseer DPS.
Darkseer can actually get in there. He's tanky. And he's like kind of ignored in the fights after you cast your Vacuum Wall. Whereas with Lich, I don't know. Can't get Echo Saber on Dragonlance, but I don't know. And he has like at least some mobility with Surge, helps you farm. It was theory crafted. I never said it was good. I'm saying it's a possibility.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that when you come up with theories, they normally become reality.
He has a Weave and Amplify.
Yeah, he would survive for a while. There is no doubt about that. And EG are looking for more damage. But for the moment, he's going to go for team fight control as the Universe style.
It's too
of
late
control.
to commit after you take it. 120 damage is also a lot of damage.
It always feels weird though when you see the 14 health regen talent over on a Darkseer when you have your Tranquils and you've got your Pipe. So your regeneration, like you see him sitting at 35 a second already.
Yeah, that's the thing. Normally the 120 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just feels like you're just lacquering on a hell of a lot more, almost to a point where you have the Darkseer running around with the equivalent of a heart. Just powerful, but still.
It's also just a good item to get after after you have your team fight items in your Blink, and then what? Normally you'll see like Shivas or Scythes or something like that, but I think
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's just sitting. It's the Radiant Courier sitting up at the side shop on the top lane.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah. What can you buy from the side shop unless you're keeping it there instead of having the secret shop? Anyway, we'll jump back into the fight. Hook stomp straight forward. You already lost Zai. Arteezy will pop out, but with that fresh Skadi over on Miracle, Arteezy has no chance to run away. The Shallow Grave will protect him from that Reaper's side, but it will not protect him from the Underworld. He'll be put down 1 minute without the Life Stealer, and Roshan is just about 35 seconds short of maximum spawn time. Liquid are not catching a break on the back of that fight win.
Meta's gonna be down by the time Lifestealer respawns. So yeah, Terrorblade's gotten to that point. He's uninterrupted free top of net worth, and he's pretty much destroyed.
It didn't help that when his initiation came in, he was counter-initiated on first. So there was nothing that was really going to save him there.
Yeah, Roshan definitely gonna be that does the amplify. It build Dalian, they're Dalian.
I'm actually so happy to see Darkseer change this one. And I'm wondering if Universe has done that just because of this timing of Roshan. He's picked up the Blink Dagger on the Darkseer. So he's going to have that positional advantage now. At the same time, fresh out him up for Team Liquid. That Aghanim Scepter is now on the Necro. And in goes EG. Once again, the Observer Ward sees everything. But the Weave triggered nice and early, so if Liquid want to fight this one, they're going up against ever-increasing armor. Scatting out with the illusions. Roshan is just being punched one by one by one. They don't want to commit, but some of them's going to jump in. Who's going to get it? Dai will take it, and Arteezy gets the Aegis, but the double stomp, and then back into a three-man wall is perfect. Mind control, barely alive. It's only the Necro to drop. Okay, he'll actually die almost to the fall. It'll be Arteezy's poor swipe, cleaving the flesh from Mind Control's hide.
Yeah, Miracle didn't have meta. He's really reluctant to go in without meta. A lot of these fights. And it really cost them. Arteezy pre-raid, so they couldn't really stop him unless they wanted to Reaper him during the Roshan kill. I actually think that might have been worth it if they were able to sneak the Aegis onto the pretty much any of those heroes, Centaur or Necrophos, or ideally the Necrophos, and then Lifestealers without his raid with no one to. really unfortunate for Liquid with the Roshan.
Radiant structure.
Yep. Liquid have to try and now defend as EG have the advantage. So 20 seconds before Liquid are back at full strength with 5 players. And the damage from that almost sniper-like Lina brings the tier 3 tower down to 50%, and EG will back up. They're happy with this. They haven't brought down the tower yet, so they can't start taking out shrines.
Not really in fighting shape. Blink Reaper could catch him off guard. He does have the Aegis. First fight was Liquid with meta. Fight where Liquid no meta. So you just see a fight on.
This'll come in handy.
Magic resist. Necrophos' job is to actually.
Yep.
Your Heart Shepherd is like.
Resistance makes sense. Going up against him.
But at this point, though, they might are willing to. They might need more damage output from it.
Well, now the Terrorblade's finished up the Butterfly. They have to use all the magical burst damage to try and bring him down.
Yeah.
There's still 2.5k life they have to get through.
They really need to Ags on Centaur. If they once they get Ags on Centaur, Terrorblade should be able to get a Sunder off most of the time.
Yeah, you see what he's also building into. Even though it's got nerfed, he's still going to enjoy the range for it. The Hurricane Pike is the other build coming in for the Terrorblade. Once he completes that, he'll have the distance play against the Lifestealer.
It's going to be really. I think it's tough for both sides. It's tough for Terrorblade to actually survive, to get his Sunder off, and on the dire side, it's really hard to like chain all their stuns. If he's low, they could potentially like Yule them to another stun. Do they have to do that? Or
Centaur, Stampede, Hawk Stomp, they found a big target. Samael, Shallow Grave will make sure that the scythe won't do its work. Samael will still die. 30 seconds on the sideline. But no buyback available, and it looks like Liquid are saying, you know what, let's actually get a tower we should have taken maybe 20 minutes ago. That bottom tier 1 tower.
They'd have to backdoor it, though. There's no...
Luckily no backdoor tier 1, so you're good there, bro. But mid lane push.
Lina's up in 15. Yeah, they'll get like...
Wait, think of Metamorphosis as well. Another
actually, yeah.
quick crush.
They had meta on it.
Yeah. They didn't have to commit anything really for it, so now you just push in, look for the tier 3 tower. Glyph, not really available. They actually do bring it down. So this will open up the outside shrines.
This is where you ask whether or not the 80 strike rate.
The 30 seconds this time. He would have been up 4 seconds after he died, but Tubman's going to get Glimmer caped up. Still has to stick around. Wants the Blink Dagger to come off cooldown, and it will. Blinks away at the same time as Zai jumps forward. He held on to that for half a second, almost baiting out the initiation from Zai.
Zai was waiting for him. Really good play there. Not put his team into compromising. It could have been really bad. They were really close to their shrine. And not really in a good position.
Someone's been stocking tomes. I think I just saw 3 purchased up by the Lich.
See if anyone's close to him.
Use them all. Is Kuro now just going to like skyrocket himself up? So he goes from just shy of 16. And he's 17 in the quarter with the Laguna play, but Tubman's still going to tank through the initiation of EG. And Miracle, he wants to fight this. Metamorphosis again, that damage from range. Zai got no way to run away from this. They even trigger off the Stampede, and they get the scythe down too. 80 seconds without Zai. You'll remove the Dazzle. Both supports lost for EG, and both do not have buyback. This should be mid-racks.
Meta's committed. Let's see how long is half the duration.
They bring in, how far away is that creep wave?
There actually is a...
It's still a long way away. So this time, like backdoor regeneration could be a bit of a problem. A little bit of a problem until you get the back wall, double light strike array. Miracle is dropping quickly. He's got the Sunder available. Trades alive with Universe. Universe surges himself away back past the tier 4 towers. Another light strike array control from Samael. Stopping Miracle from attacking. He's going to walk back through his own wall. Laguna blade, but Tubman barely surviving. The light strike array will connect. He's held in position. He still needs to survive. Maybe with the Hulk stop the damage from the side. They bring down Arteezy, but the cost is still the Necro. Universe once more. Surge forward. The Yule Scepter up. Light Strike Array. A little bit of miscommunication on the timing as GH invis thanks to his own little Glimmer Cape. The Sentry Ward doesn't reveal him, and GH the TP. They don't know. They don't get him inside the trees. GH will get away by the skin of his teeth.
They allowed the Terrorblade to get Thunder off that fight. I think he probably could have used them and then waited for another down, but that would have been a really big kill on Miracle. And they trade the big cores, Necrophore, or the Life Stealer. I don't think that was actually a Reaper. I don't even think they had to fight there. I think they could have waited a little bit because there was still backdoor regen.
You can see the amount of damage the Terrorblade was pumping in. Maybe they just like, okay.
They saw it
have
glitch. They saw it glitch though.
Okay.
So
we'll get to watch it again anyways. This is Matumbaman escaping at the very, very start. A lot of control.
Your lack of detection. They have no Sentry Ward. Make a quick kill on the Necrophos. No Sentry Ward for the Crystal Maiden until a little bit too dropped it right.
I'm not sure if we actually flagged it during the middle of that fight too. The Centaur picked up the Aghanim Scepter. He didn't use Aghanim's buff Stampede during it because it came to that point. But it's something to note for the next fight.
Terrorblade is gonna be a problem. Same with Necrophos. These are heroes that you want to burst out. You have to burst them down very quickly. Terrorblade's just gonna rip into you.
He actually moved away from the Hurricane Pike. He had it in his quick buy before, but he gets a monkey. He gets an MKB instead.
Solar Crest. Source of a bait. Dark Siri. There.
Happy to have Mini Bash. Full stomp in towards the mid. They initiate onto Sumail. Frostbite's out as well. A quick little Yule Scepter up. More defensive. And Miracle, he commits the Metamorphosis. So this has to be a push down the mid now.
That blink was so close to cancel by that right click. That was Mel was playing with fire there.
Yeah, we're in the same position again. This time though, Team Liquid do have the aggressive Observe Ward and Sentry sitting inside the base of EG. The Sentries are placed, but of course one can middle of, okay, yep, now he'll bring that one down. They lose the Observe Ward, a good Light Strike Array, plus the wall. So they can hold Miracle in position, then make it Miracle on Miracle action. And then with Laguna Blade, Miracle still down low, but Hawk Stomp, they're trying to catch one of them out. Miracle still doesn't have that target. He wants to stun to someone else. He already has. He doesn't have any more life. They have to push him away and use the scythe to hold Arteezy in position, but it's too late. Miracle will fall. Support is there with Zyge. The double crush. Mind Control will fall down too, and Kura will join him. 3 heroes lost, no buybacks available again. This is going to happen. Where EG have a window to push.
What a sick Lincoln's big up by Sumail. He blinked in, Laguna to him.
What is CM doing?
Oh my god.
CM is still back at the base trying to creep skip this out. So Zai gets a first slide into Bash on GH. He's just trying to stall up time. He has buyback available. At least got Zai to move away, but really, 2-on-5, this could be difficult.
The item decisions were really good this game too. Like, Miracle tried to turn around and right-click Arteezy, but he got hit by a Mjolnir Lightning Frog and killed him. And then the Lincolns put Miracle in that position in the first place. And that's going to be an easy rack, likely 2. That's Miracle's still in the grave for 30 seconds. They got so much damage on the Miracle in that first wave. He was at like 50% before, and I'm not sure when the Stampede came out, but it was not when he was like at half HP.
Yeah, it felt very non-existent actually by its
yeah.
Oh, so they get
game-winning Lincoln Sphere right there.
But they'll still end at 2 lanes of ranks. So EG will back up. You cannot underestimate Team Liquid at this point. It's still a Terrorblade. Maybe next time he can push with a creep wave so backdoor regen doesn't stop it. But we might be getting to a point soon where Team Liquid are forced to do something a little bit more rash. As you can see, that swing just dives the way of the EG side.
They have to do something very soon. Roshan is, it just respawned. It's been 10.5 minutes since the last respawn, so.
The Illusion's scouting it out now.
Illusion's got it. Dire also kind of knows that it's up. Very high probability. Like.
Team Liquid can't really bring it down yet.
Oh, what did he tee back?
Wait, yeah, did he go all the way? Dazzle
Yeah.
TP'd all the way back, and I think he did underneath the illusion.
He TP'd back to get the Observer. Liquid, they are going to smoke up. Are they going to try and sneak Roche themselves? Doesn't really
And maybe
want
just
to.
smoked for movement speed to get back to Roshan. Like, Liquid ping out the fact that Roshan is up, but they're smoked up and waiting next to the shrine. So if EG come and they scuttle themselves to get over there, the smoke will break from both sides. Artee's on the front lines, but Matoma and mind control, they missed it initiated, and a huge back wall from Universe, catching out more of them. Matoma must be able to try and protect him, but they've already lost Koro. The Sun's on the back line. Maybe Miracle is the bigger one. Zai gets the crush. He's protected right now by that Lincoln Spear and Miracle. He needs a target. He'll have to sunder his own teammate, Mind Control, and the damage is still too much. Mind Control will jump back in again, but he was the sacrificial, very large lamb of meat. 3 heroes lost for Liquid. They're going to find as well GH in the tree lines. He's starting his TP. Now they see him. Now he's dead. 4 heroes gone for Liquid, and EG could end this right here, right now.
Beautiful vacuum wall from Universe. You set up that fight. Arteezy actually has hid inside a wall of replica illusion for some of that fight too. They were trying to focus him down during the raid, but it took them way too long to do so. And
Safety megas, or is GG push?
it's GG.
And they'll realize there's no buybacks from Team Liquid, and Team Liquid will admit defeat in Game 1 of this 2-game series. EG, they have done it for Game 1.
I think that Lina really pieced it all together for them. I think she's going to play very, very well. A little bit risky with the Light Strike Array over the
It's okay.
They comboed very well though, like the Light Strike Array into vacuum up. But the way he handled the Sunder was pretty incredible. He dumped the Lincolns on the Slaughter, and Miracle was like, everyone else is out of range.
Just level in being a player, level in person that doesn't matter. Like if you would prefer on a different game, it's not necessarily.
We're on to a whole new subject here, but I agree with you. Loader is another one of those
Yeah,
players
you
who
can-
I've watched play other games and just go, how is he so good at every damn game he
It's
plays?
just- it's
Forest
just-
in Counter-Strike,
just in
same
him.
thing. You watch him play Dota or you watch him play League, he's unbelievably good. He's like not far away from, if
Yeah.
he wanted to be a pro in that game, he could probably
He
turn
could probably
pro.
do that. Yeah.
I hate them all.
As long as he has the will
Why
to
are they
go.
so talented? Peter, are you like that? You play other games and just wipe the floor with everyone very quickly?
I mean, we're sitting next to a professional Gwent player here, I
I
believe.
think in comparison, I am much better at all video games compared to like
Yeah,
other
see,
people.
but that's what I
Right.
mean. That there's just a certain type of people that just have it. I
So
don't know
what-
what
so
it is,
yeah, what
because
is
I don't
it?
have it, but
I always think
it-
it's just the amount of like video games that I've played. I've
Yeah.
had
That
experience.
cross-section of different different types. And
Yeah, just.
You played RTS?
Yeah, I've played
Yeah.
everything, and character control and map awareness and map movement.
But
I'm
it
sure
seems
that there's a
different-
lot of people that have done that too. That
Well, but
don't
it
have
seems
that.
different to me. We are into the draft, by the way, so we'll cut this one short. But it's interesting discussion. I want to take it up a bit later. There is an
we need
interesting.
a podcast for this
Yeah,
discussion.
we do need a podcast just for this one alone, because there are players I know in FPSs, for instance, jump all over the place. They play all the different
Yeah.
because the skills are very similar, right? But it seems
The
like
mindset.
MOBA players don't necessarily do much. I mean,
Fighting
on
game players do a
Dota
couple
short,
games during the weekend.
fighting game players
I
all
think
the time.
if you're a pro at Dota, I mean, I think Peter can play any MOBA that he wants.
yeah,
Do really good.
yeah, but I don't know if that's true.
I
of
know,
all
I'm
players,
not
though.
sure if you would take a different game and you Dota as that one, but that's just my.
It's a very biased opinion,
very,
which
very
I agree with.
biased,
Dota's,
yeah.
the high,
It's all
Dota's,
good.
Dota's one of the highest skilled games out there.
Yeah,
That
it
is- that is
It
true. That is
absolutely is
true.
true. Yeah.
Would
It's
you
a bit
be skilled at something like StarCraft?
I played that game's hard.
I mean,
Please.
if you're talking about high school players, that's definitely up there as well. It's different
Yeah,
game.
we've had a few crossovers as well. Baby Night Spring
Yeah.
came from StarCraft back
But
to
then
Dota, but he
he-
was Dota before it's
And
StarCraft.
he's not
so-
doing as good as he.
Right, let's get to the
does
draft then.
Sorry.
We've had a Magnus for Team Liquid and an Axe and Dazzle. Why are EG prioritising the Dazzle, by the way? There's a few bans against them. Had the opportunity early. They've done.
I've seen it a lot. Is
Is it comfort?
seems like it kind of pairs well with a lot of the melee carries that we're seeing. Also, like the saves, just really whatever combos it has. You know that 1437 from NP, they value the hero a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's we're all really strong.
We're up to 87, by the way. day and a half.
Mark
sure.
Warden. I'm still in the running.
No, Arc Warden. I think you're onto a winner with that pick.
Somebody could get desperate towards day 3.
We'll try
Day
anything.
3, there's somebody's like 1-7, and they're just like, ugh.
Try anything now.
So the Magnus Lifestealer opening is an open.
Liquids turn to ban.
They should know exactly how to.
It's
Theory.
quite a unique opener though with the axe. I think Magnus.
EG's turn to pick.
It's not a hero that we see often.
And Liquid again open with. Surprised by that after that?
Well, I don't remember
10 seconds remaining.
Crystal Maiden and pick and then last pick. So
5 seconds remaining.
Kroki's an interesting captain person, but he
Reserve time.
always like it's weird because he's the kind of captain who will last pick his hero, and he'll
His
think,
own hero.
he'll pick all of his teammates' heroes, and then he'll save his hero for last, and he'll be like, I think I can have the most impact with this hero.
Liquids turn to pick.
I don't agree with the idea, but Liquid's a great team. A lot of games and a lot of
He's
tournaments.
also from the school.
Yeah, that's something. I think
It's a very
it's
similar
something
thing.
Puppy would do. It's
Yeah.
something I think Misery does on occasion.
Is that a form of
10
cockiness?
seconds
It's-
remaining.
You feel-
He's just respecting his own skill.
5
Feels like
seconds
he's good
remaining.
enough to. And whether or not that's true, it's not for me to say.
Yeah.
But
No, it's an interesting draft point. I mean,
EG's
I used to do
turn
it too.
pick.
don't do that. They actually, it's like the Chinese drafters pick their own thing first.
Liquids turn
What
to
about
pick.
Yeah, it's just in July, it's like, hey,
Yeah,
I
in
want to play
July,
Batrider.
I'm playing Batrider. It's almost, is that the other end of the scale? It's like,
Yeah.
I'm being selfish because I want to
And
play
then he
Batrider.
bans out the heroes that would.
I think most likely in this scenario, though, it's that they just really want these heroes before giving them up to someone
10
else.
seconds remaining.
You have 2 really strong cores, a lot of different.
5 seconds remaining.
But
Gonna see Zion.
yeah, first time for that, so
Yep.
that'll be nice.
Reserve time.
Sure.
So added a Weaver.
Go up against Lifestealer.
So how do you deal with the Monkey King? You want perhaps more control?
Coddle's banned.
We
Yeah.
saw the Sand King
EG's turn to
support
ban.
earlier day.
We did.
Dogfights on the side. Wasn't very impressive.
Could possibly have Miracle
10
Magnus. That's
seconds remaining.
the offline saying.
5
Last pick,
seconds
Kroki.
remaining.
Conveyed.
Reserve time.
There's a lot of that's the cool thing about Sand King is they fulfill a lot of different roles. Or that will be
They have the.
The weird
split
thing
as
is,
well.
they can't.
EG as the last
obviously,
pick.
Yeah.
They would probably love Nivoga right now.
Liquids
They don't want Miracle to
turn
have it.
ban.
so
They've
Lina.
also taken the TB and the.
TA was a good ban. I was gonna say TA might a little less appetizing Lifestealer. And
Possible.
10
Definitely
seconds
possible.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Alchemist could. Yeah, Alchemist.
Reserve time.
Possible. I think. Excited to see what's going to play. Yeah.
They've taken the lead
No.
away.
Oh,
and
yes.
they picked into the Naga.
The thriller.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, it's time
So-
to man up EG. Let's get that Alchemist out here.
Yeah, I think that's the only option, isn't it?
They
Are they? Are
could-
Liquid forcing
they
them
could-
to take that? Is that what they're doing here?
I think Timbersaw's not bad.
Could they
I do
also-
like Smash Timber as
That
well.
he is. And I feel like they might want to have something that goes that ends the game early because you don't want to go too
That's true.
that pushes towers because that's kind of what they lack.
I think. Oh,
Would they want to go late against Liquid? Would they just want to end early or go? Feels like
So Monkey King should be able to kind of fulfill lots
Yeah.
of deep. But up against Naga, no shot lanes without fight is kind of favoring Liquid. I think. RP. Tap. He doesn't really have a lot of team fight. Their heroes. They are lacking a bit of burst. Axe. Follow up on Axe Call could be nice. But yeah, it's gonna be tough. I mean, Naga's it looks really scary in the draft scene, but we haven't seen a lot of success for this tournament.
But have we seen?
I have not.
Shadow Fiend. I like it.
Ooh. I like SF too.
Bit of 1v1 practice then for tomorrow.
Yeah. We go up against Paparazzi.
Pretty
tomorrow.
one-sided matchup, I think. But good. I like that. I
Have
thought
you
that-
seen Paparazzi Shadow?
No, I haven't.
Me neither. So.
Yeah, I forgot about Shadow Fiend, but I like that pick a lot.
Yeah.
I think it'll.
Okay. Stuff. Let's head into game number 2 then and see whether they pick up a bonus point because they will pick up 3. Liquid though, pull themselves out of trouble. They are bottom right now with just a. Head back to our commentary team.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, we could have ourselves a bit of 1v1 matchup, but I think the evil glint in Team Liquid's eye as they picked up the Naga Siren is just the... They're
10
evil.
seconds remaining.
It's okay. We had fun in the panel segment. Thanks, Peter.
Yeah. That was actually really enjoyable. We're sitting over here trying not to laugh too much so we don't go onto the microphones.
Naga is, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of. I think generally you can get away with the Alchemist. Almost strictly better than Naga. But it's,
It may also just be that answer to like EG had really great position during the last game. Their team fights were really impeccable. Naga does become that control factor comes to the team. Very difficult. That may be the other approach.
but they have a BKB hero in the mid lane. Shadow Fiend
Yeah.
BKB is really good. You want things that you can't actually BKB out of. You have Naga Sleep, Arrow, Black Hole. These are things you
I
can't.
suppose it's the other
hold
side
out
too.
of.
The fact you're already running a Magnus as well as a Life Stealer, right? Like you've
Yeah,
already
it's a
got
waste
like,
of
the better
empower.
team fight.
It's a waste of empower.
Or
on the Naga.
is it the setup? So Mind Control can then get the greatest RP of all time.
It is. They have Dazzle in case Mail does get RP'd. They have the Axe for counter initiating that goes through BKB. Very important versus the Life Stealer. But they have Time Lapse on Weaver just in case the down. So I do think their team fight was good. I think it could have been a little bit better, but I don't think the Naga. Yeah, the team fight's good, but with Naga, it's not like, oh my God, sleep into RP.
30
Not
seconds.
at the end all be all.
No.
It's not. Nothing to write home. I'm sure we'll probably see at least one or two good ones.
We'll have one. Like you still got Epicenter, you've got Freezing Field, you've got RP, you've got all the cleave damage which can come out, you got potential heavy Riptides, mass Burrow Strikes, like all these things Team Liquid will have
Did
to
you
work
just
with.
really say Riptide for a team fight, Toby? That's like the most underwhelming team fight ability in this game.
Hey, you know what? I'm just listing every single thing. Eventually, I'm going to hit solid gold.
But Monkey King, he can turn into a tree during the team fight. Wow!
You know, if that actually says it, I'm going to laugh my ass off and then refer to this moment.
That's not going to win them a team fight. It can be awesome, but not win them a team fight.
escape.
Oh, man.
Critical influence, man. Critical influence.
Zai Monkey.
The GH block in the mid, so he's starting on the mid.
Wait, what's happening?
Yeah, he's mid. Miracle is on the SK.
Yeah, Miracle is not the not a Naga player though.
Yeah, but is GH the Naga player? Like we've seen
Why
him.
not, dude?
We've seen him have some really great positioning when it comes to the Crystal Maiden, and maybe this becomes one of those hybrids where you give the early farm to the Naga Siren and then just switch her into the jungle and let the SK take the lane against Samael.
I do think it's strange that he's playing Naga Siren just because, as we saw last game, Miracle loves the AFK.
Yeah.
It seems on some heroes. Maybe just not, especially because Matama Man plays it way more than Miracle, not all the time. But they need to have a like to. I'm sure Miracle could, like any mid slash. Yeah, I should say for
Like, you're actually turning SK down to a harassment. Like, he's trying to push the Dazzle out of bottom lane. And in fact, it looks like they're doing some damage to the Dazzle at the moment, who will just be able to TP out of the bottom lane.
Come on, that tree's more exciting to watch.
It kind of is if he can snipe the courier. The Venaling, oh, he cuts through. He'll see it. He'll see it. It's just a little bit lower. One more attack around the tree lines. Run, Venaling, run! Instead will be there from GH and maybe even the first blood. It will be going the way of Team Liquid.
Wow,
they were denied on bottom lane with the TPing out Dazzle, but GH is this courier bait game.
At one level of ensnare, he was trying to jump into the trees. Wasn't able to get it off because tower damage wasn't.
Save your points for the right time. Zai's going to jump down to the bottom lane now. Quick fall to the ground, looking for a little bit of harassment on the Kuro, but Matubberman's already making his way over as well. So Zai trying to be as aggressive as he possibly can. With the support from Crit, he can survive a little bit longer, and in fact the RTZ bugs throwing out, so Matubberman losing that armor and has to back up to the T1 tower.
Air on the bottom lane. They have been favoring these.
Who really wins that? Like, Universe has got to be very scary to come in close up against the World of Death.
I think Axe versus most melee. And on top of that, he gets better.
Flora Strike. Miracle's going to be here to gank onto Sumail. GH started off with the ensnared. Zai now jumping forward. It's going to be Miracle to be the one who dies. GH needs to back up to the T1 tower, or does he? He knows Sumail is low, but not low enough to find the kill. And GH is happy. He's got a regeneration rune to go with. So he'll be very happy to take the damage. Riptide doesn't have the mana to use it. And Miracle doesn't get there in time to get the Burrow Strike off.
Time 3-man Shrine. They're really good about playing around. Dazzle TP. I do like the 1 point in the snare. I've seen so many Naga Snipers just go 4-0-4. Not even taking the ultimate at 6 or 7 or 8 and not taking any point in the snare. But look at how much is done for GH already. You got the first blood because of it. They're able to set up on Veil, not normally a lane that Naga would be able to fight. Really holding on to it. But level 1 mirror image is also pretty lackluster. It takes 600% damage. So one raise is...
Looking to find spot. You're already going to have that jump in from Zai. A quick skewer from Mind Control. Actually picks up Zai and Universe, but there's more support. It's Miracle. He comes from behind with a Burrow Strike. The damage on the Act is minimal. His armor is just so damn high, and Miracle doesn't really do anything against Mind Control, who's dying at the moment. But Zai, he needs to jump away. He can't do it. Universe will come back in again. Miracle just using the Sandstorm as protection, so Universe will miss the call, and Kuro will arrive to also assist on the top lane. Another Burrow Strike is available, but they'll need to wait a little bit longer so they actually have the Frostbite too, but that's too late. Zai jumps right over the top of Kuro, starts the beating in with a rod, needs the fourth attack, won't get it with that Burrow Strike from Miracle, creating more space. But a lot of commitment from Team Liquid to the top lane. And now it's also Sumail. He can easily kill off the Courier, and GH will understand the peril he's in. Raise 1, raise 2. Enough damage with the extra attack. Crit can't reach him. GH gets back in range of the tower.
Wow, that was a really hard triple raise to hit. They were pretty impressive. By
Arteezy? Kuro doesn't want to reveal his position. He needs Arteezy to be in range of the tower so he can do that.
Okay,
Frostbite and get the kill.
I thought he was gonna like eat a tree dry so he could not be in range of the tower detection, but
that was patience from Kuro. Because if he threw out the field, maybe he would have actually had that, like, eat the tree and then run to the right. But Arteezy being a little bit more frivolous on the bottom lane, and now they can look just to try and force Matubber away from the lane.
no pressure, and Naga's gone. Gonna have the sinking. Try and pressure him a little bit, but.
Oh
my God.
He dropped to 8 HP at that point. Has to bottle and then send it back. He needs that 6-minute rune. Maybe almost worth using the raids just to take the lane and then go for the rune.
It's crazy.
Yeah, he has 70. It's when you're not... Wait, does Miracle actually... Nope, it's going to be the bottom rune, and Dazzle scats it out, and it's a haste rune. And so are you liking the GH Naga so far?
Yeah, I think he's... Well, he's like a little bit more active, but at this point, he's farming for 80. Efficiency game.
Kuro will die at the same time. A little bit further side, it's going to be Matumberman to fall as well. Support is nearby with Miracle here, and it's Sumail with a haste rune. You know what he wants. He wants the kill onto that Naga Siren. He didn't actually get it. The RP from Mind Control is available. GH so low, Zai can't reach him. To leap himself up into the tree line. A quick Nova to the north. Now realize the crit's in the neighborhood. Frostbite will hold him there. Fire Strike is back off cooldown. So Shallow Grave will just delay the inevitable. A lot more kills in this game so far than we had in game number 1, but it's a lot more scrappy.
Protecting Naga. It's a little bit easier because everyone has full mana from Crystal Maiden. They've been picking it a lot, but a lot of
one of these trees is not like the other. And Zai is right on. Oh, he leaps over the courier.
but no one's sitting in mid.
It's like he's trying to stop GH from farming, but GH is farming up the mid lane with the illusions. Okay, that's a moving tree. So GH is just farming the 2 small camps in close, keeping the creep wave push back out again, stays top net worth, and also continuously harassing down Sumail with Riptide.
Wonder if he's going to take. Would have been really nice.
RP's available. They're going to look to try and kill off Arteezy now. Arteezy going to Shikuchi his way through. The Covenant's pretty low. So he's got open wounds, rage up, holding on to that rage. Now he'll use it. Where's that RP? It holds him in, but where's your detection? You're doing a gank on a Weaver without bringing a Sentry Ward. Problematic to say the least, but Arteezy with no Shikuchi, but he has time lapse available. He's away.
They thought they could get the frostbite on it.
Now Matumberman's actually in trouble. He has Infest up, so if he, okay, he's going to open wounds and just, okay, there's your frostbite. Matumba's going to have to jump inside of a creep sooner or else he's going to die, and he knows it. Into the dire creep, Arteezy very, very low. Burst that back out. The damage is not enough. The Nova also misses. Arteezy running the edge of this AoE damage and then gets the TP away to safety.
Near death. Miracle, only one level caustic.
Die very quick on the pounce away.
Radiant has you scanned. Long gone. That would have been nice to come out actually during that chase, because then you can hit a shockwave that's only half blind.
These illusions are starting to become farm for Sumail.
I think they'll. 500% damage. Universe for the Vanguard first.
Allowed to farm these Ancients and now actually puts him at the top net worth on the field. First one to hit 4K.
Yeah, Vanguard's quite nice. Gonna be taking, but it's not terribly great for big hits.
Especially when Magnus has got a lot of space up on the top lane, so it's a lot of levels which are coming in for the Magnus, so it should be very early points up into the 4 points up in power, while still having everything he needs for the team fight.
Light Stealer doesn't feel like incredible enough. She gets the armlet in. It's not like stacking agility on agility. Or more comp power stacking. I wonder if Nagasana is actually going to take this.
Just become the really hard to kill. Kuro, trouble. TP's out. We'll be safe. Matumberman looks like he's going to let the tower go. Actually, no, that's Miracle. Miracle just TP'd himself into the bottom lane. Now he is invis for the moment. He'll have Zai. He'll cop the stun. Where is that epicenter? Matumberman's leaving. So it's up to Miracle if he really wants to do anything with this. But what's he going to do? Double Burrow Strike?
They don't have to stun
Epi?
him. He can just stun Epi Zai, I think. They'd have to use Grave on him, but he'd probably die in the... Actually, they don't have a detection.
Yeah, there's no fortification, and he'll let it go. Unless he can get a solo kill on someone, but when Crit's got Shallow Grave, that's not really possible.
Radiant's top tower is under
Where's this?
attack.
Okay, that's one kill you can potentially get. But you need to hit the Frostbite or Burrow Strike. Crit's coming back down again. Kuro's going to reveal himself with a very quick attack. And Miracle is now back out of the invis. Kuro needs the space. I think he's going to get the bugs off him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's a whole lot of nothing, which is good for Naga.
Good for Magnus too when you build a Hand of Midas as your first item. Ah,
It's not.
is Arcanes and Midas even before Blink Dagger?
Usually Echo Saber is your. You can farm neutrals incredibly quickly, but I can see where he's going with the Hand of Midas because his limiting factor is actually going to be a number of neutrals, not time. Because you're on the team with.
Yeah. Naga's still working your way towards that relic. It's taken time. It's taken a lot of time. Like, we're 12 minutes in, you went for boost Iron Talon PMS, Bottle's in there too, and you had to run the mid lane. My Control has to TP out, Universe needs the call, and My Control realized that ain't gonna happen. So he actually gets out of range of the call, but he has no TP scroll available, can kill off the creep wave. Even the Weave's trying to help him out with a little bit of extra vision, removing the arm from My Control. Another jump forward from Zai. My Control, very tanky. Support is on the way. He goes for a quick RP, actually committing this to escape. And looks like he's able to achieve it. They will not kill him.
Nice quelling. Get escape to the left side. Bro, trying to take on Sumail.
Yeah, he's got 1 point up in Frostbite. I don't think that's enough. Even if you let your freezing field go, you need one more person to bring in some damage. And the Riptide could have maybe tilted Sumail close enough to death.
And more Hand of Midases. On Shadow Fiend as well. Probably one of the most uncommon pickups. Shadow Fiend. That kind of game.
And we're going to start to add it up. It's like, oh, we're up against an Argosiren. All right, cool. Let's just Midas, Universe, Blink. Gets the call off. Is able to actually catch the real GH. And with the Shadow Wave damage from crit, GH doesn't really survive too long.
Perfect Blink timing coming out from Universe right there. He didn't have that for the top fight, so he thought he would need to farm neutrals. But nope, right then.
And such a big hero kill as well. Like, you catch her out while she's banking money for the relic.
Wow. So Naga did go very greedy.
Yeah.
So no sleep at 6. No sleep at 7, 8, 9, 10. And he went for the mana talent as a help. Help might have saved him right there. The 125 was at full HP, so might not have been in calling. But Naga's got to get their farm.
They do. Meanwhile, Liquid needs to also find that farm. They're looking for their double Blink Daggers on both Miracle as well as Mind Control. So Miracle's at least getting the space on bottom lane to get his up now. They're going to have to give that over to Mind Control.
Can you use Naga? There's some heroes that you can buy.
Bottom lane, Miracle's going to go down. I am not a master of syntax.
Well, isn't that like every business you have your
name is a verb?
Yeah, like rocks. One that's cool. You're good enough with heroes. The heroes can become Naga. You're with. I don't know.
I want to go Lati.
Go Solar Crest and Halberd on Bloodseeker.
Something like that. He's had success today. But this game does look... It still doesn't look like it can go either way. Neither team has an overwhelming advantage.
RP is generally king later game.
Yeah.
That's a very loose statement.
So is Naga. So you're kind of being choked out of positions by EG.
And but finally, Radiance is there. Radiance is generally a pretty big deal, but let's say he had it that fight, they wouldn't have been able to take out.
The jump forward, Mind Control, caught out, he'll go down. It was Liquid who were the ones meant to find the kills. Yeah, if you had Radiance, that'd be great, but you still reveal both Blink Daggers on Team Liquid. Don't get a kill, and it's EG who finds the opening.
They're gonna roast.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Very, very easy for them. Medallion is up. What level is President of Dark Lord? He's level 15 with the Midas. That is the level 4. He hasn't picked up level 15 talent.
This is turning into a full split. You can
Yeah.
see Miracle getting into position so he can just blink out, intercept the creep wave, go for the full split. Crit, okay, Universe jumps in. Fresh blade mail reveal, and then culling blades down GH.
A lot this week. It's like Mickey from all around the map. Just
Miracle actually missed half of the wave. And there goes the TP. Actually managed to force one TP back.
Ooh.
Zai thought he may have been quick enough.
doing the Basher Rush too.
He
He's doing
is
the Basher Rush.
full on control with his ultimate. And he had the perfect position. It's like you don't even want to jump in, you just want to go down so you can throw out your ultimate. Sit in the tree line. We saw the same thing being exploited earlier today with LFY and a couple of other teams so far here at DAC.
And I believe it's a BKB already. BKB is the best item here versus the Naga.
Especially with Blink BKB. Like his positioning's gonna be perfect for the fights, and what are you gonna do? You have to ensnare him to stop him.
And you definitely need the weapon. The smoke did hit, or sorry, the Radiant skin did hit, but it made them think that they're gonna Roche, likely. But
That's why Matumbaman's coming out. He's well out of position. The smoke will break, the observer will get the vision, and Kuro, there's nothing he can do. Live Stealer will go down.
That's
and EG
so
have a ticket
unlucky.
for Roshan. Even GH is caught on the wrong side of the river.
That's so unlucky for them that the smoke actually hit and they weren't doing Roshan. What?
When the scan hits, yeah.
Oh.
So now EG will take it. You do have Naga Siren. She's sending illusions down, and they're coming from the dire jungle. So this may be causing a couple of mental problems for EG. The fact they're surrounded on multiple sides. Miracle as well. This could be the moment with that Blink epicenter. They've got to put it to work, but Roshan's so low, they have to go now. Song of the Siren comes out from GH. Roshan is low, but he's not looking inside. It's Kuro who's being killed off by Universe in the meantime, so they don't have the Crystal Maiden. Another shockwave through, but Roshan, it belongs to Evil Geniuses.
I don't know if they saw the BKB, but if they had gone on that, they would have been obliterated. There's no way they can stop this. Even with perfect timing, you still can't do it. Play in between this.
That's actually going to get a courier snipe with the Naga Siren. She was pretty close, but she was busy microing her own illusions to get out of there. Miracle, Fire Strike and TP. Zai, where's your stun? Doesn't exist.
Not gonna be an easy. And the minus magnet. Lead not in their favor. I don't actually see it swing back in Naga favor because generally after you get the Radiance, it's like, oh yeah, we have Radiance, we can form a push. But this game, they're not really scared of it at all, just because they're so far ahead and Axe is just dunking on everyone.
But you do have like still great split push that comes out from heroes like Sand King. Like, he's really quick at pushing lanes. Live Stealer could be a little bit more frivolous as well because he's gonna have the Rage potential TP out.
That doesn't
So-
when you can push out the lanes, but
Yeah,
you got to fight sometime.
The only thing that's going to win you the game is probably when EG push up and you hope for the most glorious RP of all RPs, lacquered with epicenter and everything else.
They're gonna have BKBs. You can't rely on this.
TPs are coming over. They're almost trying to bait this fight out. You can still jump in with the Magnets who's sitting behind them. A quick blink away will dodge the call of Universe. Okay, they're not wanting to bait Jack. They are leaving.
Already dicey. I am trying to foresee a point in the game where they're like, okay, let's take a fight now.
It doesn't really exist. Maybe you look at it from another timing. So, okay, yes, SF has BKB. It looks like Arteezy is not going to build into the same one. Can you actually get the timing where you isolate the SF and then just focus him? Do they have the damage output in order to do that? Okay, Crystal Maiden die is going to happen.
No, you don't. Because they'll usually pre-weep.
You got to try and catch him out of position, but that...
Well,
like,
he's not going to BKB until... You just need a really good RP. You need them to slip up. Kind of the only... I mean, the observer ward is right there. They saw
RP catching Universe. He's actually going to go for quick spins as well. The damage is too much. Mind control, he's brought down. Then you let the Requiem go. You can say goodbye to Miracle.
Yeah, you wait for the lapse in positioning. Oh, wait, Universe is right there to call.
Yeah. It looked like Universe actually jumped in at the very, very start and didn't actually get the call off, but came a fraction of a second later.
Now that they had to get pick on the back. Nothing happening on the Radiant side. It's just a bunch of people trying to stall the game by killing creeps behind.
If we can just wait till 2018, this game will be winnable.
Good luck with that. They used 2 ultimates, so even if they were to sleep right. The weave is pretty important here too. You're not going to be able to cleave people with that power like you normally would. Like their positioning is going to be so far spread out. Shadow Fiend's going to be in the front. Weaver's going to be far away from the SF so that they can't both get RP'd, and then all the supports are
90 gold per minute is the talent from the Magnus. They are looking for anything that will buy them a get out of jail free card. The double RP refresher orb may be the only option they have.
Yeah, once the BKBs get down to 5 seconds, but you have to survive until then. I'm not confident in their ability.
Just play the Obi-Wan strat, man. Hold the high ground.
You have a lot of big ultimates, though. Mess up the high ground push usually. Or if they have Aegis counters these big ultimates.
Miracle. It's like trying to clean up the wave. Nice skewer. Actually going to pull Universe in rather deep, almost to the tier 3 tower and on top of the creep wave. But there's a lot of EG reinforcements here. And Liquid are not seriously looking at this kill. Yep.
It's all a lot of slow damage. Lifesteal with Empower would be... But
he's going Midas as well?
He's going Midas. Yeah, we can...
We are turning this in. Okay, this is actually almost a 2013 Alliance game. After tier.
There were a lot of things that... I remember LGD International.
Yeah. I just remember where Alliance had 5 Midas. That was one of the most entertaining games I ever cast.
None of their talents are extremely. None of them are like super. There's some.
See, I was wondering about the Naga. Like she bypassed her ensnare option. Like I think it's what a lower cooldown or a duration.
30 attack speed. Helps you farm a lot. You're a farmer as Naga now.
Well, right now it almost feels like they need to have that extra control, but you are right. It has to come out from the SK. Oh, Song of the Siren. They knew it. Axe came just in range of the sentry wards. Now they get really good vision, but Weave is down. It is very early though, but Universe with both Paul and Weave is very difficult to kill.
They don't have sleep to
No. Maybe they're just trying to bait out like actions from EG that then force them to go back to fighting, because Miracle keeps doing this blink into aggressive Burrow Strike back. That almost sounds like a contradiction, but it's just so far forward.
But they're going for picks on Shadow Blade on the axes, purely to get kills on. It is definitely one of the better items. I definitely do not see Shadow Blade picks up, because you need to be able to bypass the Naga illusion. A good Naga player will always have their illusion buffer. Her and
the blink if you're the full-on initiator, and the Shadow Blade if you're the scatter to initiator.
Or you get both.
Yeah. Seeing Mind Control attempting to do the same kind of thing. 4-star, Blink Dagger, Shadow Blade. And I think we should put him in a good position.
Avoid, avoid, avoid.
Yeah. Is it really going to become fire and evade? Naga push as much as you can. Miracle's probably even going to look towards BTs at some point. Once he's able to get something more defensive like a Mule Scepter or something along those lines.
How's the Irish supposed to pick?
Yeah, that is the challenge, but doesn't that just come with the heavy farm on the Weaver and the SF when they just rip apart the towers?
Still haven't seen like a powered lifesteal. I think it's gonna a lot of damage coming out.
Yeah, the powered lifesteal are killing creeps.
Oh yeah. Show me more of this.
Okay, give me that farm. Give me that farm. Oh yeah, pick an anti-mage. Well, there's a small opening. Like,
Two-
EG's vision is still pretty damn good.
Oh,
That Radiant Observer Ward sees the SF moving. It doesn't see the action. Miracle, he's going on top lane, gets the Burrow Strike onto Arteezy. Mind control, no! He jumped up, went for the RP, but Arteezy time-lapses just in time. And Zai will chase him into the tree line. They pick up the retreating Miracle with the other rotations up. Both will be lost. Again, they're trying to create space. But now they may lose another one. Matupperman is overstaying his welcome on the bottom lane. He has Rage TP. But everyone else from EG up, they fought up on top, came bottom. And okay, now they're in range of the Observer Ward. He's out.
that was pretty lucky that they had to buy something for this.
This is just... It's funny though, because you get the commitment from EG, they then go for their rotations. We can have a quick look at this again. So Miracle, the Burrow Strike is perfect. He doesn't know he's got him, and Mind Control just has to go for it, but the split second between the RP and time-lapse.
I don't think they had enough damage. If he had RP and then right-click, he doesn't have an Echo Saber for that little bit.
It's
I don't
all
even
they
think
can do though. Like, they have to go for things like, just hope they find enough.
Yeah, it would have been way better with like the best. I think they would actually been able, or let's say half detection versus Weaver. You know, there's a better way, better things that they can do.
They can't afford detection against the Weaver. They need to keep spending money to get the Observer Wards down that Daiki's planting everywhere. That's the one thing they can potentially control. Now Samael inside the pit, crit in the neighborhood, has a full Solar Crest completed, so this Roshan is going down very quickly for EG. And yep, Team Liquid can do nothing to stop it. It's very rare a team with a Naga Siren is unable to hold the Roche pit, or even a team with such huge AoE control and teamfight abilities like Team Liquid can't control the Roche pit.
It's the way they see one hero. I guess they had the universe.
Hi, Miracle. He doesn't know. Universe goes for the blind blink call. But they won't find that opportunity.
Need a gem. Yeah, they need a gem on someone, but Axe's the one.
Oh, they have it on
around.
Zai.
Yeah, they have it on Zai. I think he needs a. So they can get more pick. Universe is the one hunting heroes that Monkey King can do, but he can't.
Slow the game up has been working for Team Liquid so far. They still hold their racks. Naga is still sitting up there very high up in the net worth. She's gradually getting higher. And once that Octarine is up, this flip push becomes even stronger from the Naga Siren.
No one's scared of a.
No. Well, what they're scared of is just the incredible amount of delay, and then you're like, well, maybe that's what Team Liquid's still looking at for this game. It's like, okay, the Naga's going to be pushing out the side. The ESK is going to do the same. The Lives is going to do the same. Team Liquid feel like they're on a time clock to get into the base before they end up in a bad trade-off position. These type of kills are definitely going to help. A quick call. Miracle will die, but he's only dead for 23 seconds.
I will say one thing on Liquid strategy is that they're committed. They're committed to out-farming and delaying the game.
Yep.
It is. It's not too late for CM Midas, right? She doesn't have any items.
Not too late to put the kettle on and start brewing a cup of cocoa. Like, Liquid are in for the long haul. And My Control's on the hunt. This time they're coming with the Infest. They're pinging out Arteezy, but they walk past Zai. Remember, this is the Shadow Blade they're using. Zai will see him. The Gem of Truesight did the work. No! The RP misses again! My Control, run away! Kuro will die in the mid lane as another expected pick off. The Crystal Maiden doesn't really have a lot of safe places here.
RP's down too. That's
Yep. That's the chance to push up.
Personally, that was a good bait though. He knew that they knew what was going to happen.
You got creep waves.
Yeah.
Look, you look at the position of Naga Siren. Like, I know this is GH and Miracle is on the team, but it almost is a testament to Miracle.
What?
Heard the difference in pronunciation. Naga Siren, greatest of Southeast Asia. Miracle.
That's a stretch.
This is what he does. Oh, My Control. He jumps out. He was looking for that skewer back over on Samael. Now it's up to Miracle to actually create a little bit more space, and they song with the Siren, allowing My Control to survive.
They need what? Yes, maybe.
They needed something, but that was just a disengage ultimate. That was all. Jump back in, keep the chip damage going, buy the time for the RP to arrive, and just keep chipping away at their life and make it so that Aegis carrier can't just sit there and hit the tower.
Continue on. They have the ages.
Yeah, they know it. They're
Could
backing
go
up.
disastrous.
They're already leaving.
They need a Satanic.
Now they're jumping out. That observer ward sees Arteezy, but they need the control. Arteezy Shikuchi's up. The sentry ward's too late. Runs through mid.
And Monkey King is dead.
Okay, goodbye Zai, but also troublesome for GH. He doesn't have Song of the Siren just to TP out this one. Samel's coming in too. The Octoroon, he needs to do a little bit more damage to stay alive, and Samel, he triggers the BKB. Song of the Siren is now up, but the call is there. The Culling Blade too early, but the kill will still complete. But they're having to repair the creep wave. The top lane, Team Liquid's creep wave actually reached the tier 3 tower and did damage.
Small victory for them, and of course getting the gem is also pretty big for them. Nagasarn is still a little bit behind in terms of what stuff. I'm surprised he didn't just sleep. Sleep like X. The SF has to kill you, but he doesn't have MKBs. He has to deal with that miss,
Yeah,
and you can try and fog.
There wouldn't have been the stun, so yeah, he potentially could have just TP'd out.
That was a really good BD.
It took 35 minutes, but Samel just got the 150 attack range, hit level 25 on that SF. Sand King, run to the trees, inside the Sandstorm, trying to keep clear of Universe. Universe doesn't actually have mana, so it's a Burrow Strike into the TP bag, out again, a Miracle will survive.
They have no. So with a Shadow Blade Magnus and sinking.
They have vision. They had it before.
They lost Gem.
Yep.
So I died.
That was when the Monkey King died.
They have to wait.
That or they just find Kuro. He's the man carrying it for Team Liquid, but he's... Actually, I think he put it back on the courier. Because they really don't want to lose that, but he's looking for any vision, which is going to catch out the Naga, catch up any of the split pushes. No, he's still holding on to it.
I wonder if they're going to try Ensu. I guess SF can still buy moon shards for other people, but he's pretty close to 6-slotted.
Okay, that Observer would see so much. They know mind control as well as Mentubman are up here. Universe runs forward, the blink forward, able to get the battle hunger, so the movement speed, and GH will just let the Song of the Siren go. And everybody TPs away to safety. The game has been delayed. And GH gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Now only about 1,000 gold away from completing that butterfly. Way to keep the Monkey King away. Just have Magnus keep skewering trees.
I actually have to.
That's easy. RP, it's gonna hit him! He won't be out of time lapse! 76 seconds without a Weaver.
These Observer wards. That Observer ward on the south side was... Yeah, Liquid playing their strat very, very well. They have not given up too many deaths. They gave it every Roche, but they're so far behind it. They haven't lost any threes. They split push out the lanes quite nicely, and they're keeping up the spike going.
Yep. It's getting better and better for them. The fact they haven't lost the tier 3 towns as well, I mean those shrines, they're always able to push out nice and quickly.
Oh, Lifestealer did actually.
He didn't? He backed up to the Echo Saber and AC.
I'm actually surprised. In this sort of game, for like 25 minutes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they're on the hunt again. There's no RP. It's on cooldown for another minute. Main point of control they have from mind control is going to be the skewer, but maybe at the same time, like every target is a little bit more killable because you're not looking for the Weaver.
Wait, you went for move speed? Wow, you went movement speed over tower damage. That's pretty rare. When you're playing this type of game, power damage actually does not matter that much when you and a lot of the time.
Yeah, Lifesteal is the only one who really benefits from power. Not even the Magnus with the build. Oh, the jump up, Ghost Scepter, raises from Samel. He's still got the close range raise. Akura with the life, he needs to stay alive. The gem, the attack. will connect. The Gem of True Sight's on the hillside, and EG, maybe they didn't realize this. Samel's looking for more kills. Won't find them. But the gem hasn't been taken, and still the courier is on the way up to pick up the gem. Miracle, a quick Yule Scepter cancelling off Zai, so he doesn't actually reach the tree. He's actually caught on the ground on the other side of the tree. Courier has managed to recover the gem.
They're probably thinking, why in the world would GM be?
Are they going back in again? Crit's TPing out.
That's a lot of damage to the tower.
Well, they find the bottom lane. Fire strike forward. RP committed as well. And they bring the epicenter plus the life stealer. Another core of EG gets sniped on the side lanes.
700 gold and a level 25 hero. That's a ton of XP. Grab should slip back towards Liquid's favor. Looks like it's only 5,000 gold ahead for EG, and SF's not really getting any stronger.
Like, right now, I'm not quite certain exactly who is meant to be bleeding more, but it looks like EG's on the slow drip.
Oh, they definitely are. Getting to that point where they can't keep the 3 tower up top's at like 25% HP.
Yep. And they're actually not even, like, they can't contest Roshan. Roshan's being done right now by Team Liquid. And EG can't get there. Miracle's creating a lot of space on bottom lane by just pushing it and being just a general pain in the ass. Making it so Liquid has all the space in the world to do this.
I'm pretty sure it's been 10 minutes since the last.
Oh, Aegis and Cheese down now. And a refresher orb on Magnus.
What you need. RP, get any sort of solo kill on a core. Again, force buybacks, and then pressure's up. Magnus.
Yep.
No one can drive an RP.
Oh, nice call. Finally able to remove a small thorn in the side? Maybe not. Miracle even steals the bounty rune. There's another little target up next to the secret shop. It looks like a bit of a duel. Yeah, it's going to be Zai battling against Mind Control. A quick push away. Zai starts his own TP, and they have the stun available. Monkey King rooted to the ground by Kuro and actually killed off by Kuro.
Five.
Game is just... The game plans work perfectly. Beautiful call by Universe. Hold the life stealer in position. Bring in the damage, because right now all these fights are happening on Liquid terms. EG maybe can finally think they're trying. The RP goes out. They keep the control up, but with the Shallow Grave and Song of the Siren, Universe keeps the spins happening. So much damage from the axe. The Aegis Immortal will trigger. Samel's BKB will protect him. And now they go over to Matumbaman, the life stealer. No real way home out of this one, apart from standing his ground and being as manly as he can. But don't worry, the side lanes are pushing in. EG have trouble at home.
U3 count on top, almost dead. That's not good. They can't really afford to lose their prize right now. To move outside the race. RTC, oh my god.
Lincoln Sphere protects. They're TPing forward. Zai wants to try and catch up to Miracle. It's going to be difficult. Jump forward, gets the stun off perfectly, but GH, Song of the Siren for protection, and then TP's away to safety. Ori has that, I think that's actually the level 2 diffuser blade as well, over on the Naga Siren.
He's 6 slotted too.
Yep. Yeah, he is. Very much. Miracle finds another target. Somehow just wandering around. Male, however, has friend as well as a shrine. And they have vision. Yule sets her up. Crit comes in and, well, they haven't got him yet. They still don't have him yet. And they don't have him at all.
Universe was waiting with the stun.
Meanwhile, top lane, Tier 3 tower's gone. The illusions as well as the catapult should take care of it. The shrines are now open for destruction. And Liquid are wasting no time.
Yeah, pressure's up. They can... I don't know if they have enough damage to kill them if they only... in an actual big team. They can definitely do it if it's like 3-on-1 for some of the heroes, but imagine if they actually do RPs, aren't able to. Shadowfang actually doesn't have a way to heal back up. Like, if he gets great, he's still gonna die.
He needs the satanic.
Yeah. Ags maybe? He can heal up from the Ags.
tearing down Arteezy, playing Burrow, epicenter. Miracle commits. Arteezy already used his time lunge. He's so low and ensnared up. There goes your Weaver. 84 seconds. Buyback is available for him, but Liquid again are leaving. They get the kill they want. They keep the pressure applied, and Universe is the one to jump in. Observer Ward is up. Mind Control just trying to push him away. There's another force off available for Miracle. So Ibarra strikes up one. There's your RP committal. SF, the Shallow Grave will keep him alive. Remember, there's still no Naga here, but now Matubman will arrive, battling against Sumail. Needs more damage with the Burrow Strike to get the double stun up, but Miracle will sacrifice himself for this, and maybe not a great sacrifice. They'll lose the Life Stealer as well. My Control is on the run. Zai bouncing around through the tree lines, hoping to catch up to him. But the distance is a little bit too far for him to reach.
No follow-up after the RP. So close to killing.
Wait, Mind Control TP down to the shrine? Monkey King was jumping down there. That could have actually ended really, really badly.
Don't worry, he has plenty of buyback. Or Scythe of Vice soon. Slice, the Hex.
Pressure? That would make some good sense. What does GH buy? Apart from like gems for his team, all the wards, all the tomes.
Moonshard for life.
Yep, that'd be nice. He's got 8.5k, so he has to spend some of this.
POT2s.
Okay. Should have money for both and then still have buyback.
Yeah.
Almost killing off Zai, and Zai wants to stand his ground against illusions, like the Naga illusions. He is going to die. Even Sumail is having issues, and you can see him. He's got the money for the Titanic, but doesn't have money for buyback as well just yet.
I just don't know what he trades after this. He's trading out his Ags. Ags gives you really good damage because, and it's another way to force it. Way more reliable because with Ags you have to BKB, channel it, and then wait for the souls to come back. Titanic, you just pop.
So how the fights actually work, force them out to do work with this fresh Titanic. Oh, that's done. It actually connects on both the Magnus as well as the Crystal Maiden, and they just defensively song on the stars. Like, they have to have vision, right? But no, I don't think they did at the very start of that. We got no gem.
My God. That has to be so frustrating to play. They're just never finding us. We can't catch anyone.
Yeah, that's actually where you go with the axe. He went for a plus 100 battle hunger DPS.
That talent is really good.
Over the 15
Over
armor
15
to
armor.
try and survive?
Yes, I definitely think. Dude, 100, it's ridiculous. 140 damage per second. Insane. It's great. In late game, there's stopping sometimes, but the cooldown's really low, so you can.
They find an opening. It's going to be Mind Control. Committing quite heavily. Matubman pops out of him, trying to hide with him in the Infest, and they knew it. So let Life Steal a quick open wounds, but Universe just backs up, makes sure he doesn't get attacked, so he can blink forward, get the call off. Matubman still wants to keep this run going. He needs more help, but up on top lane, the Naga Illusions are pushing in the creep wave. She's expended, and Matubman's still going to go down. Heavy spin plus the damage, but now Miracle in through the bottom, Naga in through the top. You get these victories, but what does it really gain you? That Burrow Strike range is ridiculous that Miracle can just escape.
They only have 3 heroes that get able to incredible amounts.
They just lost another tower.
They lost another tower, and Mag doesn't have to buy back. Lifestealer also doesn't have to. People are just constantly getting stuck. GH can also buy Refresher, I would say, instead.
He's holding it at 7.4, so he bought the BTs. Okay.
He bought a Moonshot for himself.
Okay. And then an extra independent courier where she now bought a Refresher orb on.
Yeah, Refresher's really good. The only problem is you can't chain the sleep together back to back. Just be. You have time to like pop BKB.
Oh, Miracle again closing in on Arteezy. More invis. This time it's going to be the rune that gives him the cover. Stalking Arteezy as far as he can. Arteezy just trying to use that Mjolnir to push in the lane. but it's the Magnus who is arriving. And then the BTs as well. They're bringing in friends, and I think they remain undetected so far. The RP, it'll push them through, they'll connect. Miracle, the Burrow Strike, the Liquid Spear is now being triggered. Now their secondary RP. Weaver will drop, Samel will arrive and try and stand his ground. Already triggered off his Satanic under the cover of BKB. But the BKB doesn't last long enough. They don't find that opening, and it's Universe who's caught out of position. Diffuser Blade charged up, held in the position. Zai needs to create more space, able to do so, throwing down the ultimate as we're in a split-up fight. Samael is the primary target, however, of Liquid, and they will bring him down. But Toman's on the run, but he's wasting the time of Universe and Zai, who get double stunned up by Miracle. Mind Control's coming back as well. He's looking to help out. Crit can't get close enough. He's got GH on his tail. Diffuser Blade charges galore, keep him low. Another little bit of a quick stun by Miracle. Cripple fall, and EG are completely losing control of this game, and they may be the first team to actually lose a full set of racks.
This is one of those games that makes you're just like, we're gonna lose like this. And they pretty much are gonna lose.
Peter was saying before, like every solution is solved by winning. Losing in this creates so many more, like by this creates so many more.
Magnus is such a hero though, and why you see a first ban often. They expended 2 RPs to kill 1 hero last fight, and they still won the fight.
Yep.
And what is our team supposed to do about getting double RP'd?
And how do you even defend this? Like, you're losing too many lanes of racks. GH will stand his ground. He doesn't care what Samel's gonna throw at him. Samel, okay, yeah, BKB, but he just bloodthorned an illusion. GH can just ensnare him up, hold him there, while the top lane is actually going to attack. Keep them slumbered while the axe gets initiated on. Is that what's, actually no, it's Crystal Maiden. Physically damaging the melee racks. Mind Control will arrive using that Hex. The Crystal Maiden just gets destroyed by Arteezy. And maybe now Arteezy feels he's got the damage, looking towards Matubberman, finding inside the tree lines with that BT from Samel. The Bloodthorn is on the right target. 4 heroes down from Team Liquid. No buyback over on the Life Stealer because he managed to pick up the Monkey King bar. I think they also pinged out because they scouted the Refresher Orb sitting in the trees. But Naga is still up. They have to get Roshan. There has to be some kind of glorious push from EG to win this.
I think that's all in for you. All their teams are dead, but I don't even know if they get clicks at all.
Song of the Siren. They're looking to come a little bit closer. Can Miracle actually keep Zai controlled, or can Zai keep Miracle controlled? Universe jumps in. That's a very, very poor Dazzle having to run away from just Naga illusions, but when you get the kill over on the SK, that makes life a hell of a lot better.
Minus respawn timers. Minus respawn on the Magnus. Minus Sand King.
You never keep a good hero down.
No buybacks. Really little.
The Diet did lose their courier. I'm not so certain if anything was actually on it at the time. No, it wasn't, so it was just lost.
I could do it with the what anyone else does yet? Life still doesn't have one.
Pretty worthwhile giving him that.
Even Magnus, I think, would
Magnus is coming over. He's right in front of the pit. The bottom lane might be pushing in, but now it's Arteezy looking for the kill. There's a heavy amount of damage to Mind Control. He RPs the Ancient. And Kuro will now probably die to Universe. GH can use the Song of the Siren to TP back out again, or does he? He can hang around. He keeps the Song of the Siren on the SF, so there's no BTing anywhere. In fact, he just keeps him slept. While Kuro and Mind Control, they make their play over towards Roshan, catching Zai out. So the Hex up Monkey King will fall, but maybe the kill. Arteezy needs something. A kill on the Naga can create so much space if he can do it. I think Miracle's actually looking for the kill over on the SF. He's Burrow Striked up, he's put Samael down. And actually found the kill. No buyback available. Universe needs to kill off Miracle. With the help of Arteezy, they can do it. But Roshan gets taken out by Matubberman. So Liquid have Roshan. But there's no SF for 100 seconds. No Monkey King for 40. And you're still under siege.
Miracle's been making such big... wasting the majority of the mid game. Like, they constantly keep throwing bodies at him and escapes, and he almost got the kill on Arteezy in the mid lane after the Naga illusions whittled them down to critical HP, and that was a really big kill. Now they can push with Aegis and Cheese. Tanking's up in 30, he can BOT back in, and SF is in the grave. And at minimum, Liquid are looking to force SF back right now, but...
Nope. Hello, mind control. Attacking the melee racks on the bottom, Matubberman. And we get that very quick Hex off. So the top lane's being attacked down by GH. He'll take care of that. Matubberman's making very quick work of the bottom racks. And the mid just fell. Megas are up. The RP will connect. So maybe Zai can create a little bit more space. Throwing out the Monkey King ulti. They'll burn the Aegis of the Immortal. But you're still up against Megas. They need to find this kill. Still no SF. Support is nearby, but Lifesteal and Matubberman standing his ground. But Infest, he'll pop back out of the creep. Bashed up as well. Universe will Culling Blade him down. The epicenter. Miracle's gone back in again into the middle of 4. Trying to get himself back out of this one. The stun will not connect from Monkey King. Dazzle ball back, but it's because they're losing tier 4 towers back at home. Got 16 seconds until you have Samael up.
Slowly but surely, the entire EG base is falling, and Liquid has no ultimate to show for it, but it will just, they can just wait for it. They have all the time in the world.
The EG, they are the ones that need to find some hallelujah play. Samael Rapier, something that gives them the damage requirement. No, he's going Monkey King Bar instead. He'll have to give up his Blink Dagger if he wants that.
Or bots. You're not gonna be moving around. I think you bots in for like a throne kill, but you're just sitting in base. I think selling or trading out the bots for it. Yeah, they need MKB. Butterfly plus Radiance. Naga Siren does have an Arcane Rune. That is going to be even more images. Hooray!
Hey!
For EG.
We love it. We love it. Unless you're an EG.
So Liquid just needs to wait for EG. Or wait for them
EG are coming.
Yeah.
They're hunting. Zai was bouncing around the tree line. Doesn't want to take the bounty rune, and they find GH. They need this kill, but he songs! The Dazzle will just have to sit there. TP support's coming onto the shrine. You don't want this. You don't want this, EG. The Forest Strike is there, catching Samael. He couldn't even BKB in time. That could be the game right there. Crystal Maid let the ulti go, but RP, stay exactly where you are, Universe. He will fall, and GG, well played. Team Liquid patience is a virtue they have displayed in droves in this second game of the series.
I think GH played this really well on top. He was really good about using like before anything happened. You want to make it very clear to your team what's going to happen to your team, right? And if you sleep at the wrong time, like when the Epicenter is channeling or when someone gets RP,
Liquid's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Stream 2 here at the PGL's coverage of DAC. I'm OD Pixel, I'm here with Gods, and we'll be joining you for a very exciting series coming up. It's Liquid, once again. Me and you saw them earlier go up against one of China's strongest, IG, now up against Newbee. It's kind of between Newbee and IG in terms of teams that people are saying are the strongest coming out of China. And obviously they didn't fare too well in the first series we saw. They lost 2-0, and now here against Newbee, Game 1, we're seeing the bans coming through, and, well, Monkey King's gone. It already had a good showing against them, and I think it could become a bit of a trend that we see Western teams respecting the power that the East has with the Monkey.
Yeah, it seems like a hero that's been kind of put into the Chinese scene faster than the Western scene, which is kind of maybe different to what's normally been the case, where sometimes the West has been quicker to pick up on new trends. Heroes like the IO traditionally were looked at as more of Western heroes, but For whatever reason, yeah, the Chinese scene, I think there's been a lot more match play happening in China with DPL. There's a lot more just official
in-house
matches
and
that
stuff,
teams
yeah.
play. And I think it's quite a different environment to playing scrims, which is Western teams had to go through over the last few months of training. Like, no one's really seen EG play in many tournaments outside of like a couple of show matches here and there, so it's a little harder to know what EG is doing. Does give more footage for the Chinese teams like to study them with, but at the same time they're just more practice on the new patch.
Oh, yeah, interesting here as well, Newbee. A team to respect the power of the Keeper of the Light, and straight away hesitations following through with that Lifestealer combo. They were ready to open up with this 1-2. Liquid, of course, will certainly be a team that understands, but we see them consistently get it. For GH, he played it earlier today. They have the methods to deal with it. At the same time, they could be worried because they value that hero. They know how strong it is. Still, even though it's consistently kind of 0-3, 0-4, gets those minor nerfs, but it's not enough. Doesn't seem to knock this hero away from teams wanting to prioritize him in the first few stages of the picking.
I feel like the Centaur is almost a bit of a block pick. We saw KP play some good Centaur games earlier today as well. Again, with the Dazzle, we've seen the American teams, NPEG, draft some Dazzle. An appearance here by Team Liquid. Anything else crazy is going to come out. Liquid definitely have shown a lot of variety with their 2 drafts earlier today. Saw the Medusa with the Alchemist, very late gamer, and then they transitioned into like a Drow strat the next game with the Drow Nature's Prophet. So it does feel like Liquid is still trying to find themselves a bit on this new patch.
Ban on Axe, Newbee, taking away the TB. We'll see what they take out fourth as well. Taking their time here with this fourth ban, Newbee. We'll see what they do. Gods, you're starting to sound a little bit different, Gods. Gods? Hello? Gods?
Hello? Oh, and your voice is changing. Your accent just seems to be
Gods,
disappearing. What's
I'm
going
losing
on,
my voice, Gods!
Wait, what the hell's going on? Oh, and
I'm sorry. Oh, that's weird. I sound a lot better now. All right, well, I feel a lot more American here as we get underway. Folks, if you weren't already privy to what the hell's happening here, it is myself, Dakota, and Fog. That's right, we're having a good old caster hot swap here. Long story short, there was a bit of an awkward situation with one series running longer than the others, so if you were hoping to hear more of your good buddies, David Gods Parker and Odie Pixel, you'll still be able to catch them. It will just have to be on the main stream for the next upcoming series of Empire versus LGD Forever Young. This was originally our game. This was, by the way. Yeah. By the way, Fog and myself were originally scheduled for this game, Newbee vs. Liquid. We studied this series. We were hype about this series. It was our most hyped series of the day. So we came here and rightfully took it back. So if you don't like it, too bad. Let's go.
Who cares? I'm just ready for some really good Dota.
Hell yeah. All right, so what are we getting into here? Newbee opening up. They got the Keeper of the Light Lifestealer, Centaur Warrunner, Dazzle for Team Liquid. I'm sure it was already mentioned. We know Liquid coming in a bit cold here, dropping 0-2 to IG. Newbee coming in quite hot. 0 in their matchup against IB.
Yeah, Parker was, when we came in, he was talking about how Liquid looked to have a lot of diversity in their drafts, a lot of versatility. Didn't work out for them. This time maybe they'll start going toward a little bit more comfort stuff, what they've been working with in the past, rather than maybe going for these newer type of drafts and testing.
In addition to that, do you think there was any chance that Liquid just might have underestimated IG maybe?
I think they just maybe weren't ready for them. Like maybe they just didn't do the proper prep. They maybe didn't get a chance to look at all the DPL games, which I wouldn't really say that could happen because Heen and Kuroki are very keen on being up to date. Very hardworking guys. They will always do their research. So
yeah, maybe
like we said, this is group stages. I know you don't want to be able to you don't want to take these light at all. But Liquid probably had these ideas and they were like, this could work.
Yeah,
didn't work. IG also played incredibly well. So
yeah, you gotta respect stuff like that. OP Tinker has been really making waves in a lot of those qualifiers, and as you mentioned, DPL, and it's something that Liquid offered to just hand over to IG, and I guess they learned the hard way that it's something you might need to just flat out respect. For Newbee here, picking up the Sand King right now. I think possible fourth position, but I'm looking at possibly the off lane.
Yep, still definitely a possibility, but it leaves it open-ended. Now they have more kind of defense things. They have their Keep of Light already to defend the towers, but then Sand King becomes that really prominent defense hero versus on the tier 1s. Once he gets that Blink Dagger, it's really hard to build the pressure, and he gets, of course, the vehicle for the Lifestealer.
Yep. Initiation, you get your team fight. Starting to feel a little A little well-rounded here for Newbee. Rubik, though, going to be coming out from Liquid.
This is just, that's very comfort Liquid. I don't know if it's
GH God special.
Rubik versus Sand King is incredibly good because of the spells you can steal. You can get quite good spells versus Keep Alight, but it's more so just the Sand King, and it's very comfort. It works well with what they've got already.
And, you know, the benefit. I know no field isn't the biggest thing to brag about, but it's something. And it does help in the later game when you have all this wombo combo and team fight coming in your face. It'll be nice to have that added passive to your lineup. In addition to all the extra armor you're going to be getting and the mitigation you'll be able to do from that. Plus Centaur with Ags, there's a lot of ways to shrug off a lot of the trouble here for Liquid already.
Yeah, instant disable from the Rubik versus the Lifestealer too if he gets that point, so he can't get his rage off instantly. Let's see what Newbee decides to go for here. They've got...
I want to probably show your mid-game hand, or your mid-lane hand right away. So probably going to be looking to grab up that solid 5 position. No, you can get something that just kind of covers all bases, really, but...
Yeah, because Kaka was playing the Coddle in the earlier series, and he was immense. You know, he got like a very early Aghanims around 20 minutes, and then he ended up having like a sheep stick and lots of other items in between.
He's a good position like.
And it works perfectly with someone like, with a player like Faith as well. Faith is a very sacrificial player where he will always make sure that his other support has everything that he needs.
Here they grab up a Slardar, so this does make things a bit ambiguous here, because could off-lane Slardar, could be off-lane Sand King, I guess. They have some options if they want. I mean, it does feel still naturally that it's going to be leaning towards that support Slardar here.
Yes.
We could even see a bit of a role swap. You're just talking about Kaka, Keeper of the Light, but this game they might put him on the Slardar. Faith the Coddle.
Yeah, absolutely. The Coddle can still be played perfectly fine in the 5 position. It's just you get maybe a little bit of a later timing. But yeah, it's still kind of it's like the same kind of concept.
Vehicle, but lots of melee heroes, so it's a lot that have to kind of get up close into the fight here. I don't know if that's something that Liquid could play to their advantage for these next 2 picks, but it's something that they're on Newbee. See if they can kind of maybe work something into heavy mobility or kiting or some way to avoid the onslaught of these heroes. Be able to jump in and kind of get the party started. Good side now. Got our support staff. We got our potential offlane. It's time to pull out the big boys here, the cores. In a series that's a battle of the 9Ks, like, this is ridiculous. And I know this mid lane matchup is going to be super freaking hype. It's like an early preview of the 1v1.
Oh, they actually go for the Alchemist in this. Okay, that's kind of early, I feel, but with like the Dazzle and the Centaur, they already have the damage prevention, the ways to keep them alive versus like the massive burst potential that Newbee has.
Now, I imagine this is a miracle grab. It's something he'd been playing a lot through OG. He had actually almost like pioneered one of his own build styles at that point.
Yeah.
So I imagine it's going to be. But, you know, now Newbee are forced to play that kind of a game. The Alchemist kind of.
Yeah, very different style.
Yeah. And it's just something we could see them try to capitalize on. You know, it's one of those things that kind of works both ways. And Alchemist is great, but he's going to build up so much ridiculous net worth that it could come back to bite him in the ass if they do manage to get a hold of him towards that mid game. Need a heavy purse to Newbee's side.
Gives them that like super late game already with that Alchemist. It's like they still have their carry hero for the last pick, and then it's like Newbee's lineup right now. Breaking high ground is not that great for them. They don't really have an ideal tower pusher. Lifestealer has to walk up and rage. If he gets caught by a Centaur stun into a lift, he can just get blown up instantly. None of these heroes really want to just like go trying to break that high ground just yet.
Timbersaw ban from Liquid is definitely a bit intriguing.
Alchemist, I mean, the mid lane matchup is atrocious. Like a Timbersaw versus Alchemist, the Alch just gets way too crushed. And it's the burst potential throughout the whole stage of the game that just makes it a lot more difficult to play the Alch.
Fair enough. A good old Juggernaut going to be coming up for the last pick here by Liquid side. It looks like the Batumba Man Jug covers all bases pretty nicely. Could get himself out of a hairy situation if he Blade Furies at the right time.
Pretty hard for them to kill the healing ward. It's like the Coddle is the only one who can really get into the back of there.
That's
because,
true.
Like, what, Slaughter Blink Crush, and then you can walk in and kill the healing ward if it's already down. But if he's able to get the healing ward down, it's already 3 melee heroes to be able to get to the back of it. Very good for the Alchemist as well. And it just gives them that like sieging potential.
Very well rounded here from Liquid.
Yeah, very
curious to see.
Cookie cutter drafts coming out.
Now for the Triple C hero, Storm Spirit.
Storm Spirit.
Whoa!
Much lockdown. They do have the Centaur and the Dazzle, and then Alchemist stun for later on, but no real like, it's like a silence or anything on that to just like grab the.
no serious hard catch here, except for, you know, hopefully the Rubik,
Centaur and Rubik,
quick
yeah.
telekinesis. But I could see the Storm end up jumping to the back lines, executing the Dazzle, forcing Centaur to dish out Stampede, and then he just jumps away and is like, all right, Stampede's down, Dazzle's gone.
That gives him the potential to be able to snipe out the healing ward as well, all these different things to get to the back line, as you were mentioning.
It's going to be a fun one here. Battle of the 9Ks again. Alk versus Storm Spirit mid lane. But based on the draft here, do you think you would lean towards the side of a rounded lineup like Liquid, or do you think the 5th pick Storm Spirit could be pretty clutch?
10 seconds remaining.
I think it could be clutch. I'm trying to think about how they're going to like lane these, if they're going to put the pressure with the Coddle and the Slardar in the off lane, or if they're just going to emphasize more on the safe lane. But yeah, I think it's pretty well rounded. Like both teams have their strengths and weaknesses, but Liquid's looks more just like straight up. But I really like Newbees because they have the double infest bomb potential too. So it could be cool, but Liquid has that like defensive potential. So both drafts are just very interesting.
Liquid's fired up too. You were hanging downstairs in like the lunch hall or whatever you want to call it. And Liquid were having their meeting after their IG performance, and they walked away from the table with Heen, their coach, slamming down the table like, "Let's go!" And I was scared for my life, but they seem pretty, hyped up. So we'll see if this one they try to run it back after their 0-2 drop against IG.
So it's Matamba Man, Alchemist, and Miracle Jug.
It's hotkeys you got. All right, well, let's get into it here. Liquid already.
But yeah, a little bit different though. Yeah, you know the Matu Alchemist, I don't really see that too often with the Miracle Jug. I usually see it swapped around. And let's see if they're going for some. So yeah, they have. Looks like they're gonna try to give the Centaur a good start and leave the Juggernaut probably alone in the start.
We got that ward down early for the Cent, and looks around the corner towards that early bounty rune. We have an early smoke coming out from Newbee. Look at this, they're taking it up north here. Right under the vision of Liquid, right under their nose.
And Kaka's playing the Sand King.
He is creeping in behind.
4 Sand King and the offlane Slardar.
Yeah, that was definitely a hell of a change up than what we were expecting too. Just kind of shows the continued versatility of these teams, players, and the heroes in this meta. All over the place, but looks like Newbee are not going to get themselves into any sort of confrontation early. Well, I say that, but they're still hanging around that bounty rune top. And what they may or may not know is just around the corner, we got Mind Control Centaur with the Rubik and Kuro's Dazzle, and here they make their approach. I don't know, when they see the full numbers here.
Yeah, they just back off from the Centaur. He's got Poor Man's Shield and everything.
That free money for him.
So 3 runes for Liquid. 3 bounties.
Game. Statistically. See how it works out for him. KP to the off lane, no surprise there. SCD there will have his matchup against Matama Man in the mid lane. GH was flirting around the top lane to help the start of the Centaur, but now finds himself towards the mid lane looking to make an early approach. But just behind him, Kaka on the Sand King. As he tries to float around this mid lane, the Sand King will be there to kind of mirror him. It's like...
Yeah, so we're going to have some just like dual lanes. 2 top, 2 mid. 1v1 bottom. I think you have to do that with your Alchemist to help him out versus the Storm. Just a couple lanes in case he just gets rotated. And, I mean, versus the Storm, you always want to be able to just pressure him because Storm is very susceptible in the early laning phase. And as we say this, it looks like Kaka is starting to make his rotation to try to pressure the Juggernaut a bit with the Slardar since they're going to have that like dual stun combo.
Yeah, that would be nice. Try to force Miracle back and under the tower. He's got an extra wave coming forward, which is great for KP. But now Kaka looks to make his move. Early stun. Stack it together. He's going to be forced to Blade Fury and walk away. But no, he's actually hanging around to fight. He's trying to bait him into an awkward situation as GH does rotate over. He will finally pop the salve, and it may be worth it. There goes another Burrow Strike. This one on to GH. Can Kaka make it away from trouble? Ooh, almost got him there. He pops his own salve to be able to walk away alive. GH is trying to cancel it, though, if he can. But it's going to be too late. He got enough life out of that. Both sides playing some serious footsie game here, and they'll both be forced to chew through some early regen.
Yeah, both having to expend their salves. Very good bait there from Miracle. Almost ended up paying off for GH with that rotation, but...
Now we have a 2v2 here. Kaka and GH are kind of keeping tabs on each other. Kuro's still hanging towards the top lane, waiting to make the pulls happen, continuing to make things happen for their Centaur. Well, U9 has to work under the tower for CS.
U9 is getting super pressured by this dual lane.
He can't get close for the CS because he risks getting hit with that mighty heal bomb. And there's not a whole lot extra that really Faith can do to stop that. He blasts the lane, he risks pushing it forward, he risks taking away farm. It's kind of an awkward situation. They'll have to kind of deal with it in the meantime, but that is going to be fantastic for someone like Mind Control throughout this game. Top CS, though, is currently going to SCCC on the Storm Spirit here, winning the matchup against Matama Man, at least for now.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's going to happen, right? Yeah. It's just Storm versus an Alchemist. It's just going to be trade farm.
So that's still going as expected with the early kind of dancing of the supports there.
Yep.
Things kind of panning out as expected on paperwork. GH seems to have grabbed an Invis rune, makes his return to the bottom lane, but there's no strong openings. They know Kaka's still kind of off the map and could be still hanging around this bottom lane. These 4 positions just doing their best to be off the radar and keep that element of surprise.
Quiet early game. Well, they're trying to make action, but no one.
These teams are going to have a lot of respect for each other.
Yep.
And they know that both of these teams can really capitalize on an early advantage.
I think Liquid comes out ahead by quite a good margin in this, though, because they do have an Alchemist. So not only are they pressuring the lifestealer, but they also have an Alchemist free farming, and Jug is a hero that he can always just farm on his own, even if he's pressured. He's always able to catch up and be that presence. While Lifestealer, you kind of need your first like your armlet, on a pretty good timing to actually be a relevant factor.
They do have what feels like quite a bit of time for Newbee to be able to kind of hit that power spike to take it back and start, taking advantage of the bounty lead that the Alchemist is going to have. It might be not until Slardar gets that Blink Dagger, and as you mentioned, Lifestealer's armlet here. KP now looking to turn it back towards GH. Tries to muscle him back. GH not looking to kind of swing too much here, but KP has been able to kind of get the creep wave closer to the tower now. Be able to work with it from there. Eyes on him, though, to be that initiator for this game. Or what do you think? SEC gets to like that level 7, level 8 phase, got his ultimate online. Can he make plays at that point, or does he need more?
I don't think he's going to want to be the playmaker. He might be able to like pour it in toward like the end of it and like just clean up, but I don't think he's going to be ideally the one making the plays unless they make like a smoke rotation into the jungle with him and the Sanking and Slardar.
Whoa, did I see double bounties for Matama Man? No, bottled bounty even. Okay, fair enough. Just happy to have it. We'll jungle farm a bit. No one to work with in the mid lane for Liquid right now, but we'll leave it open. More heals out. U9's going to avoid the trouble from that one here. But it looks like he's in more of a comfortable spot in the lane, I guess. Kaka's rotated over now.
Trying to pull the side. They actually get it. That's pretty big. That was like almost a double creep wave that was coming for Liquid in the top lane.
Kuro from the low ground will drop the ward. It gets instantly pinged. They have a sentry for it. They don't, so they buy some on Faith. But that means they can come close now and kind of contest this pole camp. Take it for themselves. Nice heads-up play there from Liquid.
Yep. Like to see Matu actually bottle Crow here, but he actually doesn't go for that either. Not bringing himself any extra regen either. He's just going to, I guess, shrine up, but I'd like to see Matu being a little bit more efficient as this Alchemist this time around. Just like maybe bottle curry and bring a couple clarities for himself, because he's actually not able to spam out his acid spray to his own desire right now.
Allowing us to scoot ahead in the XP department.
Just a little bit. Matu's just going to go jungle, and I mean, that's what Alchemists do.
Do you think Liquid should have any plans to try to make the jump on the Storm Spirit? It looks like they're not going to be able to do it before level 6, though, so they're just going to have to let him go. Yeah, there's not a lot of rotations, really, from either side. This is a pretty passive start, while both sides are just respecting the laning phase here. No team is kind of overstepping their boundaries. I mean, that's when you know you got two good teams. No one's making those mistakes. No one's making those openings for the other team to capitalize on. It's just, I don't want to say a full mirror match, but these are two teams who have a very polished laning stage.
It's like you could like change stuff up, and like we could see GH trying to make the moves for the mid lane, and they'd make the Alchemist get like maybe 1 point in stun, but that's not the game plan that they're going for. You know, you can tell what they really want. They want to farm. They're fine with this. They have an Alchemist.
Yeah.
I don't think Liquid really is too much a factor where they care. They have an Alchemist who can pull Aghanims to every single hero, Moonshard as well as the Jug. They don't mind just being as passive as possible. But
speaking of Moonshards,
only 6 minutes in, so
hold on here. Kaka going a bit deep, scouting here. Spouted as control. Picks up new item here. He's got a Tranquil.
Storm coming with a haste now, though. Kuroki could be in trouble. Might not see this coming.
He does not have a level engrave. Oh, no, he did save a point, but tries to put in the point, but he gets instantly blown up before he even gets the chance to get the grave off, and it's going to be Newbee striking first.
So you asked if the Storm would make the move. I guess if he gets a haste rune, it happens in that situation.
The time is right, and he's not done yet. He now just ball lightnings through onto this top lane. The first rotation going to be coming in. Blast could be there with the burrow strike. The heal comes out, though, and so does the grave. But U9 has made his move, and it looks like they're going to be eating Centaur tonight. Yummy, yummy. 2-0 start for Newbee.
Very timely haste rune. No wards on the map for the side of Liquid yet either, so they had no idea that what rune was coming out. So a little bit behind on the warding game from.
So go figure that the first time like one of these teams is able to kind of pounce and make an opening, it's RNG of a good rune to show up.
Well, RNG,
you know?
but also Kaka's positioning was very ideal. Like he waited, he was very patient with the way he was playing.
Very true, very true. Without his positioning there and that kind of know-how and intel, I don't think those openings would have been there for SCC. Though.
Yeah,
both of them.
I like this a lot. I just like what Kaka's doing a lot in this game so far too. He puts a very deep ward now too, so he's able to watch where the Alchemist is farming. So they're just, you can see the perspective of what they're doing.
And now slowly approaching towards this bottom lane. Between the two of them, they could get some serious lockdown, but they will need to soften up Miracle quite a bit. They hit him up with the early amp damage. Call that anymore. But I forgot the real name.
Corrosive Haze.
Corrosive Haze. Yeah. The Corrosive Haze is on. Can Kaka find the opening? If he gets a good burrow followed up with a crush, maybe it could be enough.
Yeah, if they're able to combo it perfectly when he's sitting at maybe 60% HP or 70%, they'll be able to get him.
I see GH is trying to come around the corner, looking to go for a bounty rune, but look who's there waiting for him. A jumping from SCCC. He goes for the telekinesis, but Kaka's also there. Oh, they turn! They get super greedy. They want to get him and the courier, but the courier will be able to make it away.
So that's the move. That's the move that I was expecting to happen, like the moving with the Sand King and the Stormster rotation like that. Into enemy
start
jungle.
Here for your Storm.
Yep. Picks up the early Arcane boots, so he's always able to have the maximum efficiency with dropping them and using his bottle, as well as dropping them and getting Chakra Magic.
Chakra Magic is a mobile gas station here for your Storm Spirit. He's going to be elated to have him in the game.
Still no wards placed on the map from Liquid just yet. Uh-oh. 3 already from Newbee.
Okay.
Bottom lane.
Pressure. Is Kaka going to go right for the burrow? He does. But do they have enough firepower here? He does have an Omni. If it really gets hazy here, but it does look like he'll be able to step off, pop off the ward, and be fine. Just kind of putting a bit of a threat there. GH has made his return now. Smoked up. They're hoping to go for their own opening, but at that moment, Newbee's already made their exit, looking to go to hit the showers, it seems.
They have another smoke up on them. So point booster, and they do have a smoke on Kaka, so wouldn't be surprised. Is it right there?
Sweet purple stuff. Now,
this will probably be the kill on Matumba that they've been wanting.
Which he's still highest in net worth here. Could be a nice little swing.
Yep, he's very far up.
Let me soften him up with a blast for you. Boom! Now the jump in, now the burrow, the crush, everything they got to dish out. But they can't do it!
Goodness, yeah,
he toggles the ult and the stampede,
oh my God.
Toggling the armlet all along the way. Matama Man just avoids a 3-on-1 gank. Are you serious?
That was 4, wasn't it? That was Sand King, Slardar, Storm, and Coddle.
That was a 4-on-1 gank.
4-man gank. So he gets the armlet toggle, and then GH throws the Rubik, the Fade Bolt on them, so they get the reduced damage. So he's able to get the toggle, and then the Stampede able for him to just run and escape. That was really well played by him. I was 100% sure he was going to get bursted down. Bottom lane now, Kuroki gets isolated.
Yeah.
And he gets brought down.
Salty jabs onto Kaka in the meantime, but certainly will get dropped. We're giving a lot of praise to Liquid avoiding a gank, but 4-0 still for Newbee. They're the teams that are being the aggressors.
That's how, I mean, that avoiding a gank is massive, though.
It is true,
They committed heavily for it. They used the smoke. They even used the shrine to go for that gank as well. Yeah. They do get the dazzle afterwards in the bottom lane, but they want to slow down the Alchemist.
That could have been mega crippling to Liquid and their approach into the mid game, but it looks like they will be able to breathe new life into the hopes of their Alchemist play here, while Newbee sliding into some damage on this tier 1 in the bottom lane. Matama Man steps away from the mid lane and now shows up in the bottom now, so it looks like he's going to be residing here for a bit of farm. And Miracle, okay.
Yeah, he just wants to defend this tier 1. Losing your tier 1 this early gives him way too much access point to your jungle, which is that jungle is just way too important as an Alchemist Juggernaut lineup.
It's time to give supports some lanes too to kind of get some XP here. We might see GH just kind of go to that mid lane and try to, well, it looks like he's already got his level 6.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's got the
Steal
Arcanes
that
too.
Illuminate! Illuminate me! Illuminate you! Fun mid lane.
And let's see, UU9 went for the Midas, so they already know this is going to be a long one. Playing versus an Alchemist, you have to be greedy in some manner. But another smoke coming out, Kaka and SCC, these smokes that we were talking about. Mind Control does have Stampede up. He has a full hood finished up too, so he's extremely tanky.
Yeah, but he's going to get spotted here from U9, and they'll converge. Now, can he shrug off this trouble? Well, there's no trouble to be had. They'll just cross each other's path. Now SC's like, no, I'll commit half my mana pool to jump in for Mind Control here, who will easily pop the hood.
Forced reaction.
Does force out a TP. But maybe a little ambitious if they were hoping to kind of get the
It was like kind of it was a kind of cute like they like walked by each
hey,
other.
Wait a minute. Was that a centaur?
Where'd he go?
Newbee will miss the boat on that one. Mid lane, Burrow harassment with a blinding, with the illuminate there. We'll do a little bit of work, but pasty.
Very.
So Faith is going to go right for the Agnum Scepter. I wouldn't mind him picking up Wind Lace there for the extra move speed, but gonna play the greedier road. Can't blame him though. I mean, you have physical hard hitters like your Jug, like your Alk. Blinding Light is going to be a very valuable tool. And another deep ward from Kaka.
Yeah, you can already tell like the pace of the game is that Liquid isn't going to be the ones that really on the offensive too much. Oh, GH might actually be able to get.
Oh, they got him.
A high ground, nice play there.
Wonderful flank there between Miracle and GH, and add that to the charts. What was that? 28 Omni Slash.
As they don't want to be too aggressive. Oh, and boom, they make an aggressive play with this one. No, that was a good rotation. They had the high ground vision that they placed earlier, so they did see him jungling very low. But if you look at their jungle, if you look at Liquid jungle, they have 3 wards defensively placed. So they really want to emphasize on just being able to farm their own jungle and just get those kind of like clean gold.
Because they neglected on having so many wards earlier, they have just 4 wards on the map right now.
5, actually.
Oh, yeah. They're just covering the whole field. So this is their time.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Eyeballing this. They haven't really been able to add too much pressure onto second in net worth right now, of course, to the gross lead of your Matomaman Alchemist, but he is finding his way towards an armlet.
He's almost got. He's about to have Radiance.
And we have a Blink Dagger on Slardar now too, so they'll probably looking to make that debut soon enough, and it's going to be towards the top lane here. Now I could jump in the back of him at once, but
he doesn't have that armlet though, like we mentioned. Like you want your armlet to be able to do that like massive burst. He only has the Midas.
Might just kind of hide in the dark here until that time is good to go. But it looks like Liquid have pulled away from that top lane altogether and are making their approach elsewhere here. And back to the grinded farm here. As Miracle has a bottom lane to work with. SCC. Right to the Bloodstone.
Well. Yeah, he's pretty close to it.
So is this like one of your Bloodstone, then Orchid kind of pickup games? Or should he adventure elsewhere after the Bloodstone pickup? I don't know if like you're going against a Jug and Alk that maybe an Orchid isn't as relevant and you'd like to get something else.
It's too good versus the Dazzle and the Centaur though, right? To get in the back lines and stop the Stampede or the Grave. You can stop like both if you see them, if you have a vision of them.
Jump in, silence Dazzle while you're taking another target.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think it's probably just the standard, you know, Bloodstone Orchid.
Cookie cutter.
I'm keeping an eye on Faith because he's farming incredibly well. Halfway to that Aghanims already, and this is I mean the 5 Coddle, quote unquote. I mean Kaka's kind of been playing as the 5 this game, but he's not buying the wards.
If you have an Ag by 20 minutes, like I feel like you're having a great game.
Yeah,
but if he gets it sooner,
Mind Control,
better,
get spotted. Top lane,
lead in, crush. There's that blink showing, and he is going to be surrounded quickly by 3. He's able to pop the hood, but SCC has showed up and is going to be able to kind of finish things off. GH will be able to make it away, but that's a Stampede down 2. 4-man rotation for that one. We will pull ahead 5-1.
Radiance online for Matu, and GH does steal that Burrow Strike from earlier, so it's like probably the best spell that he can steal almost out of any spells.
What is that? Oh, they pop in the back of KP and go right to the bottom lane. They're not stopping there.
Oh, they saw Kuro drop the heal bomb. They're going in on him.
And he is gone. Man, coast to coast kills from Newbee. I love it. And they're going to be moving right in for the tier 1. So efficient, taking advantage of this power peak.
As soon as he gets the armlet, they go for that play with Blink Dagger Slardar.
So good. Faith also just 900, 800, now 700. Jesus, away from finishing out that Ags.
He's actually, wow, he's that close.
That's I mean, pass on that Wind Lace, and I guess he wasn't, well, the ward bitch, really, this game. It was Kaka.
Well,
so.
he was buying them, and he's been handing them to Kaka. So
I guess
but
just
like, him not having to run around and place them does let him just like kind of sit and be able to farm.
That's true.
Kaka's just kind of the playmaker with SCC. See?
And Liquid's attention have been mostly into the northern jungle of Newbee, so he's been kind of hanging out in the other side of the map, farming all through there, and then the lower half of the jungle. So he's had a safe spot to kind of build that farm too. Here we have towers taken down from both sides. Faith will look to finish out that set Ags here in the top lane. We've got Mind Control muscling forward, trying to get into that Blink Dagger. Will certainly help an initiation tool here for Liquid. But otherwise, it's still building up this monster here. Radiant's done.
Boss done.
Next. Yeah. Ever-growing beast. You are going to have to acknowledge at some point.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking about right now, is acknowledging the Alchemist. Are they going to be able to burst him down properly through this very defensive draft from Liquid?
Yeah. Once they feel like they're in fighting or pushing shape on Liquid, I don't imagine they're going to be letting him be on his own too much. He has been himself, but he will probably be hanging by his allies here. Stampede, is that top lane? Yeah,
looks like they were trying to get the lift or the burrow strike from GH, but yeah, unable to get in range.
He's got that axe, by the way, on Faith, so that's en route.
Wow, that's pretty impressive, to be honest.
The Uber man. Pull around U9 or SEC if you'd like. Oh, looks like they've spotted Kaka here, invading. Tries to go and hide into the sandstorm, but they have a sentry in the pocket ready to go. SCCC rotating on in, but now he's surrounded by near 5 Liquid members. Go up to the neighborhood. And Newbee, get the hell out.
Yeah, more deep wards placed from Kaka. That one wasn't spotted, but I think they might check that hill soon.
Yeah, he's got another one over here. Oh, this one's actually about to expire, hence the new one planted.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay, we haven't seen too much of Liquid kind of being more proactive, but they pop a smoke now.
Got the Blink Dagger now, finally on the Centaur.
Yeah, I feel like what they were really waiting for, being able to kind of get the fight started on the back of Mind Control here. And
they're baiting SCC right now?
Yeah, they are. Oh, we'll see that blast. They'll know someone's hanging in the trees nearby, but now they smoke, and Newbee could round the corner here.
I can't believe he has an Aghanims already. It's daytime right now, too.
Oh,
this could be really big.
It's a level 4 Illuminate. That's a huge. That's like a mech. That's like a mech wave flying through your team. Oh, long jump in. See you later, Dazzle. That defensive tool is going to be gone, but GH has been able to steal the ball lightning. Avoids the extra trouble.
Picking up 1 kill is pretty sweet, though. It usually will open you up to get that tier 1 now.
That crush bomb is just... Dazzle just has no chance.
Oh, yeah. A lot of heroes on...
Heal my way.
Majority of them will die, actually, if they get hit by the crush bomb and there's no one there to follow up.
So, can Newbee just pressure objectives now? Is that going to be a good thing to do against this Alk who's still trying to like bulk up a bit? They might just 5-man here. Look at this. They found the stack of Ancients, too, and they'll just take it.
Tripled Ancients. I think they can probably just do that, but I think their play is going to be when they have the Desolator on the Lifesteal, just go for the Rush. However, it's nighttime now, so it makes a big difference. This probably was where they might feel a little bit more reluctant to just keep that pressure on.
Oh, they found the courier heading towards the top lane, and they'll take it out.
Okay, so SCC is going to be just going for Bloodstone into straight Shivas, not going for the Orchid to get into that back.
Okay, SCC, he's going to be the one spotted now. Oh, GH uses a little bit of medicine against him there as he jumps into the ball lightning, gets the telekinesis, and they'll take both him and Kaka down, and this will open up an opportunity for Liquid to move on to their next objective. Could be Roche, could be mid lane, could be the Coddle that happens to be hanging out nearby, and he will eat a mighty stomp and an Omni Slash for his troubles.
Didn't back up quick enough. As soon as it got turned into nighttime, Liquid just able to capitalize on that with the Centaur Blink Dagger. And the GH Zip, just excellent play there, being able to get the lockdown needed.
SC trying to farm within the trees, but still gets spotted again. Will they mass walk him down, or will he be able to jump out? He makes the way, just barely, about 100 life.
Wait a minute. Is that... Hey, why do I see a Desolator on SCCC? Oh, it's the Lifestealer's Desolator. I was like, wait, he bought a Deso on Storm as well? He's just bringing it to the Lifestealer.
Oh,
because he put it in his stash, and it wasn't showing that it was Kaka's or it wasn't showing that it was UU9's when I was mousing over it. It was just saying that it was his. So I was like, whoa, wait a minute. How the hell did he just get a Deso?
Insta new meta hacks. What the hell? Well, we'll be able to hand that one off here. A bit troublesome there for Newbee as Nightfall does come down, and Liquid are able to kind of get things closer to even here, 5 to 7. Try to take a grab my net worth graph.
Yeah, they've got an Alchemist. They're always going to be leading.
That's true. XP though, a bit closer.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's looking great for Liquid. Newbies, you can tell they're always on the aggression. They have to be. They're always the ones on the onus to just put the pressure on the Liquid, because Liquid's just like, okay, we're content with this. We have Alchemist, you know, the Aghanims, the Moonshard pooling, etc. It's just incredibly strong.
Looks like they've been able to ping out.
He's already pre-weaved here. That's the thing. He is pre-weaved already on Matu.
The pre-weave. Plus 20 armor right now.
Yeah.
I wonder if they spotted that and were waiting to buff out that way.
Yeah, they were. They were pinging it out. And also they were, it looked like Newbee was thinking that Liquid actually had a high ground ward, because they were non-stop pinging it because of that preemptive weave. But now they just go for the Roshan instead. They should be able to bring this down very quickly with the Desolator Amplify. Corrosive.
Corrosive haze, sir. What is it? Bash of the Deep? Come on. Is that really the best name you can come up with, Frog?
Dude, the Deep. He is a. I mean, it's Slaughter has the fish. You know, he has the light thing coming from him, so he's a deep fish. So Bash from the Deep. But come on, man, I like it. I think it's very clever.
Suck up.
So SCCC picks up the Aegis. Any other big pickups? No, he's still just going for that Shiva's Guard, as we were mentioning. Kaka's. Does he have the Blink Dagger finished? Yeah, he does have the Blink, so he's going to be going for the Yules afterwards, and Faith going just for Glimmer. Standard items. KP, since it's an offlane Slardar, he wants to be able to scale as well. Going to be going for a Midas, but I don't know if they're putting enough pressure on this Alchemist still. He's able to just do his Alchemist thing.
Yeah. It's a bigger purse to pick up for Newbee if they do manage to bring him down, but he's been doing his own thing here, still farming his way through that bottom lane, as Newbee are looking to go for their own trade here. Wipes out another steal, but he wants to grab it. Ah, doesn't get it. Rubik takes it and flees. Or SCCC has the chance to make the jump, but they'll take their tier 1 and they'll walk away for now. Overall, how are you feeling? I mean, I'm still feeling like, you know, Liquid are bulking up pretty nicely here. I would be a little concerned for Newbee. I feel like, I don't know, like, you want to say that Newbee need to kind of be more proactive and try to, like, you know, push things forward, but do they have the tools necessary to even do that?
It's just because of the positioning where Liquid is like fighting. Like, look at where Newbee's forced to take these fights. It's like right next to a tier 1, right next to a tier 2. KP getting gone on in the mid lane, gonna get bursted down from this.
A wonderfully set up there from GH with that ball lightning, and they're not done yet. Stampede on forward, looking to go for Kaka, but a jump-in bomb does come out, and they're going to quickly shred out the Dazzle. On the other side, they are going to be managing to burst through, forces out a buyback from KP, looking to go back in, gets stomped from Mind Control, and he goes down right away! A dieback instantly going to be taken away, but on the other side, they are going to be able to burst through Miracle. Now they're looking to Mind Control, and it looks like Newbee still will be able to get the laugh at the end of the day here. Finally able to muscle him down, the only survivor being Matama Man. It did cost Newbee a little bit, though, but are able to kind of get the better end of it.
Yeah, it was like the instant that Liquid actually makes some more of an aggression play, moving away from their side of the map, where they've been getting, you know, Newbee's been running and making the aggression, and Liquid's kind of been coming out well. This is the one time that they go and make the press forward, and they actually get punished for it. Nice little buyback from KP. I mean, he didn't really actually do anything with his buyback except for dying, but he forced people to use spells on him into the back line. So
he forced Mind Control to jump onto him and use everything he had, which means at that point, Mind Control had nothing. So I'm sure KP's okay with that.
It's very hard. It's a very hard game for Kuroki to be able to stand in the right position, because he's not able to get really any farm in this game, so he doesn't have anything like a Glimmer to save himself, nothing like that. So as soon as he steps up, he's just going to get gone on right into the back lines until there's like, you know, the Centaur Aghanims to be able to at least try to help him. But that won't come for a while until Alchemist pulls it, more than likely.
Faith summoning forth more Newbee friends here. As they just dropped the sentry, but didn't take out the ward, it looked like. It's definitely a sentry up there, but look. Back up through. Alright. Faith picking up next after we got the Axe. Going for Glimmer?
Just Glimmer, yeah. Just board items.
I like 4-step. Glimmer will definitely support, you know, all the extra magical burst, plus getting someone out of there in a very sticky situation. Fusel now done for Miracle here.
Farm.
And GH has got his Blink Dagger. I don't know how old that is, but
he had it. He's got it like a couple minutes.
Uh-oh.
Oh, here we go.
This could be a big payday.
Wow.
Big payday for Newbee.
Positioning.
Oh man, they had not been able to take him down, but if that's a 3-kill streak plus, you know, the ridiculous net worth,
That was
And that all went to U9.
patience too. He was sitting there like waiting. The Rubik was right. GH was right next to Matumba for a while. As soon as GH starts moving up, Kakut starts channeling.
Hit for Newbee here. It puts him on the up and up, and it's a hard hit for Matumba Man. And I'll have to wait 40 seconds to be able to get back into the grind here, but it's not going to stop Newbee from advancing forward and trying to pressure and take down these tier 2s if they can.
Yeah.
Towards the bottom lane they go.
Almost has, he's about to have Shiva's finished up. AC finished up on the lifestealer now too, so they do have some good damage potential right now coming out with these two.
Tower in the books while Miracle does his own split push thing.
These towers are very important though now. Now they have full access to Liquid's jungle, which really hurts Alchemist.
I mean, they could get a gem here. Just give it to Faith and be able to kind of totally control vision.
I think that's going to be his... He's probably going to put it into his quick buy right after this Glimmer Cave finish. I wouldn't be surprised if see it come up in a second.
Board's planted. He looked to head on back. Shiva's now done. He has A9
claimed,
ready to go.
Now he's going to double back for the Orchid into the, after the Shiva. So he just wanted to have more defensive potential.
I mean, up to that point, they were getting good jumps onto him where they were able to burst him down through a couple of stuns. So nice to have the extra durability. Be able to survive through what could have been first place from Liquid. Obviously, will also slow down the physical DPS that they're going to be dishing out in this game. Liquid Smoke now.
GH did steal Epicenter in that last situation, so looks like they did want to be able to use that as well. Go for an aggressive play.
Blink Epi Rubik? Oh. Right up through.
Great awareness from Newbee.
But yeah. Well, maybe they even saw the smoke. They're just waiting way back there. No one's in any lane, really.
Yeah, it's not,
no one's jumping KP bottom. What's going on? And they show themselves in the mid lane and will have to be forced into going for the tier 2, which looks like they will be able to easily claim. Newbee are waiting way back, softening up the wave with some illuminates here, but they're happy to wait indoors until Liquid are forced to step off. It looks like that's going to be the case now. Forced to attend to the top lane, and they have to attend to the bottom lane. And this could be Newbee's time to roll out.
Yeah, it looks like it. See a line drawn.
Did he already have the AC on the lifestealer as well?
Yeah, he picked it up, I think, like 2 minutes ago.
Kaka's got that. Heals done. His way through the bottom lane here.
Very farmy game, as expected, with an Alchemist. Kaka set up for bottom lane, but...
See the hesitation even now by Miracle. He's not even feeling too comfortable.
Yeah, he's
putting
like,
himself out in that lane.
I don't see anyone on the map. He's like, I only see UU9 farming our Ancients right now. I'm not really too sure where anyone else is. Yeah, I can't walk up those hills when the rest of his team is top. No one defensive sitting behind him.
The opposite before you see Mamatama Man, the top lane, no one really contesting it, so Newbee are definitely up to fishy stuff right now.
He's got the Octarine finished up now on Matu, and he's going for that Shiva's Guard, so he's going to be giving that driving force, that Alchemist that we just love so much.
And then he's into Agnem's. Agnem's for everybody. So who's your #1 Ag guy on Liquid for this team?
Probably GH. I mean, we obviously would want to give it to Centaur, but Centaur's already building his own, so I would say GH after that.
Yeah.
And then probably just... I'm trying to think of what the Jug or the Dazzle. They're both good. I'm sure it doesn't matter. It's up to them. I'm pretty sure they would give it to GH first, though.
Yeah. Clutch on the steals even in the game. And the setups. And after the push top lane, it looks like Matama takes his business back towards the mid. Newbee have been kind of on hold a bit. I don't know, maybe they're holding out for daytime here, but...
yeah, they bought the gem as well. So now they've got their...
Get the gem, they can get daytime, they could sweep through the Roche pit area, take out all the vision, and then take the Roche. And go back on the offensive once again. Put pressure on Liquid to try to test that Roche.
Kuroki just got a lot of wards down, scouting out both river sides, both river areas, scouting out the Roche as well.
Holding a good chunk of sentries too. Gets the vision in his own jungle.
Got to hang out until sentries too, and for the fights for the Sand King to make sure you can't just get multiple Sandstorms off, and of course the Glimmer Cape.
Now Newbee will spot out the Roches up here. We got about 30 seconds until daytime. Newbee could look to get it started, but
I think they wait. Yeah, I think they wait.
They have good vision on that side of like north towards the liquid secret shop. If anyone's going to be coming. Oh, they do.
Yeah, they
have the
just
high
saw
ground.
just saw Matu.
Oh, they just put that
pick up the
down.
Shivas. Yeah.
Okay, so they got a good. State that. Got that gem.
They're ready to go.
They're going to come on through now, and they could take out those wards.
Liquid just smoked. They pre-weave as well. Looks like they're going for a big engagement with Matu being 6-slotted now.
If they spot him and see the early weave, it sense something's up. Liquid are heading down. Potentially away from where Newbee are.
Oh, illusion room for Matu. There we go. Cash money. Push lanes out as well.
All over the place. All right, Liquid creeping
we
their
go.
way towards the mid lane.
Now
just on
Newbee's
the
got
other
the
side.
smoke. They might be able to get the advantage here, but Liquid's waiting in the tree line.
Show themselves in lane, and they're going cross country here. They're drawing out to go all the way
Second smoke
through
from
into
Liquid now.
the bottom lane. Liquid are waiting behind Matama Man, hoping to bait him.
Both teams just used the expended. Yeah, they used expended 2 on Liquid, 1 on Newbee.
We'll see that ward now. Quickly take it out. I don't know if Liquid saw that. If they suddenly realize they just lost vision down
Kaka
there.
just walked right into Liquid.
Oh, hey everybody! But
they see Kaka on the high ground with
they
that
wanna
ward
go-
though.
and they get him. They go right away, get the instant telekinesis, and get the instant takedown. That vision.
Yeah, Kaka no idea that ward was there. GH with the instant lift.
And they frantically run back to look to go for the Roche, while Liquid look to make a push happen in the mid lane. They've already got the tier 3 down. They're going to be going for racks. I think Newbee have to double back, and they will. Good force by Liquid. Jump in from SC, jump right back out. Jump in bomb on from Matama Man. He's going to need assistance. They don't have a stampede.
He's so ridiculously tanky already.
He's shrugging it off, pops his Shivas, charges out a stun, throws it on the old man. Follow up
Chemical
crush.
Ranger's down for 5
SC
seconds.
needs mana, man. He's going to have to get back and get some mana here. He's trying to bottle his way to some more mana, but Newbee dishing out everything they can to hold this high ground. Looks like they will be able to at least save the racks here. But as they step back to get things back equalized here, get some health, get some sustain, that's when Liquid could double back and go for the Roche themselves. In fact,
And the
they're going to get the
shrines.
shrine because the tier 3 went down. Free money and now going to the Roche pit. Big turnaround here for Liquid.
Yeah, as soon as Kaka was coming back, they were like, okay, we gotta be a little bit careful. Don't need to break a high ground when there's a Roche up. That's very scary.
Awkward.
to do.
SC with a long jump in, but Faith already recalled him, so unfortunately we'll lose some mana from that. But he gets it back here, and they get to the Roche area in good enough time that Liquid are going to be not able to kind of easily do it.
Matu. For a play here onto
Down
Kaka.
there. Kaka pops the Yules, burrows to the side. The crush from KP creates the space, but it's U9 who's going to be able to get the quick slice and takedown. Both Miracle and Kuroki going to be taken out of this one. Double stun comes through from GH, pops up the E-Blade, tries to go for DB, but he gets quickly taken down. Stole the epicenter, trying to make some work out of it, but gets dropped first.
Oh,
and now
man.
the mana leak forces Matoma to get stunned on up, and they will surround him and finish him off. 4 go down. Newbee beeline it back for the pit. I unfortunately didn't even catch like the beginning. Like U9, they must have instantly just jump bombed and taken out Miracle and Dazzle.
The Kuroki and Miracle were standing kind of on top of each other, and he just gets the Orchid off on top and the pull onto Miracle. And yeah, they burst down both with the Basher as well. It's just way too much burst now coming out from Lifestealer and Storm into that backline. Just instantly, as soon as they see the Dazzle, the fight just becomes a mess. Very well played there by Newbee.
Went from a situation where Lyrical were pressing to the high ground, taking a tier 3 and taking a shrine, and now it's Newbee taking it right the other way here. Probably looking to see if they can force Alchemist to dip into his piggy bank and pull out that precious buyback here. 35 seconds he has to wait otherwise. Jump in from SEC, looking to go for some backline grab with the bomb. Oh, nice setup, nice quick takedown. Mind Control going to be taken out right away from this. U9 now godlike in this game. SC jumps on back, but Tama Man does do the buyback, but gets blasted away from that blinding light. Newbee came in and they got what they wanted.
Yeah, they actually have so much burst potential now with the amplified damage as well as the AC and Desolator. KP isn't even level 18 now. Or he's almost level 18 now, and that's going to be even more, so it's going to be like minus 30, whatever, 32 armor on any target that they want to go for.
It's going to be a tough pill to swallow here for Liquid.
Now Abyssal Blade now finished for the Lifestealer too, so even more lockdown. And he still has another item slot to be able to replace.
Yep.
Still, he went for that Midas, so if he wants to go for like the MKB, if he really feels like it's necessary versus the Miss, he can. whatever he opts for, maybe even a Bloodthorn himself, who knows. And it looks like it's going to be for that Bloodthorn.
Does look like
okay,
Storm's going to be going for Lincoln's too.
Switched for Daedalus now on UU9.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he had the Bloodthorn picked up, but then I guess maybe he just like instantly switched up. They want to have that like quick burst.
Yeah.
We saw that coming into fruition earlier as well when Envy was playing the Shadow King.
Yo, long jump bomb. Top lane, but getting back into equalizing out these lanes a bit.
Oh, I didn't even count the Solar Crest, so it's like minus 44 armor, sorry.
Oh, I thought that's what you were counting.
No, no,
yeah.
because it's 20, 12, 7, and then 5, so math.
One's starting to get pretty loaded up here for Newbee as far as farm goes.
Yeah.
Coddle has more net worth than Mind Control Centaur right now.
That's ridiculous, actually.
Yeah.
That's like, and remember we were saying like, it's like a 5 Coddle.
Yep. Yeah, Faith's playing it too, but guy can farm. Now it's Liquid here to make something happen. It looks like they're clumped as 5. Just the good old college try down the mid lane, it seems. No smoke approach or anything. They're just taking their parade down here.
Now Mind Control does have the Aghanims finished up, but the one thing about this Centaur is he may have the damage reduction when he uses the Stampede, but if you're looking at him without that Stampede, he's sitting on like 10 armor on the Centaur versus the minus 40 that is potential coming out from Newbee. So he will be very squishy if he gets caught by those.
That's true.
It's like you have the, you have your 4 seconds of your 40% damage reduction, but when that wears off, you are very, very squishy to the side of Newbee.
Looks like Liquid have been able to kind of finagle the way over to the second shrine. We'll at least claim some extra money for everybody.
Miracle's even recognizing that this armor thing is just becoming way too much of a deal. He's going to even be going for an EC on the Juggernaut.
I mean, he was able to pull up the stat game a bit by getting the Scotty, but for how fast he died in that last trade, doesn't even feel like he's that stat heavy, but the armor, try to help that a bit. Liquid will double back.
Newbee playing very patient. I think they're feeling like, they're like, oh, you know what, Liquid probably thought that they had the late game, but we're scaling really hard.
Yeah.
We're 6,000 gold lead versus an Alchemist. I mean, of course, they don't know there's 6,000 gold lead, but they probably can feel how much of an advantage that they have pressing on. And they've got Midases, they've got Slaughter, he's got the potential to grow a lot, as well as the Storm still. Storm's going for that Bloodthorn.
Early pre-weave here as Liquid there are going to be venturing open to the high ground of Newbee. Say Newbee has a blind blink stomp too. Uh-oh. They found KP. They're moving in. They're going to connect with the stun. They're looking to go for the finish, but they're jumping from SEC. Looking to go for the backlines. Can he get the burst finish on Dazzle? Yes, he can. They're hitting him right where it hurts. GH will be able to blade and make it to the high ground and out from trouble, but they re-engage onto the heart of the fight. Blast flying on through, but Tumamit's still holding his own. A giant Omni Slash will come out and manage to burst through the ages. Unite should be going down next, and they will get him down. Return of the life from SEC will be able to get the finish onto GH, jumping in and back out, but he's surrounded by 3 here. And with those kind of numbers, they're going to have to pull all the way off.
GH picking up a godlike streak there from that kill on UU9. Yeah, he just got pretty much the entire Omni Slash hitting the Storm and the Lifestealer. And it looked like it was an Aghanims Omni Slash. It looked like it was a lot of it was an Aghanims Omni Slash. Okay, I was like, he looked like he was slashing for a very long time. Yeah, so that one already paying off.
First Ags went to Jug.
Yeah, and pays off pretty massively in that fight.
Not enough for Liquid to follow it up with any objective game here, and it looks like Newbee are already on the prowl once again, so feels good for Liquid, but they still will need more.
Absolutely.
Shaking up a bit, though, and handing over quite a chunk of change to Liquid from that takedown onto 9. Still waiting for his return.
Man, Kuroki's just having like an impossible game for himself. Like he can't reveal himself at all. He just gets instantly jumped. Like I think he threw out like a shadow wave, and then UU9 and SEC just zip right through to try to get him.
What was that?
Or not UU9, Kaka and SC.
It's ridiculous. It's like, do you even get Aether Lens so you can cast from further away? It's out of control. The second they hear the breath of Dazzle, they're quick to jump.
Very tough game for him. Yeah.
I think I've even seen like a clutch grave save. That's how much of a factor they've been able to kind of take him out of the fights. Be able to
the vision and get right back to the mid lane here. Those Raxes are still exposed. Love to be able to siege away here, but Newbee have their own strong high ground defense here. Keeper of the Light, of course. To fend off Liquid in their approach.
Crazy amount of disable coming out from Newbee too. So it looks like Matama Man's feeling a little bit pressured by all of it. Gonna have to go for a BKB himself.
They are kind of rounding the corner from each other here. You got Newbee hanging on one side in their jungle and Liquid hanging again towards that. What was the old Dire secret shop? But daytime now? Yes, it is.
Long stun from the Aghanim King.
Back, waiting for the counterplay. That's where it happens. Mind control looking to move from KP. Blinding light will bump them back in a way as they continue their chase, but they go back for the backlines once again, and they'll quickly burst down GH. Mind control and Kuroki also on this side. They were able to get the catch on the KP, but at what cost here? Is it cost also their own backliners? Now Matama Man and Miracle trying to pick up the pieces and together with Mind Control trying to equalize this fight. Re-engagement as they spot out the Coddle on the low ground. Try to quickly take him down, and they will do so.
That's a gem on the deck.
Yes, it is. To the high ground, back they go, though. SC's able to jump in. They look to get the surround play on Matama Man, and they will be able to potentially burst him down. They get it. Two split apart there for Liquid. Left Matama Man on lone on the high ground, and that's when Newbee could kind of capitalize. So
I think it's really like kind of funny, but also like says like how much these teams actually understand what they need to be doing in the fights on their decision of targeting. Newbee just bypass everybody to go for that Rubik and the Dazzle, which you would expect.
Yep.
But all the way to the right side, while on the all the way on the left side, Liquid are like, the Rubik and the Dazzle are dead. Let's kill this Slardar because he's the one that matters the most. It was just like that separation was really funny.
It was unfortunately just after that got a bit awkward. That's where they saw the call to the low ground, and they kind of left Matama Man to his own devices on the high ground away, and that's when Newbee knew they could just pincer onto him and take him out.
Looked like Liquid maybe had a little slight miscommunication there. Matu wanted to press forward, but then they spotted the Coddle low ground and they went for him instead. So
okay. Ooh, GH trying to go for a cheeky little swipe of the Burrow Strike here. Gets hit with the Yules. Oh my god. This is some high-level Dota for sure. Yeah, barely dodging each other here, using the force stats, making the most of everything they have in their inventory. That's just supports.
Buyback is back online. They're trying to force that again. It is, however, nighttime now.
Yeah, just unfortunately right as they make their high ground approach. But Newbee already here. Lead in Burrow. He pops the Ghost Scepter, eats his own. Burrow moving from SEC. Blinding Light bump back. Mind Control now stuck on the low ground. Epicenter comes out. They scoot him back behind, and they're going to be able to get the finish on Mind Control. But Matama Man is holding onto that buyback. Needs 7 more seconds to make his return, but it might be too late. They've lost their Dazzle already. They've lost their Rubik. Newbee are going right into the Tier 3. You know, here's the return. Just as Matama Man comes right back to life, that's when the buyback comes out from GH, and that is when Newbee make their leave. Or does it? They're actually turning back a bit here. Maybe Liquid are assuming Newbee are running away, but they're not. They jump back in and looking to go for the quick pick on Matama Man, but can they get him down? They look to pull him in, but he gets forced out to safety. Mind Control looks to re-engage, gets hit with the stun, and they're going to be losing KP on the side of Newbee, but they could be losing more. Burrow locked down, and they will burst down and finish out U9. Unfortunately, this re-engagement will not work out for Newbee.
Yeah, they had the high ground vision there. They tried to go for the Alchemist, but with the Manta, they actually only got the Illusions, and then the, double force step coming out from this, double force step or single force step? It looked like a double.
It was definitely at least one.
It was one, okay. It was just one. So the Rubik being able to force staff Alchemist away from the Life Stealer pretty much saves his life because Matu was Bloodthorn there. He was going to start getting chunked down very quickly.
Yeah. It was a a gamble, a bit of a greedy play with that kill. That was a bit of mid lane Rax.
Yeah.
Potentially a second set. Now a buyback going to be forced out from KP. Liquid kind of reposition here. They pull out the weave and they're saying we're going in. We're not looking to walk away unless we get this Rax first. SC jumps in. That's when the Blade Fury comes out. And they look to kind of get the finish at least for the ranged Rax if possible. Jump in from Mind Control. Gets out on the stun. SEC kind of locked in the horns here. We'll be able to finally jump back and away. Goes all the way to the fountain to kind of re-heal up. The buyback is going to be forced out from U9. Tries to get into action here. Liquid still not looking to fully pull out here. They have been unable to finish off even one Rax yet. But they have been able to kind of force Newbee to go into the piggy bank here. Dish out at least a buyback.
Yeah, KPs have been buying back, I don't know how many times this game actually. I think that's like the third or something.
Yeah.
About, because he's been sitting on the same items for a very long time. He's not really scaling on this Slardar.
Yeah.
Obviously forcing out the U9 buyback is also pretty juicy for him. And now they're looking to head out. Look who's going for a re-engagement. Now it's going to be Liquid, already waiting on the high ground. Brilliant setup, but a monster burrow strike comes out from KP as a response. And that's going to allow them to kind of get the setup as they go for the back line, take out the Dazzle right away. They look to get the setup. The Rubik's also going to be going down. A jumping from Kaka is going to be able to get the mighty monster epicenter. Now they look to go for Miracle. They hit him with the Abyssal Blade. They're looking to lock him down, but Mind Control with the stomp follow play is going to be able to clear the space to get him into the Blade Fury and head to the low ground here. KP trying to TP, will be able to make it out just in time. On the high ground, though, it's U9 muscling down and finishing out Mind Control here. And now Liquid,
they have to run off. As Triple C's respawning, they've got the recall for him too if they want to. A Fate's bringing him in.
They're bringing him. Get that guy here.
They're
He's
looking
go
for
the
Miracle.
jump.
Miracle's got to spin TP out, and he's going to be able to get it off here.
He's gone, and they'll have to
Should
the Roche.
Yeah. Jesus, these fights.
They're ridiculous.
The Force Staff usage was insane on the Storm Spirit, saving him up there, and then the follow-up crush from KP, and then Kaka with the burrow onto the
That
epicenter.
burrow, like, they had that jump in, and then the burrow just sliced through the whole team.
It stopped, like, the
whole
of the aggression.
They were, that burrow wasn't there, that would have been a monster fight for Liquid. That was ridiculous.
And there's something, too, that's, like, really important to point out in these fights that a lot of people, like, we've talked about a lot, but vision in fights. These teams are putting down obs wards during the fights to make sure they can see everything that's going on. They're saving these obs for just engagements.
Yeah, that's why like after the fight's closed, you're like, oh, these are some weird wards all
they
stacked
have, like,
on top,
of each other
for the same time. But you know, vision is so key in this game.
Yeah, for the Centaur, for the Dazzle, even for like the Coddle and the Storm.
Look for your pubs where people are just going to spaz out obs wards during your fights now.
Ooh, S-Triple-C. Got an Aghanims queued up on the Storm Spirit.
And as we know, it's got that sexy multiple vortex pull or whatever.
Yeah, and he actually goes for the 0.75 increased talent as well.
Pull it into a crush, into a burrow. Pretty damn handy. Pulling the mid lane here, hiding under vision. Ho. May not know how close he could be to trouble because the gem was on Faith there nearby, but he just was a little out of range. This is full daytime, unobstructed vision. They have 3 minutes still to work. This is like your best chance for Newbee.
Yeah, Matama Man's about to have an Abyssal Blade finished up on him, so got rid of his armlet. Then he's going to be able to give away a couple more of those precious Aghanims.
Roll off. Pretty close game here. What does it say as far as the network goes? Still in favor of Newbee on this one.
It's just because of how farmed, I mean, all of their heroes are. It's not like they have, they don't even have a 5 hero. They have like everybody's kind of just like, like the Sand King, the Coddle are far ahead of their off-lane Slardar. But that shows, gives a lot of testament to how sacrificial KP is as a player. Even though he's kind of like struggling, he's getting some decent decisions. And when he does buy back, he forces people to use spells on him and just dies anyways.
And then you have Kuro, who just still has that sad little medal.
Poor little Kuro.
Little feeder medal he's got. But can't blame him, man. I mean, that's just
such a hard game.
That's the respect by Newbee, just recognizing that he has to go first.
Such a hard game for Kuro.
Newbee, shape up through that mid lane, still have another shrine to take down if they'd like. The Liquid are hanging towards the northern part of this map, and it's a bit uneasy to kind of head into that high ground territory, so wait it out right now. But they have the ball in their court.
They've got the Aghanims.
By ball, I mean Aegis here.
Aghanim Storm with the Lifestealer.
Oh my god. Well, I can't wait. Let's see here. Looks like Miracle just steps out.
I don't think I've seen it in a pro match.
Really?
I think maybe only once, twice. Not often in Aghanim Storm, that's for sure.
It just auto-triggers once you use Electric Vortex, right? It's not a separate skill, it looks like. So
no.
It just grabs everything
in
the
grabs
area.
everything around you.
Cool. We'll see what kind of use they can make out of it. What's the range of how far I wonder it could grab?
You can mouse over it. It's the same as
okay.
Yeah, it's 475.
It's pretty nice. All right, now it's time to get that other shrine down. And, back the other way we go. It's going to be Newbee looking to make their advancement. They have 1 more minute of daytime. Not be a whole lot, but just enough if they want to at least get the finish on what looks like the tier 2.
UU9 did finish up that MKB as well.
Still has that armlet he could swap in for the Aegis here. But
yeah,
he's getting 2 critical mass pretty much. Moon Shard is the next thing on his docket, so yeah. He's getting fully decked out. What is turning into nearly an hour-long game 1 between Titans. Be Liquid.
Battle of the Blue.
This is pretty much all up to how the engagements go at this point, just because of how even these two teams have been playing.
Really go into being a broken record to say that obviously a Liquid dropping those first 2 games against IG makes it more precious for them to walk away from this series with 2 wins, hopefully. I mean, only the top 2 from each group going to be making it into that upper bracket here. And Liquid were coming into this feeling like probably one of the favorites, winning Star Series just under a month ago. And feeling like strong competitors here, but we giving them a run for their money. These Chinese teams gave them a run for their money.
Absolutely, yeah. Kuroki now finishing up his, he's got his Solar Crest. He's got not just a medallion now. Got an item.
Oh yeah. 9 in the mid lane seems a bit too easy. So obviously a bait attempt. The Lotus Orb now. We hit him up with, uh-oh. They jump into SEC here. They'll see Matama Man like, you want to bait? We'll bait our guy in the mid lane. How about that? He's gonna make the jump. Look at this standoff right now.
Aegis just got reclaimed.
I don't think Newbee are definitely not running into that high ground here.
Yeah,
if
Radiant
Liquid
scan.
are watching the timer, they'll know that Aegis is down.
Yeah, Liquid just got a nice scan, knowing that Newbee's all over there. Or at least a couple of them are over there.
Newbee will pull off. The illusion too, it looks like. So Newbee will round back the corner, possibly take their business towards the bottom lane. U9 continues to wait into the backpack of SCCC for now. Liquid have still not shaken away from this positioning either.
Yeah, they are not leaving that area. They're like, nope, high ground's ours, sorry.
It is definitely making it very tricky for Newbee.
Everyone's going for their... Kaka even has Moonshard queued up on the Sanking, dude.
You can hand off Moonshards.
Yeah, exactly.
So that could be something for the Storm Sphere.
Could be for one of them, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, I've even farmed up a couple of Moonshards on Coddles in games too, so it's not the craziest thing. Mid lane though,
Matu.
charge starting up down below. It looks like they're able to kind of get the lead and grab. Stun's coming out, but he's got the Lotus Orb on, so he can't really commit it. He'll eat the stun himself, but now be able to shake it off as they look to make their move. It's going to be U9 who's trapped within the mix. Jump in crush comes out from KP, a slide in crush of his own from GH, and now Miracle dishing out a hell of an Omni Slash between them all. Will slash right through Newbee, wiping the floor with 4. And it's only Faith, the lone old man, trying to make it away on the back of a freaking Glimmer Cape here.
Oh my god. That follow-up stun from GH was actually so perfect. Mind Control gets like a 2 or 3 man stun. GH slides in, gets a 3-man stun on top with the Omni Slash just coming through.
Yep.
And this Juggernaut is 6-slotted, so that Omni Slash with the Aghanims as well just brings them down so quickly. I didn't even see if there was a weave thrown on top either. They just died so fast.
There are buybacks available on everybody but KP this time. And 10 more seconds for SCC. He does not want to have to use it. So they're going to have to lose their racks in the mid lane and try to work from there. Hard hit for Liquid. Liquid go to the top lane now. Storm's back. Can they stop this one? Tier 3 already down. Oh, maybe not. Miracle happy to wait out the glyph, and they're going to go right in for the racks too. Can they do anything about it? The long jump comes in. There goes the Agnum's pull. They'll hit him right away. He steals the Remnant, gets the lift. Burrow Strike flies forward, but still not enough damage. Follow Burrow also going to be there as it's responded right back with the Lotus Orb. Newbee step back, create a little bit of space here. Don't want U9 to get quickly bursted down, but Liquid are going to be able to get the finish on the Rex here.
Can't burst anyone down with KP dead.
Moving back in and moving right on out.
The retreat.
Liquid get in and get it done, man. Hell of a great fight. Allows them to take not 1 but 2 sets of racks. Newbee now backs against the wall here.
This so much, like the Centaur Aghanims with the damage reduction on top of just the lockdown that came out from GH and Mind Control, just
pipe, the weave.
Wow.
This is so much.
Impressive. Just KP is just, I mean, he's the 5 on their team, and I feel like he really needs to have something else to be able to just like weave in and out of the fight, because he's jumping in once, he's only getting maybe like 1 crush off and then just getting annihilated.
It's so tough in these kind of games,
yeah,
because it feels like when both teams have their full 5 at attendance ready to go, one's going to make the initiative. You have Burrow to one side,
and then you'll have a jumping crush from Mind Control, and then you'll have a sliding crush coming out from KP, and then you have a stolen crush coming out from GH. It's just it's absolute leapfrog for these teams over each other.
They have like 3 heroes that they want to be able to bring down from Newbee, but now with the Centaur Ags and all these, they're too tanky.
Now, I have a question for you. You Lotus Orb yourself and you get pulled from the Agnums? I wonder if that reflects it back.
If you have an Aghanims yourself, yes. It reflects the pull on you.
Ooh. Well, Centaur does have an Ags and a Lotus Orb.
So if he does get it off, as long as the Vortex is
Newbee
targeted on...
Smoked, approaching
actually,
from the north, but they just miss each other. Liquid are also right through that mid lane.
No, because you don't target it anymore, right? You just it affects everybody in the radius when you use the Vortex now.
Fair enough. I haven't played Storm with the Ags, but that makes sense. Quick takedown.
Grabs himself the Aegis.
But as they make their way back up to the high ground, Liquid could be there waiting for him. Oh, man.
Oh,
Unite tries to walk up, but they get a huge monster pull coming out from SEC. There goes the blast. Can they shrug off the damage? GH is already down along with the Dazzle. This could be Newbee's time. Lead in. There goes the Burrow. Is it going to be enough? Epi does not seem to get enough damage in there. Omni Slash now flying out for Miracle. Buybacks come out. GH back in the game now. U9 could be pulled back. SEC gets the double pull. And it's going to be the takedown of Miracle here as SEC looks to get the takedown of GH. It could be a dieback here, a very risky one for Liquid. While over on the other side, it's Matama Man caught deep on the enemy's territory.
That 4-man Electric Vortex into 4-man Burrow Strike?
I thought for sure
oh my God.
that knew we were about to walk into a terrible situation, moving up into that high ground, but SCCC just jumps past all of that and grabs the backliner.
And UU9 instant rage too. He was like walking up the hill and he raged. He was like, nope, I know you guys are here. I know something's up. Like they did get to have that ward down to catch like a little bit at the end of it, but still, that was very quick rage and very quick jump from SCCC.
So you have Miracle without a buyback for a minute here. I don't know if Newbee are be able to work with that or not. Trying to still reset all the lanes as they are. Trying to make a new approach. I think 40 seconds is a fair amount of time.
They expend there? They used the cheese, I'm positive, right? Yeah, they used the cheese, because now SCCC has a cheese on cooldown. So he was able to use one of their cheeses for himself to bring him back up there in that fight.
He's got a new cheese now. They're making their move on the racks. Miracle just got his money for the buyback, it looks like. Good buyback now, but 20 seconds seems a bit too close, and you're already 2 racks up. It's okay if Newbee do manage to take 1 down. They'll at least get the melee, and that's all they actually want. They see that Miracle's coming back, and they don't want to risk it.
Everyone just got moon shards queued up in their inventories, even though the UU9 has a moon shard already eaten, and he has another one in his queued up. He's like, I want to give you. I want to give you one.
Connell will get a moon shard probably by the end of this game, I'm sure. No moon shard yet on Matama Man though.
Yeah, he gave it to Miracle. And then he also gave an Ags earlier to GH a couple fights ago.
Yep.
But Kuroki's just going for small items. He picks himself up a drum. He's got another item.
I'm the support.
Yeah, he's trying to do his job. He's got like the hardest job.
1-11-11, man. It's a hard game, but hey, better time to peak than now here. Liquid roll themselves back through the lane. Ridiculous game.
Nice. Like, even the engagements, you can't even tell who's going to win like 10 seconds into the engagement because they just keep going for so long. That's how durable everybody is at this point.
So glad this game was not a one-sided affair for either team. It being just as close as most would suspect here. Still a journey ahead of him, though. They're taking over as far as the top net worth, thanks to all the extra Ags and Moonshard money. But
so Miracle got rid of his boots entirely, and he has the BKB, which he used in the last fight. So now it's down to 9 seconds. But no boots at all on him.
Yeah, a bit slow.
He does have the butterfly.
He can't TP either.
Yeah.
That bit. That's. No, man. It's not like you have. It's not like you have a Coddle on your team. By the way, Coddle has an E-blade. Now, okay.
Yep, he's like, I don't have room for a Glimmer Cape, guy, sorry.
So wherever Miracle goes, the team is going to be there.
Yeah.
For now, that slow warrior is
here
in the
we
bottom
go.
lane.
Oh, doesn't
Okay,
get crushed on
are
target.
we going to miss? Look at that. Look at the positioning for Kaka. Kaka is in there. They spotted him, but he quickly goes out. Oh. Reflect.
It's a
steal.
Yeah.
Suddenly Kaka has 2 burrow strikes. Okay, the SCCC bomb. There.
The patience by both teams.
This is so crazy.
They just pinged the DD rune. Oh, this DD rune bottom. They're like, this is what we need. This is the key to the victory in the team fight.
Oh, man. But do Newbee see it, and they're waiting for the bait?
I would not see it.
Can I take this?
Miracle's like, I gotta wait as long as possible to take this.
It's going to take me forever to get to the fight.
Oh
Like
my
I got to grab
goodness.
it and then just run my slow ass all the way to the fight with it.
Alright, Roche. Long respawn, 4 minutes.
Liquid has to make a move before that Roche.
Nobody's just in their base now too. They're showing it. KP now sells his Midas and picks up a Shadow Blade. I was like, wait, what did he sell? Pretty sure he had a Midas, yeah. Picks up a Shadow Blade now to try to go for those back lines. Getting a little bit more crushes off, maybe be able to survive.
Right, do Liquid try to breach and try to get a catch here? Kaka's just waiting there in Sandstorm. Okay.
1 minute until daytime.
Very awkward situation. Liquid obviously not too comfortable just kind of throwing themselves into the base in fear that their backliners could be jumped on. Okay, but that's the weave. Liquid are going in. They want megas. Here goes the stun. Lotus Sword. Tom is, I'm not going to get anyone. I'll run back.
Yep,
Mantis
Manta
is up.
dodges it.
Yep. He's so cool. So freaking tense.
Yeah, it's
My
just
God.
like they're both just like staring each other down.
Just as hype as we were expecting. This is it, man. Could be one and done here.
Just one mistake.
Yeah.
Could cost you the game. Especially at where the position of where the fight can be taken. The Storm could have like 3 lives or even more than that with the cheese. The position that he's in around the 3 shrines near his base. Liquid really has to be careful the way they take those type of engagements.
Yeah. Such a thinking game right now. I'm wondering if it's like for Liquid, is it Kuro trying to just formulate the game plan and put it out to his team?
Neither team really wants to like be the ones to start the fight because then it's
Yeah.
like, oh man, the counter initiation potential is just too high.
There's way too much counter on counter initiation game. It's like a total leapfrog, like I said. One will jump in, then the next team will jump in, then they'll fire out.
And then a Lotus Orb reflects
Yeah.
the ass, and then this, and then all over the place. Ping pong, ping pong.
It's crazy.
Liquid does have 2 lanes pushing in it onto Newbee's side constantly, though. So they're able to position themselves on that bottom side.
Okay, though. But we have smoke. Movement from Newbee. And a game plan. They've drawn on the mini-map here, but the same game plan has also been drawn by Liquid, maybe with the foresight to see Newbies on their approach here. A fresh daytime is before us. And we got Miracle slowly blade fearing away from trouble. Initial lead in from the crush. The long jump in from SCC looking to go for the backlines. We'll keep eyes there. Can they get the burst? The insta Rubik takedown plus Miracle locked up in arms. Kuro is going to be able to get the grave off on himself, but that means Miracle's going to be left to his own devices, but he seems fine with that. Pops his BKB. Now the Omni Slash that's going to shred right through KP. And it could be Newbee on the full retreat, though. They've already lost 2, but the buyback going to be forced out. They re-engage. They look to go for the jump. Can they get the burst? But Tamaman going to be going down. Does have a buyback.
Oh, Mind
Jump
Control
back
was
from
in
Mind
too.
Control. He was so deep in there. They'll finish him off. He also has a buyback. We hold this fight.
KP and Faith buybacks, yep.
They were totally split apart. Liquid, Matama Man, Mind Control way up north. Miracle hanging back side by side with Kuro. Fight being totally split apart. And these supports are
insane.
just like, we can't do anything about the Storm. And it jumps in, just blows them up. We'll see if Newbee can make their way across the map and force out some buybacks. They get the buybacks forced out. Do they pull away?
I think so, yeah.
You
I
know?
don't think they can really force it too much. What did UU9 replace? He picked up a Maelstrom, now he's going for Mjolnir.
Did he get crit before or no?
Did he actually finish the crit? Too many items.
It's crazy. Oh, armlet. Armlet's gone.
Yeah, you placed. Yeah, okay, you placed the armlet after. You're right.
Going
Okay,
in,
so
jump, pull out. The buybacks come out from Matama Man and company. The blasts are there. Newbee trying to step off and make some space here for themselves. It looks like they may be able to do so. They have gotten Liquid to...
Double buybacks were expanded, and like you said, as soon as those were, they start to back up. Maybe they might go for a re-engagement, but nope, their two side lanes are pushing in very hardly. But they can always recall the Storm after he pushes it out. We'll see if they want to do something like that. And it looks like S-Triple-C now gonna be going for Dagon 5. I mean, these items are all just gonna be swapping and changing now.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be all over the place.
Nearly 70 minutes in. This has got to be the longest game of DAC so far.
Yep. I do believe it is.
For sure. And Liquid now with no buybacks. They want to go and take it to Newbee, while Newbee are trying to reset and get a new game plan going to try to close it out. They make their move right away. Jumping in for U9 and company here. Can they be able to get the burst through to get the finish? They can. SEC going to be going down now, and they're looking for U9 next. The blinding light is there. He quickly jumps back, quickly infests, and tries to make it away from trouble, but he pops back out, and they're going to be able to get him down. Both of them do have a buyback here. Liquid going to be going for closure, so those buybacks need to be forced out. First one there. Storm with a lower death timer. Can wait.
That's a pretty risky play, but also very good play by them. These, you know, it's high risk, high reward at that point.
Yeah.
And they get the reward this time. And now it's going to be going for the Roche as well.
Haven't seen Liquid be able to kind of maintain the Roche and get the Aegis for themselves really much this game. Now they'll have the extra life, but who do you give it to? Who do you give it to? Everyone's so decked out. Oh, it's going to be Matama Man. He's going to put the Shivas into the backpack along with the cheese and try to make it work with that. I mean, he does lose a chunk of armor. He's like, I actually need
passed it off. Yeah, he needs the armor.
I need the armor. And opts to be slow along with Miracle. Just so slow.
I want to see what Miracle's, which one he's replacing. Because
So
he has Abyssal Blade coming out, that's a big pickup. Okay, it's the Diffusal too. So now he's got more lockdown for the Storm and the Lifestealer. Like, they actually can't man-fight this Juggernaut at all. He's very impossible to bring down if he's not completely controlled. Super tanky in his damage potential with the evasion.
He has no TP back, though. And I thought for a while, you know, Matama did keep the boots in the backpack, but it's like, if he also has no TP, like, what stops Newbee from a crazy backdoor play if they manage to get one of these lanes pushed? I don't know. This game's crazy enough. Who knows what the hell it's going to be coming down to here.
Yeah, both teams are just like, okay, now neither of us have buybacks on our main guys that we want, so we both have to be a little bit patient.
Game 1. 2-game series.
Ridiculous.
I don't know how much this is going to affect the schedule, but I would imagine you're going to expecting to see some overlap in these games later. Here comes Liquid. Right under the vision. Be watching this approach. Reading these movements. As they do, they'll see the ward there, but Newbee are already on the way. Trying to catch him while they go for the D-ward.
Oh, he gets
beautiful catch! SCCC, my God! Gets a beautiful pullback onto him, is able to burst right through mind control and the dazzle, but can they get the clutch finish here? Liquid able to hold their ground and fight it out with their own abyssal play. Can they get the burst through? They're still holding on. Blinding light to bump them back, and now they look to focus and surround Matama Man. They will get the Aegis down. Sliding and scooting away, GH trying to make a retreat. Forced to leave, Matama Man back and behind. Him and Miracle, the slow movers, trying to get out from this one. Matama Man will get burst down. He has no buyback. Frantic to make it out. Omni Slash is there. SEC is going to be forced to go down and go right into a buyback. KP, no buyback for him. GH re-engaging, will end up losing his life. But as Miracle makes his return, he should be also going down here, and he will get dropped. He does have a buyback, but Matama Man does not.
Was that a 5-man Vortex?
It was monstrous.
Oh my God, that was ridiculous. You could still see though that how strong Miracle really is. They even just were like, we can't just fight him when Matama Man is up, and when GH is up, we have to just ignore this Juggernaut, bring down Matu, then we go for the Jug when he's isolated. But S-Triple-C with this like 4 or 5-man Vortex with the follow-up.
It was
Newbee. Oh my God.
Read the situation so well. They saw Liquid coming up from the bottom lane. They saw that their body language saying, hey, we'll just go for this D-ward, and that's when Newbee are like, hey, let's catch him while they're not suspecting an approach. And they get him right from behind. And now Newbee are inside the base, and they don't have a Alchemist or a Centaur to defend here for Liquid. This is all on Miracle. This is all on Miracle and GH and Kuro.
Looks
but
like
they're already
could be
down.
the Megas, yeah. Should be the Megas. but they can't fight against the Mega. It's just very difficult.
Omni/ready. Blast flying through the mid lane. Tier 3 down. They're looking to go for the Megas right now. Glyph forced out. SEC jumps in, gets a pull on both. Miracle and for the Dazzle, they will be able to burst him down. There's going to be no grave for Miracle. They jump back at the finish on the racks, and that's going to be Megas unleashed for Newbee. As they try to make the retreat, though, they will get the Burrow connection. SEC re-engages back into the fight once again. Miracle will get that finish for Kaka. Kaka buys back, though. They know that they're going to go for the win. Another double pull comes out for SCC. Is it going to be enough, though? They managed to stun him down. Miracle getting locked in his place, and he gets bursted down. Matama Man will be able to tag in and help out. But is he the man that's going to be able to do it? Newbee may have just gone a bit too much. He ends up getting reflected back with the Lotus. Then they send him back the other direction with his own Lotus, but it is it. That is over. It looks like Newbee have finally been able to do it after 72 minutes. What a ridiculous game.
This Aghanim's pickup by SCCC was genius, and we did confirm now, by the way, that the Lotus Orb does not reflect it. It does not reflect it. I did see it in those last 2 wins because you don't target anybody. I was pretty happy about that.
But how often do you get to see an Aghanims? And now you see Aghanims like that?
Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Newbee's turn to ban.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to what is quickly becoming one of the more hyped series of our day-to-day, Newbee versus Team Liquid. Ridiculous over 70-minute experience of high-level play between both these teams has finally earned Newbee the victor in game number 1, but here we are back at it, Fogged and myself, ready to present epic game number 2, we hope.
We learned a lot last game. We learned that Storm Spirit gains Black Hole.
Certainly does.
If you did not watch this last series, if you are just tuning in now for this Newbee Liquid, I highly suggest watching game 1. SCCC had probably one of the best Storm performances in quite a long time. Some incredible Aghanims. Yes, I said Aghanims, Electric Vortexes. And not only that, he was 44 out of 46 kill participation, I believe you were saying before. So definitely go back and watch that one when you guys get a chance. But now, jumping into this one, a little bit of change up in bans. The Monkey King makes it through. Liquid grabs it up right away.
All right, so GH, I imagine, is going to be our Monkey King player. I have personally not seen this guy play Monkey King.
I have not seen
He's a 9K god. I'm expecting 9K Monkey to come out here. But not hesitating one bit here. Newbee, go right into that Keeper of the Light once again, possibly for Faith, and then straight to the Nyx Assassin. You know, credit to Faith, man. He's, you know, typically one of those hard 5-6 positions, but he found the farm and grinded away in that first game and got a good time of Ags.
Liquid get their Invoker, though, this time. It's been banned every single game versus them here. It's been Wisp Invoker has been banned non-stop versus them, as you would kind of expect, versus GH and Miracle.
But we do this is great because we're gonna get Miracle versus SCCC in the mid lane.
But it was also, this was a, you know, they knew this Invoker was coming 100%. That's why they pick up the Nyx already. They were like, okay, we left the Invoker, we know what we're already going for, we know what we're gonna play versus. So that's what I would expect as to why they would pick it up. The Keeper of Light, I think this just might be Newbee's best hero. I think just like the way that they play around it and everything, they kept this Aghanim's always but 18 to 20 minutes. It's pretty absurd. And he's very good versus Monkey King, as we've seen multiple times. He drops his ult, you Blinding Light, that Monkey King ult is just gone.
Yep. Blast him out of the trees, blast him out of his own ulti.
Exactly.
And takes him right out of the fight. I love
And
Keeper being used that way.
And later on, once you get your Aghanims, you're always able to spot where the Monkey King is lurking inside of these engagements. So I really like this approach already coming out from Newbee. The setup, they look like they have a nice, clean idea of, toward what Liquid already is kind of going for.
You know, that's the deal with the later portion of the game with the Monkey King. The Monkey King is hoping that he gets all that mileage done in the early game, jumping through those trees, having those surprise jumps, and really causing a bit of a ruckus. You know, similar to how we'll see Earth Spirits play in a lot of the games, just trying to make a strong early game impact.
This Lifestealer hero, like I feel like this hero is coming, like I'm not saying coming back because it's been around, but it seems like to be super powerful in this tournament so far. Like every team that's picked up a Lifestealer, I feel like
every team has like
really
a Lifestealer lineup and a Lifestealer player. I mean, IG have gotten huge success in DPL coming into this tournament with Burning's Lifestealer. We saw earlier MP find success. Owie had a Lifestealer in that game. Like
just now U9, like everybody's having pretty good success with the Lifestealer.
Pretty sure we had Lifestealers in our first series of the day with VGJ and whoever the hell they played. But for here, we're going. Oh yeah, LFY. That's right. Jug going to be the tried and true pickup here. We saw it in the previous game in the Miracle, but now it looks the Newbie side. Possibly U9 if they don't give it to SEC in the mid lane versus Invoker, which we've seen that matchup before, but I don't know if this is the time and place. And then Liquid go into a solid Crystal Maiden, valuing getting the extra bit of mana throughout the early game.
I think it could be maybe possible they go for like, I was gonna say maybe Lina for SCC, but then versus the Monkey King Invoker could be a little susceptible to the move ganks, and you know, in scale is why I think Newbie likes to scale a bit more. But Lina has been coming into fruition a lot more. Yeah. Looking at Liquid's bans, the TA and the Naga, I think these kind of like are total, but since they have the Invoker, they want to have the Invoker with a good matchup, and then they don't want to deal with the Coddle Naga split push, you know.
Could we see the Swag Fiend, or do you think he's also susceptible to kind of the early game movement too?
It's one of his most comfortable heroes.
I mean, to see like a Miracle Invoker versus like an SEC comfort pick in the mid lane, like very high. Who the true mid lane? I want my preview to the 1v1 right.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Maybe they'll think in a bit. Curious if they usually run this Nyx as an offlane pick KP, or if they're going to be Kaka. I think they ran it on Kaka in their earlier series. Nope, not this time though. Earth Spirit comes out now, which makes it a bit more clear cut, more position roaming Earth Spirit, and it's going to be a Nyx Assassin support. And then look at this pickup from Liquid. Nature's Prophet comes out. They had this in their first series, but they ran it mid lane under Matama Man. I don't know if that's going to be the same case here with Invoker already being out, but definitely some funky action here from. Unless we've seen Mind Control play NP in the past. Like I'm talking
a while back.
Shanghai Major past, I think.
Yeah.
When they were like alternating between Matama Man and Mind Control, but
I'm trying to get the full reasoning as to why they drafted it. Maybe to put the pressure on the safe lane, since Keeper Light needs a lot of levels, and so does Nyx. They can, Keeper Light and Nurse Spirit need a lot of levels. He can just constantly be up there and force pressure and force levels with the Monkey King. But they picked it into a Nyx Assassin, who's probably one of the better heroes at just catching the Fury on the split push and the movement around the map.
Gotta say, I don't know if it was said yet, but Earth Spirit's also pretty nice to have against Monkey King. You can just rolling boulder through the trees, and you'll connect with him and take him off the tree.
Yeah.
So that's like a stun slow combo. So I don't know here. I'm a little concerned for Liquid right now as far as the draft zone together, but maybe there's something that we're not seeing, something between the lines that they're gonna be able to sync it all together with this magical fifth pick.
Yeah, trying to get more push type thing too with the Furion, I guess, for that, and just and pressuring the safe lane. Like, that's mine. I mean, they probably do have some other.
I mean, this fifth pick could be I mean, I don't want to be so ballsy, but if this was a Lone Druid era still, it could have been a fifth pick Lone Druid. You have Alacrity Bear plus Nature's Prophet. I mean, that's like all in on heavy push. I don't know if that's something they're going for. That this would be some sort of crazy like Brewmaster or something to
picking like heavy push into like Coddle, right? Though it's like
that's true. That's true.
See how they do want to round it up. Maybe they just put Matu on the Furin and they just pick another offlaner still, and then they just have him getting really involved very early. I think that might be the case just because they don't have a clear-cut initiator. They probably want to just have this DPSing Furion and then Mind Control being an initiator on a different hero.
Yeah, what is still out there? Axe is gone, Magnus gone, Centaur's now gone,
Bat Rider. At Bat Rider versus Nyx and Jug. And Coddle, I don't think Batrider is probably an ideal option here.
Yeah, Darkseer doesn't really add a whole lot. He used to be known to play a lot of good Darkseer, but
Yeah.
Darkseer doesn't really help much on his team. Maybe Monkey King? Iron Shell? I haven't seen it too much, but I don't think that's the winning ticket here for him. They're going to ban out the Ember, even though typically you'd see Ember as a bad matchup against Invoker in the mid lane. I guess giving it the bit of respect. Rid of it.
They don't have, like, great lockdown for him. They've got the Frostbite, sure, and then the Boundless Strike, but other than that, it's not really ideal to catching an Ember Spirit with that.
Right. Not a whole lot of reserve time to work with here if you're Liquid, and this will certainly identify exactly what this Nature's Prophet is going to be up to here. This is either going to be the Mind Control pickup or a late game Matama Man grab. I don't know if a cheesy pick might suddenly surf.
I don't really think you want to have your two cores be int heroes. So it's like they want an initiator, but they also wanted
Matama Man Nature's Prophet.
It's Matama Nature's Prophet. So
he normally plays it in the mid lane. I don't know. Do you take that away from the Invoker, and can Miracle rep this Invoker or one of the same? Nature's Prophet also could be susceptible to ganks from Earth Spirit. You could say the same about Invoker unless he gets an early Ghost Walk. It could be a tricky game.
I think the Invoker, I think it's just standard lanes. I think it just has to be in the Invoker mid if you're in safe lane. He can get involved very early.
Reserve time.
A little skeptic, not gonna lie.
Me too.
Oh,
man.
And then Newbee come out with the big guns now, and they get the Alchemist here. Not exactly the one-on-one matchup in the mid lane I was hoping to see.
Yeah.
Alchemist isn't really an exciting mid laner to show off all your mid-game or mid-lane finesse between 9K players, but
it gives
Newbee want to win.
They want to. I mean, they have a very hard scaling lineup versus a lineup that I would say. I mean, the Invoker is a hero that can always like infinitely kind of scale, but Furion into a Nyx Assassin, you are a hero that gains a lot of int. Those mana burns really hurt. I'm liking what Newbee's got in this one.
Newbee taking the two cores that Liquid tried to pull out in game number 1 and just taking it right back at him. How much of a I don't want to say how devastating, but how much of a message would that put out there here? You know, Newbee coming in 4-0 to start, probably sitting at the top of what is tougher of the two groups, where teams like Liquid are coming in as potential favorites. I don't want to say maybe the whole tournament, but definitely people were looking at Liquid as a possible top 3.
Yeah.
And now could find themselves just already slumping down into the lower bracket. Move on to playoffs here, unless they could pull out something clutch here in the second game. I don't know, though. I naturally just kind of lean towards Newbee here with this draft.
Yeah, I do too. It's always about this like Monkey King Invoker. There could be some ridiculous stuff that happens in the laning phase that just gives the Invoker such a good start. And if Monkey King does have a really good start, I mean, he can become a massive driving force in these games. Like if he gets his Basher like pre-15 minutes or whatever as a support, it's ludicrous how much you actually do in team fights.
I'm excited to see what GH is going to be able to do with it.
Kuroki, Monkey King, GHCM.
Oh, whoa. Okay. Kuro, a guy who has played, feels like almost every role in the game. Maybe he's just the one who has played Monkey King. GH hasn't really had the time to grind it out in pubs. This is the classic start for your Monkey King. You go up towards the top bounty, find a tree, and just kind of wait for a level 1 pounce.
He wants to get some wards down.
Block out the camps here?
Yeah, it's blocking out.
That one did it block it?
Yeah, that blocks it. Yeah, that's the... And he puts a ward behind for vision.
Are they doing aggro lanes? So aggro, or you know what they did maybe
what
last
they did
time.
Before, I think. Yeah.
Give Mind Control a good start. Okay, turns the round forward here, alone. Okay. Could be surrounded by 3 Liquid members here in a hot second, and they're gonna go for it right away. There's the burrow. Pounce coming in.
The Orb of Venom.
The right clicks, the Orb of Venom. Suddenly Earth Spirit shows up and says, lay off my man. He's going to be able to avoid the Sunstrike and avoid being first blooded, it looks like. Kaka shows up. Ooh, a blast also comes out here.
Forcing Mind Control to salve up. UU9 does not have a salve, however. He actually has to... I mean, he doesn't have to go... Maybe he goes to a shrine and just walks back and uses one quickly and comes back, but we'll see. Does he have something coming on the courier? He has a TP, so it looks like that might be the plan.
Jumps in for Faith here, but Faith obviously already pretty far and away. Will allow Liquid to secure up another good bounty room start, but as they got that, KP was able to grab the bounty room on the bottom, so it's 2 for 2. Takes it away from Matama Man.
Yeah, stunned him and grabbed it.
What about this matchup here? we're going to have Nyx Assassin versus Nature's Prophet. Feels pretty good for Nature's Prophet. I mean, you got the trees and the range to kind of work with.
Yeah.
But I don't know if like maybe as Mana Burn comes online and levels come online, it could be tougher. Oh, top lane here. Here we go. Pounce, Sunstrike, and there's your first blood. Faith going to be easily taken down and possibly going for more here. Frostbite set up on for Kaka. They use the Mango to get the Burrow, and they'll leave it for Kuro to get the last hit. Suddenly 2-0 for Liquid, coming out in all cylinders in game number 2.
Yeah, very aggressive plays there. The Faith, as soon as Faith stepped on the side there, I think he knew himself. He was like, I should not be in the side versus a Monkey King. I need to be playing in the lane. And they end up, yep, losing 2 right away.
Early Shrine here. Curious to see if they take their business right back towards the top lane. This Monkey King quickly could become a headache in the early game. That's where Kaka needs to kind of do the same for himself and his team. So here he comes towards the bottom lane, looking for a setup with a rolling boulder here. I feel like every Earth Spirit I've seen today, I've had terrible times connecting with rolling boulders in the early game. Let's see if Kaka can do it.
Matsu's level 2.
Don't get the setup with the stun early. And, yeah, without boulder smash.
As for the 1v1 matchup, as the Nyx versus the Furion, Furion's able to pressure a bit with Treants, but with Poor Man's Shield, Nyx is actually able to do quite well in that 1v1 scenario. But yeah, with also a rotation early from an Earth Spirit forcing Furion to TP, if you get a little bit of advantage in Nyx, as Nyx, it makes it really big because he can't stack up 4 Treants. It makes it a lot easier for you in the lane.
GH flirting around here. He wants to try to steal the bounty, but Faith is like, no, it's my bounty, and he's not going to be able to get it because he'll get frostbit. So nice snag there from GH. Able to take the deep bounty rune away. Looks like the exchange will be that there's going to be a bit of a pull here. Faith will try his best to blast it down and contest as much as possible, but this is a pretty nice lead-in for Liquid already. Over on the other side, SEC is already kind of working with the jungle camps nearby and the bounty runes. You see that Kuro has been waiting in the mid lane to maybe get an approach, but SEC has been able to kind of farm on the side. He's already level 4 at 2.5 minutes in.
Yeah, he's getting pressured a bit by like the Monkey King missing and also Miracle going for the Wax Sword early build with the Alacrity. Just gets right
scan too.
He gets hit really hard and they're trying to go for it, yeah.
Oh, top lane.
Top.
Nice setup there. Unai tries to Blade Fury out from this one, and looks like he'll be fine.
Lots of pressure being put on that safe lane.
Yeah. Well, aggro set up here. Kuro makes his return too. Oh god, what is he doing? He's floating in as a tree. Creeps up from behind. They don't ping him. Been able to sneak through. GH also coming in. They want to dive for this jug, and they might be able to do it. Hit him with the Nova 2. He has no Blade Fury to make it out, and Kuro will get the finish. Another takedown here. Hot start for Liquid. 3-0.
Jug's still able to get decent CS, and they're getting okay, I guess, okay experience on the supports because Kaka is just sitting in the bottom lane. But yeah, definitely nice pickups there coming for Liquid, giving a lot of space to the mid lane and the bottom lane to do kind of what they want, while the supports are able to get stuff.
Whoa, swing and a miss on the boulder roll. That was a good step back from Matama Man here. As Newbee are not able to apply as much safe lane pressure as they're receiving. They're hoping to. So I'm curious if Kaka continues to hang around here and go for another take, or if he's going to have to take his business elsewhere. Seems like it could be shifting through and back towards the mid lane, where we have Kuro looking to pounce here. Sunstrike is going to make some mild connection. Rotations are going to be forced out though, but no full kill. Kuro really being all over the place, making good use out of the early game of this Monkey King.
Yeah.
Get 2 all over the place here. Does need to find some time to level up, but looks like he's about to get to his level 3, so it's not shabby.
Well, I don't think this is the game where we're going to be seeing a very early Cottleags.
Yeah, right?
They're putting a ton of pressure on that safe lane.
Yeah. Kind of trying to be babysitter to Nine. It's kind of an awkward spot where he'll just have to pull camps here and hope to God that there's no monkey waiting in the tree nearby. So Mind Control gets his head start. Liquid love to set up for him. GH is going to be a bit greedy at this moment and work in the jungle to kind of muscle up his Crystal Maiden a bit. Always being proactive for setups across the map here, utilizing that Sunstrike as much as possible. Kuro potentially makes his back towards the mid lane here.
Trying to catch the Alchemist every time. Now he knows the Alch's probably farming over here, so he's gonna get over here. He gets him up. He's gonna get eyes on this.
Kaka is close by. Pinging onto him here.
Not going for it, but he's one man. Oh, I like this. Pops into the tree, but no, I'm getting so distracted by it that I didn't see that mind control is able to get a setup play here with some assistance of the teleport coming in from Matama Man. They'll get the takedown of U9.
I was very distracted as well. I was trying to see if I was switching between vision to see if he was actually catching glimpses of vision of him, and he wasn't actually. He just was getting experience, so he knew that the Alchemist was there.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a little bit distracted there. Apologies.
Monkey King things, you know?
Yeah, the changes of the way the vision works with the tree jump. So. Yeah, good rotation from Matu. He gets himself a kill, and he's able to pressure the top tower a bit.
And now yeah, SCC could be in trouble, sweeping in. Just as Kaka is hoping to go for his own jump on the Miracle, that's when they'll see that it's Liquid dishing out their own surprise. But a rotation does come in from KP, and now it's going to be GH in a bit of trouble. Tries to sidestep the stun, but not going to be able to do so. Instead takes the full aggression up. They'll be able to get the finish there with the help of the Acid Spray. Mind Control burrows into the action now. But Matama Man getting involved, and now the jumping from Kuro should help them get the finish onto KP. Kaka will be able to roll up to the high ground to create a little bit of space. SCCC will survive the initial gank attempt, and they'll trade 1 for 1. It is an offlaner going down in that Nyx Assassin for the little GH Crystal Maiden.
Good aggression coming out from Liquid.
They're definitely trying to keep up this momentum here in the game. Kuro active, keeping around, keeping the setups going.
I mean, the ward placement just it dictates like what their idea is in the game. Just like the other one, they put 2 very aggressive wards in to watch wherever the Alchemist is farming. Kind of the same kind of concept as the last game.
C has been kind of working over here on the right-hand side of these 2 jungle camps, avoiding where all the vision is there and planted for Liquid. But Liquid confident to be moving on in. Uh-oh, Faith shows himself with a blast and then quickly retreats out, knowing that they could easily converge in. Just trying to slow their roll, but this looks like a tier 1 that is going to be going the way of Liquid right now. Meanwhile, bottom lane, GH has been spotted. Kaka holding the Boulder Smash for now. Doesn't want to overcommit, it looks like, and we'll let that one go. And that's the sound of a tier 1 going down. It's Liquid getting the first mark, pulling ahead still.
That's like this is like very typical Liquid kind of move thing, right? Where they always want to be able to claim that tier 1 very early. That's why I think that's why they like to pick these like Furions. They used to pick the Lycan a lot to kind of go for that kind of thing. Of course, not Lycan so much, but
now the whole jungle is open to them, which takes away a jungle farm for that Alchemist, as mentioned before. U9 seems to get a quick snipe takedown there of Crystal Maiden, using that first Omni Slash of the game. Or a little support going down. Not much to see. It's probably too violent anyways. Kuro's back now in the bottom lane. Phase Boots, Orb of Venom, takes to the tree. And now between him and the approaching GH.
Does not have range just yet. Oh! He's trying to get in the back, but
Kaka barely rolls away in time, avoiding the burrow coming in from Mind Control, but they're still going to look to pursue. A Boulder Smash comes out from Kaka, brilliantly able to create space, and they avoid what is a 4-man gank. U9, wow!
Ooh. Don't know if he would have died from that one anyway. I think it's only like 287 right now. Yeah, so he would have been okay.
But that is almost full Liquid attendance in that bottom lane trying to make something.
The aggression, though, you can like feel like they're like, okay, we're versus like this Alchemist Jug, just like Newbee put the pressure on us a bit in the last game. We're the ones being the aggressors. We're the one putting the pressure, trying to make stuff happen all over the place.
Absolutely. Does pick up his Midas now.
KP, level 6 on the Nyx Assassin. Scouts out the Sand King. Not seen Kuroki.
They have really no way to see Kuroki. Tough, you know, until you get like a
they just saw.
Bottle. Oh, eat the tree. Rotations coming in as they try to pressure for the tier 1 here. Can't believe you can get away with just sitting way back there. Okay, Kuro eventually spraying
Stun
out
off the mark
trouble,
from KP.
Okay. Tries to shuffle back, gets hit with the Sprout. Nothing to really lock him in place.
5 heroes response from Newbee. Mind Control is able to find a little bit of space. Farm, go for that early blink dagger.
Yep. Flirting, but again, that continued respect from both these teams.
Fairly even. About 1,000 gold lead going toward Liquid, almost 2,000 experience. That's probably that top tower.
Yep.
Top lane, here we go.
Epi Sunstrike. No hope right there for KP. He was done for.
Yeah, Epi from the fog. Nice play there from Mind Control with that Calling Blade pickup that he does have. He cut himself like a kind of little path and was able to set up for that with the Sunstrike on top.
Gets that, gets a bounty rune, and gets himself that much closer to getting that Blink Dagger online. Nice little deep ward. They'll see Katanka rotating in as he dashes his way towards the haste rune. Mind control trying to get the catch onto him with a burrow with a sunstrike.
Oh, sunstrike off the mark, but he should be dead anyway.
All that for a haste rune, buddy.
Not worth.
Not worth it at all.
Bottom lane, Kuroki. This could be where they get the aggression onto him, but nope. As soon as UU9 shows, he backs up.
Another tower going to be going down. More money in the bank for Liquid. Going against an Alchemist kind of a lineup, and things still pretty neck and neck. That's got to be awesome for Liquid.
Yeah, they're like aggro tri-lane really worked for them this game. They put a ton of pressure on the Coddle. The Earth Spirit wasn't able to really get the movement that he could. He didn't really have a great lane to gank because the Furin was able to just TP out multiple times. And yep, it's just like everything's working. They pressured the Juggernaut so hard that his farm is just not good.
And it's
now he's
not
getting
gonna
gone
get any
again.
better.
And is he going to get brought down from this?
Yep.
Yes, he will be.
My God.
He's even going for a drum on Juggernaut. I don't remember the last time I saw a drum.
That's like the equivalent of like Vanguard Spectre. Oh.
He's just getting pressured way too hard. He's got 3,000 net worth, while his counterpart has almost 5,000. And it looks like Kuroki's feeling good, looking like he's going for a Midas on the Monkey King.
I mean, there's nothing to really stop him. They don't even see him. He's just constantly moving around the map, making all these wonderful setups, and probably calling the shots too. These setups spring into action with a +1 stun, the Sunstrike, and really a recipe for disaster.
Miracle went for a drum as his own too.
Yeah, I noticed I heard a drum earlier in the mid lane, and I'm like, who has that drum? It's Miracle. Drum's back, I guess.
I think that was actually Matu's drum that was actually used before, because Matumba Man also has one, and his actually has a charge used on the Furion.
So drum is an item in Dota again, it seems like. All they had to do is kind of cut the price a bit.
It's good. I think it's good on certain heroes, like the Furion, the Invoker. It's, you know, for your Forge Spirits, etc.
Oh man, Newbee have a thing going here, but he actually just swings and misses Kuro and puts himself into quite the precarious situation. Kaka, fortunately, not be able to get the connection onto Kuro he was hoping for, and now it's Liquid rolling into their territory while they're trying to deal with this stacked camp, hoping out SEC is going to be good enough. They're making their move for KP. There goes the Monkey Ultimate, and now KP tries to go for a TP, but he's not going to make it out. He gets quickly dropped. Kuro now dominating. Omni Slash to fly from U9, and then the Blade Fury, but still not able to get the connection. Finally, they get the takedown. It's going to be onto GH, but they'll still be able to have their number. To take them down, it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. It looks like
Faith gets a blast onto Kuroki in the backside.
All right, all right. Gives him a little bit of a purse.
Yeah, pretty good one. Gets him like a full point booster if he wants to go for it.
Still obviously far off the quota he had in the first game, but it doesn't matter. You got to get nags this game. Definitely want to be keeping tabs on. It's Monkey King, and maintain the vision here for your course. SCCC still holds the high net worth here, but it's not as high and mighty as you'd like to see in any typical Alchemist game. He's trying to muscle his way towards the rest of that Radiance here. He's getting closer to at least getting the Sacred Relic complete, but has a little bit of a journey ahead of him.
Yeah, he's getting ran at so often. And losing those tier 1s, losing the top tier 1 and losing their mid tier 1, he doesn't have really great access to his jungle at all, so his farm is getting impacted a bit.
Oh, they pop the dust! Oh, they see him. He's able to get the Carapace, but it only briefly slows them down. Ruthless Liquid Gaming. Still
Sunstrike.
Very relevant here.
Miracle's getting majority of those last hits on the Sunstrikes too, so he's getting boosted quite highly.
4-0.
Yeah, 4-0 and 6 involved in 10 of the kills, and he's neck and neck with the Alchemist, which is absolutely not where your Alchemist wants to be.
Toughed up game for Kaka too. This is like what you can see when you just don't get those setups in the early game, and you know you can't farm. You're just like lost, and you're in a rock. It's got magnetized now at least, but a lot of work ahead of him here. He just falls flat so easily.
This looks like it will be Kuroki's death this time around. Will he hop in the tree? No, he won't. No.
Almost hopping to a tree could be more trouble for him, but they'll get him nonetheless.
They get Faith.
Miracle got a kill, yeah.
Yeah, they get Faith in the meantime. I think he like spots a blast and Matumba just... Actually, I don't even think Matumba TP'd. I think it was just Miracle getting him. There, Neppy, bottom lane. Sunstrike on top too. Boom. UU9. Again, Miracle gets the last hit, so that'll be pretty much his Aghanims finished up on the Invoker. Very quick timing.
Okay. Nice. 2-man stun into another 2-man stun into a magnetize into a silence pullback. Can they get the finish from Mind Control as well? Rotating on in is going to be Kuro, and he will burrow closer to his ally. But Kaka's like, let's go for it. Gets a nice 2-man connection of the Boulder Smash and another 2-man connection of the Impale from KP, but the damage is certainly not there. Plus, they had that Shrine. It's no good. Mind Control will be able to get his kill. He's also now dominating. 15-6, still a heavy advantage right now for Liquid. Just as Newbee are able to scrap a kill together, they'll lose something like their Jug shortly thereafter.
This Invoker is immense.
Yeah.
He's got, usually you see the Midas Aghanims come out, I'd say like between 18 and 24 minutes ideally. But he's got it at 16 minutes with the drum.
Looks like they may be able to get Mind Control, or did I speak too soon?
30 HP.
Oh! He is able to get in the Sandstorm and make it out from trouble. Avoids the Omni Slash gank. Slick moves there from Mind Control.
And nothing is going in Newbee's favor
No,
this game.
not at all. Overexhausted from game one. I don't know what it is, but the fire is lit for Liquid, and for Newbee, it's definitely a shaky beginning.
Yeah, Kuroki's movement in the early game just really secured the lanes, and Newbee just wasn't able to really get anything from the laning phase, just kind of trading farm in a way.
He really plays this Monkey King well. I'm curious if it was him that was kind of taking priority on playing the hero and learning and adapting, or if he's just the only one who feels comfortable taking it. I'm not too sure, but he's making it work. See how much it's gonna. Here, what's he building? Oh yeah,
Yeah, the Midas. Yep.
She's almost got.
Here we go. They go for the Roche. They've got the not the double Forge Burst to help them out either, but they've got Alacrity and Furion. So
Like Newbee
Plenty.
even going to bother trying to go into that. Push out the lane, but this is Liquid's Roche. This is Liquid's extra life. Sama Man building into what looks like an Orchid next.
yeah, give himself some right click potential. I like it a lot. It's getting recalled. Brought out. S-triple-C. Yeah, he's just now it's just gonna be kind of like this farm game. Newbee's very under the gun and very pressured, so they're just kind of gonna be sticking on their side of the map. Well, I mean, yeah, Liquid being the aggressors, we're gonna be seeing very defensive wards coming out from Newbee more than likely.
Yeah, Shadow Blade in queue for Jug.
I mean, it's different. It's weird too, but it's like the idea of it you can kind of understand. They want to run this for space make for the Alchemist as much as possible till later on.
Volker is just getting grossly farmed right now. I'm gonna look over at him. Got Boots of Travel in queue here.
I mean, it's KP is also not really finding any of the potential places for the ganks. Oh, he spots Kuroki.
Okay. Okay. Goes for the stun, and into the mana burn. Rolling on in is going to be Kaka, setting up the extra bit of stun, and then he gets in with another stun. And it's over. Kuro goes down, but that's just your pesky monkey running across the map here. Forces 3 from Newbee to respond and kind of be able to get the finish.
Small steps.
Small steps. Here they come, charging down their way towards their first tier 1. SEC is still their big hope right now, as he's bulking up pretty nicely here. Obviously already has that Radiance done. Is building done.
He went for the early treads though, so he did want to be able to have that extra bit of survivability. Because how much pressure was going on my control with the big commitment stun. There was no Sunstrike on top with the Fury ulti.
Yeah, Tornado is going to catch on to KP. U9 though, Blade fearing away from the trouble. A harder commitment does come in, and they are going to get the finish onto Mind Control. Okay.
Maybe some slight miscommunication, because every single time there's been a stun, there's been the Sunstrike follow-up almost instantly. This time there was the Wrath of Nature was committed with the Burrow Strike, but there was no Sunstrike.
Oh, they got him! Kuro out of the
Kuro.
tree! He gets stunned and he gets taken down. Suddenly Newbee beginning to string together a couple of kills. Can they catch GH with the Boulder Smash here? Lines up the shot. Nope, he doesn't. He forgot he couldn't kick the stone. He dropped the stone and walked past it, I guess. Didn't actually get the kickoff.
Yeah, I don't know if they really wanted to commit into a tier 1 either, so. But yeah, maybe a slight little mistake there from Kaka. E9. Ooh, big tornado down.
Oh!
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 Beautiful combo.
you ban the hero.
Perfect spell committed.
All right, well, seems to happen every time. You take one of ours, we take your Jug. Jug gets brought down yet another peg as he continues to fall behind. Behind the Sand King.
He at least has his Shadow Blade finished up.
Yeah.
So you think he's getting to like back lines and stuff. And he's gonna be able to get pooled items eventually from the Alchemist, so at least there's that.
All right. Faith is stringing his way closer towards that Ags here for the Coddle. He's got 2 of the 4 pieces now complete.
He's almost got 3 pieces complete.
Got the 3rd.
He's doing very well. That's a big turn up, big turn thing when they get the Aghanims. The vision from the daytime versus the Monkey King is massive.
Yep.
And always, it's not even just the vision too. It's also always having your spirit form up to always have the chance to use Blinding Light in those team fights and be able to recall anybody or recall the Alchemist around. Since Alchemist did not go Boots of Travel this game.
Yep. Now he does the
They're
recall.
bringing him in. Miracle.
Ooh, Mana Leak on the Miracle here. They bump him back. Mind Control goes to the high ground, then slides right back down, seeing the trouble before him. They commit on in. It looks like they might have to settle for the Sand King here. Magnetize committed, but that's when Kuro's going to be dishing out the Monkey King ult. Faith, oh, he fortunately doesn't have that Spear form up to be able to bump him out, so Miracle's going to be able to get the slash finish for Kaka. Kuro will be taken apart, though. Kaka will be able to get the last hit there. A 1-for-1 trade. They'll hit the shrine and refresh. The Newbie will take the slight golden XP trade.
How much time we got left on Aegis should be getting reclaimed very shortly. Yeah, about 30 seconds.
Wave here. Newbie really finding their best success when they've been kind of moving as a group here.
Yeah, I think that's what they definitely have to be doing in this one.
Yep.
I mean, the lane's going to be pushing in, but that's the beauty of having the Coddle.
Oh.
BKB, very early BKB
Debut of the
Alchemist.
BKB, yeah, is to dodge out this Burrow Strike, gets the Acid Spray so he can't easily blink away, but I don't think that's how you want to show off your BKB.
Yeah, definitely not, but okay. That happened.
Ugh. Well, Aegis will be reclaimed now. As the Alchemist steps away to go back to the farm, that's when Liquid make their approach. A beautiful tornado setup comes out from Miracle, allows for the follow-up there from Mind Control, and they'll get the quick takedown of Faith, prolonging that Aghanims a little bit more.
Yeah, this is big. Whenever they can pick up the Coddle, whenever they see him, they have to try to go for it. They've now claimed all the tier 2s, so this really limits Newbee's potential to get a lot of farming, but there's no real big wards. I think we should see some wards on somebody here on Liquid, right? No, nobody's actually carrying any wards. They only have 1 down, so I guess the other one's
these 2, but they're just unfortunately a little close together.
Yeah.
That's what you were talking about in the previous game, where in these fights breaking out, you got to get the best vision possible, so that's when you're going to see some crazy obs as a follow-up to it. But your Liquid step back and get back to the grind towards the top lane here.
Very concerned for the Juggernaut, but there is always he's very thankful that he can get items pulled, but he's got to get a couple of his own. So I feel like they do need to emphasize on making sure that U9 lives in a couple of these engagements.
Definitely.
KP as well. KP is just like this. I mean, I feel like that's the style that he plays for this team, though. He's the big sacrificial lamb.
He really is.
The last game, I think he bought back like 6 times and didn't get like the greatest item progression, but he did his job. This game, he's 0-4, but he's trying to get the setup for his team because that's he's the initiator. He's got to get the fight started, heading toward that Blink Dagger. Not too far away, 700.
I would imagine Newbee are going to take the time to farm right now. Faith can kind of finish out that Ags would be big. Getting KP that Blink Dagger would be nice. Looks like the Octarine is going to be slotted up next year for SEC, but that is a little ways ahead.
He went back for the bots, so they can have that split push potential with the recalls coming up in Faith.
Okay. It's good here. What about Liquid side?
Just Maelstrom on Matu, 4-step GH, and Kuroki now going back for that basher that we do talk about for the Monkey
So why
King.
is it always the Is it because of the ultimate?
Yeah.
It's like turns it into a mini like Ravage.
Pretty much, it's pretty ridiculous what a support can do with that.
Again, we'll keep eyes on Faith to try to make sure that isn't too much trouble for him. If he managed to cancel out that ult right away with the Blinding Light, that's pretty nice. But your Liquid looking to go on the move. They smoke up and they're heading right into newbie territory here, where this Alk continues to try to find this little pocket of farm.
They're here. They're setting up. Monster's TPing in. He's stuck in the tree. He's got his tree and stuff.
Miracle
Kaka's
hustle
down.
down for Kaka, but Newbie are making their own approach from behind. Ooh, Omni Slash going to be totally soaked up there from Matama Man, so he goes down right away. Already a 1-for-1 split favoring Newbie, and they're chasing Liquid out from their side right now. Chase is on while Miracle is in the other half.
S-Triple-C is just chasing them down with this BKB.
Miracle needs to rotate back to the mid lane to assist his teammates. Now will step in, pops him with the Deafening Blast and the Ice Wall, but they're going to be able to get the GH finish there. KP gets it done. Miracle looks to move in. SEC, look at him diving in deep, looking to go for Mind Control, who's able to get off the epicenter. Is it going to be enough firepower? It will be. They'll get the finish there. U9 looks to sweep in to help clean up what's remaining, but not going to be able to get it, and he's going to be forced to Blade Fury TP home.
Oh, S-Triple-C is crazy. I love this guy.
He's diving so friggin' deep, man.
He just went in with that. I mean, with the early BKB pickup, he can just run down the CM and the Monkey King. Maybe a little bit of an overcommittal trying to go for Mind Control too, but
yeah.
He's showing he's not afraid. That's for damn sure. And now Faith does have that Aghanim finished up that we've been talking about
Hell
nonstop.
yes.
So we're going to be seeing a gem picked up relatively soon after that, and that's when it starts becoming a little bit easier for Newbie to be able to make these moves. And I think KP did finish up the Blink Dagger right before that engagement, so that gives him much easier initiations. And that Blink Dagger on Nyx is so important because it allows Kaka to position himself much better in these fights as well.
And Tom also learned he could still get chewed up pretty easily there. I mean, being a bit isolated, fortunately to eat the full Omni Slash, even this under-farmed Jug was able to kind of do some good work.
He was under the Acid Spray too, so just got decimated by that minus armor.
Thinking about tickling the Roche here a bit, but there are some Newbie members missing off the map, which is getting him a bit curious. Slowing down the roll a bit, but I'm hearing some recalls here. Faith is bringing the party. Blast across, but it's going to be coming up just a bit short into the pit. More TPs in. Now SC's here. Can they kill this Roche fast enough? No, it looks like Liquid have already pulled away from the pit. Newbie will probably poke their head in. See that they touched it a bit. There they go. Looking to go to the high ground. They'll see GH, and they'll quickly pop him down. Deep roll comes out from Kaka. They've spotted Kuro within the trees, and they'll also take him down. Newbie suddenly up with 2 kills. They themselves thinking about moving into they themselves looking to move into the ancient camp. Miracle trying his best to stop him, just easily blast down Kaka, but did it cost him his own life? It may have.
20
He's
HP
running away under the Ghost Walk right now and has somehow been able to make it out. He is gone. Barely.
Feels like if Faith was like point one more second on the Illuminate, anything would have finished cleaning him up, but really nice perceptive play there from Miracle, getting that Ghost Walk blink off.
And he actually stopped him from doing the Roche.
Yeah.
Him. Mind Control will keep the pressure down this mid lane, and Newbie are going to have to do a bit of a reset here. They can't go back in to go for the extra life and just go back for the farm instead. 6K gold though on SC. Bounty? Yummy. Call back to the side once again, where they anticipate there could be a new approach into the Roche pit, which there is. And that's when SC decides to just roll his way forward.
BKB.
Confident, drops the Acid Spray. The blast flies in. Meteor gets dropped around to KP. He's trying to find his way out, but they hit him with the dust. He needs another hat, and they get him. Miracle jumps in to go for the finish with a Deafening Blast, and will get it done. Newbie will be short their Nyx Assassin here.
That Roche is half HP.
Yep. Miracle wants that life.
If KP had buyback ult, he would have probably done it instantly, but he does not have buyback ult.
Need 30 seconds. They could recall him in at that point, but
they really want to fight around the Octarine, I believe, with S-Triple-C. Oh, he actually only picks up the Soul Booster.
But here they might roll it again. Here comes a big mighty blast. We'll hit onto him. That's when SEC decides to dance on in. There goes the stun. There goes the tornado AP. Is that going to pop the BKB? No. He wants to lose all the mana and go in for the Roche instead. Miracle's waiting on the other side, though.
Mind Control, Epi.
He's going to blink. There's the Epi. There's the burrow. There's the hit. A stun does come out. Miracle looking to go for the swipe. Does not get it. The Dire take the Roche kill, and it's U9 who grabs up the Aegis. Miracle going to be left inside. He's going to scoot himself out. Double stun, though.
Kaka.
Yeah. Blast is waiting for him. And it's going to be Newbie. Take the Roche.
Did they get the last hit as well? They did. So they get the last hit on Roche. They get the Aegis.
I thought Miracle was going to be able to snipe that for sure. He was just waiting for the blinking snag, but
nobody dies. I don't. Somehow nobody died. In the midst of all of that chaos.
A 5-on-5 Roche Pit engagement. No one dies. Well, you don't see that happen in Dota like ever. All right, and what happens now? Based on these recent events, are we starting to say that Newbee could be pulling ahead in this one?
They're starting to trickle into favor. I would say so.
Still not
a
as
little bit of a gold lead for Liquid.
Yeah, especially considering the ALK, you know. You can see the crippling factor of where the Jug was, and he's still trying to push himself into more relevance here. Muscling his way towards what is looking like a Diffusal Blade, and there he commits for both the Blades of Alacrity, so definite Diffusal coming in.
Jam almost picked up from Faith, waiting for the next daytime in about a minute. They're going to be able to clear out a lot of the vision that was placed out from Liquid during that engagement near the Roche Pit.
What about Matamaman's position in this game now? He's been able to finish out the Mjolnir. I mean, is it getting to that point in the game? Is he going to have to be a dirty ratter at any? Like, when do you have to get to that point?
Maybe eventually, but I think he wants to be able to get more involved in the team fights. He queues up the BKB as well, so he wants to be more involved in there. But every time I've seen him actually join in, he just gets like Omni Slash or just bursts it down very quickly. He only has one death, so that was the only one, but he's not really able to like dish out the damage that he would like to be doing. So he's just like, yeah, he's just pushing lanes out.
Doesn't offer a lot right at the moment, except for his SD right click, but if he's in right click territory, then he's also in die territory here.
Okay, so GH picked up a gem before there just recently, and he gave it to My Control, so now they're gonna be going on their own mission of dewarding and putting the pressure onto Newbee.
Right up into Newbee Woods they go, probably planting some wards along the way if possible here.
So it's daytime now. Coddle has his gem finished up as well.
Did you say Kuro got his basher? He's got his basher now.
Yeah, he had it. I think he had a little go, but he wasn't able to use it because of the way the engagement happened. Yeah.
Okay.
Little basher.
Oh, out in the high ground. Liquid were there waiting for him, and they're going to quickly assault Kaka and take him down. Now looking to go for the follow-up on the KP. They hit him up with the Yules. As he falls down, they'll also get that one too.
Nice Orchid usage there. Some right away.
Okay, good pick right there. The biggest of bountiful pickups there for Liquid, but still prize in itself. A point booster. Is it Ags time for SEC to start handing out?
Looks like it might be.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if he's also going to be a part of the hand it off to Jug first.
Oh, he already has the whole one? What? Oh, I thought he only had the point boost. Just asking things. Oh, who's he gonna give it to? Jug
but they want to give
Nyx.
it to him in the dark?
Jug or Nyx, right? I think maybe the Nyx, just because of how rough of a game KP's having.
Yeah.
If he's able to just position himself in the burrow, he's actually really hard to be brought down. I think that might be what he's doing. Let's see. KP's TPing in, he swaps it in. Yeah, he's going to give it to KP.
Nice. Give it to him, bro.
So it's on cooldown, man. He just swapped it in.
All right. Backpack problems. Hold on, dude. Let me try to find it in my backpack. KP got a feeling his network jumps up quite a bit.
He's back. KP's like, thank you.
And, you know, all the goodness that comes with it. Suddenly they get that much more valuable of like a high ground defense.
Yeah, as long as they can like post up a team fight and just stay within the area of the burrow, it can be very powerful for them versus that Invoker and Furion. It's able to break the Lincolns a lot easier with that reduced cooldown and increased range. Just be just a much bigger nuisance, which I mean, KP's had a pretty rough series. Even last game, he was doing his job, but he's just dying. I mean, he is, like I said, sacrificial lamb.
He's definitely been throwing himself for the greater good of the team into a lot of these fights just to get those initial setups, and it continues here in game 2. Tier 1 goes down the bottom lane. The push goes on for Newbee, but so does it for Liquid here in the top lane. Forward Spirits now begin to creep their way into the high ground. PS tries best to kind of slow that roll. Be now hanging out inside Liquid territory here. Now they're going to get the recall, I think, for SC, and they'll see Mind Control. Ooh, pump fake once. Going to be able to get the Yules off. Can he blink away? Slide. And scoots out.
They don't like the positioning of where they are.
I know,
like.
it's
But
very awkward.
They do have a burrowed.
Oh, they
Nyx.
spotted the Kuro Monkey King hiding within the trees, of course, with that Ags, and they'll quickly take him down.
Oh, KP gets Orchided up. He's running into the Crystal Maiden ultimate. Kaka gets Sunstriked as well.
Yep.
They're able to set up the Burrow Strike. BKB popped by SCCC. The Omni Slash committed onto Mind Control. Cleans him up. Gem dropped onto the ground. Looks like Liquid has to run away here. Tier 2 will be pressured now by Newbee. And they do claim that gem, as I just mentioned, which was picked up by, which was used.
Carl's like, hell yes.
Double gem.
Yes. Man, good patience from Newbee. Didn't quickly just jump on the Sand King that was there in front of them. They recognized the positioning was so awkward they decided to double back, and they had all that high ground flying unobstructed vision from the Coddle. They just see a little monkey dancing around within the trees and handle him.
Yeah, just like we were mentioning during the drafts, it's very clever pickup from them.
Man, though, tries to pressure the top lane a bit. Could find himself going for those split pushes more often as this game progresses.
SCCC is going to be having the Abyssal Blade finished up any moment now. He can get rid of his armlet. His armor is still a little bit low, though, on the Alchemist, but there's no real like straight physical damage coming out from Liquid, so it's not really not that big of an issue.
There's his Abyssal now done. All right, well, it's just getting a bit interesting for Liquid because you're trying to figure out where they're going to end up in this later game. Like, who is going to be their macho man? I mean, Miracle, without question, has got some serious late game potential, but
it's level 25 as well on Miracle now too. Takes the AoE Deafening Blast this game.
Curious though for Matama Man, some of these heavy team engagements, how much he's going to really be able to bring, whereas maybe doing stuff like this is going to be his best move now. Split pressure there.
It's always hard as a Furion, like when you're playing versus these type of disables and everything. He does have the BKB now, but it's like, what do you really contribute with for your team in a team fight? It's very hard for you to really do so when you're getting ran at.
Ooh, Miracle. Get dusted, but he's so freaking fast, he already heads out the other side.
SCCC, they have GH, Matumba, and Kuroki kind of in the area, but he is way too beefy.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like, the damage is really, to take down
Alchemist. Matu blinks in. Get some time and damage on the tower, almost clears it, forces a glyph as well, but yep, Sprout TP's out.
Oh, that's going to be annoying. Looks like they've been able to get the catch on the Crystal Maiden, though. They will make her pay. She needs an Abyssal. Poor lady.
Sliced. Matu sells his Midas now, and he finishes up the full Bloodthorn. So he's actually dealing quite a decent chunk of damage now. He's going to be doubling back for an AC.
Top lane he goes. I'm curious to see the next move from Newbee. Feels like their offensive potential has slowed down a little bit.
They seem to be feeling pretty good though. Next Aghanim's being queued up. That one will probably go to the Jug. I mean, it could even go to the Earth Spirit.
They feel, a possibility. Based on their body language, like they're just content playing the economy game and pulling this one out in the later. But they could find themselves pulled apart quite a bit here to deal with this very annoying Nature's Prophet. That's where it could be on KP to kind of make sure he stalks that little bit of extra know-how. As right now he could be doing that. Look at this. They're TPing in SCC and they make the jump to go right onto mind control, but look at Matama Man just dish it out with that blood shard and just gives it right back at him. Monkey King dishes out the ult, but gets quickly blasted down. Turns into a 1-for-1 trade. Mighty Imya Slash flying through. Matama Man looking to retreat, gets the Stealth Sprout, looking to go for the TP out. Can he make it away? They're trying to slice him down through it. They can't do it. He is gone and out, but can we say the same for Miracle? Gets blasted with the stun, gets hit up. His Lincoln's going to get popped, slowly being brought down. The Sprout is there, and he has no way to get out from the trees. He's locked inside, and he's gone. Matama Man pulls out a hell of a save, and Miracle gets right back into the action to get the finish, but he does get hit with the stun, popping the Lincolns, and Miracle's good. Hell of a save there from Matama Man. Well, out on the other side, Mind Control looking to go for a deep commitment here. SCC just getting danced with right now.
Both of us just like, the Sprout!
He's like, oh
no,
shit!
Matu had a lot of clutch plays there with the Bloodthorn as well onto the Earth Spirit. Just, yeah, it's just really well played there by them. Able to pick themselves up a couple kills. They do lose two, but still.
Okay. Magnum's number 2. This one going.
I would imagine it would be U9, yeah. But U9, he actually didn't even get his BKB up. Did he not have it and then he swapped? Did he just buy it now after the engagement? Maybe. Let's see, is he giving it to Kaka, the Aghanims? He did give it to Kaka instead. So now they do have the Stone Enchant Remnant.
He's got Blink
and the
too,
pull. Yeah, so now the catch potential and the save potential as well too.
Save potential. Good. It's a lot of good things. Man. Now that Sprout, is that concerning? They have ways to break down those trees, but I'd hate to see SCCC caught in those kind of pickles every fight moving forward. They have, you know, Earth Spirit to help break down the trees. They have, I believe it's still Quelling Blade onto KP.
Yeah, Quelling Blade on Faith and KP, I believe, and they have a 4-step flow.
They got to be there for him if he is trapped out. Oh, that pesky Matama man, he's got our tier 3. Our Rax is now exposed. Let the rat begin.
Let the shrines as well begin.
Look at this smoke run from Newbee. Liquid territory here, but Liquid are already out on the other side. Splitting the map as much as possible. Miracle doing his thing up at the top. It's going to be hair pulling for Newbee now.
Oh, that tier 1's still alive. It's got 30 HP.
No one wants to deny it.
Oh, they're coming on. They're getting good wrap around here. Mind Control blinks in. He gets this stun onto Faith.
BKB Miracle jumping right in. Insta blast and takedown onto Faith here. Now it's going to be SC and them slashing it out. He'll get the quick takedown on the Mind Control. It goes right for the buyback. Newbee looking to pull off from this fight. Are they going to be able to make it out, though? Caught deep and with side is going to be Kaka. He will have to be the sacrifice. Newbee still trying to run, but GH is still on the chase. Gets a frostbite onto SCCC. Now Matama Man rotating in. That's the Sprout. They're both trapped inside. There goes the Spring. There goes the CM ulti. And that's going to be the end of both of them. Instantly shredded apart. And now looking for more. KP trying to make an escape, but it's not going to be happening. The Alk buys back too. Recognizing that the push is coming, but what? These cores are just trapped within the trees. When they don't have the assistance from those allies who have the ways to get them out, they're just stuck.
Instant buyback from Mind Control to get them in the field to chase out multiple heroes. Mantu with, I mean, oh, like, I don't know how you can't even plan those. It's just perfect Sprouts.
That was crazy.
And they do claim themselves Faith Gem, and I think they got their own gem back too. So Newbee now has no gem, and they're gonna have to buy themselves another one if they want it. I don't think it'll be up just yet. I think they bought it within the last couple minutes. But you can't check, so.
The tides continue to turn, and the net worth will be reclaimed by Liquid once again on the back of that fight. Impressive. It'll be a bit concerning now. SCCC also just dished out his buyback on the previous engagement too. Ball is in Liquid's court as they finish out their first shrine. Could decide to just easily go coast to coast. Actually, they already have the Treants there and claim yet another 150 gold.
It's a Jug and Alchemist versus the world, kind of in a way, because KP just keeps getting brought down so quickly in the starts of the fights from the Bloodthorn.
Yep. Still, got to give a little bit of respect to Newbee and their high ground defense. Now they got the Burrow Nyx Assassin plus the Keeper Ags.
Plus the Earth Spirit Ags.
Acid Spray. There's a lot. Yeah, he could just jump out there and kick someone into the base. Isolate them out. Straight up. You know, that's another great tool they wish they had when they're caught in Sprout. You can always just pull SCCC out. Would have been doing a great job by taking out the supports. Twitter continuing to kind of try to be the shepherds here and corral Newbee inside the safety of their own home as they continue to pressure the top lane and the mid lane.
Yeah, just pushing all three lanes in, pressuring the shrines. None of them are really waiting on any like big item just yet from what I see on Liquid. They've got the BKB now on the Monkey King. AC finished up on Matu. Everyone's looking like they've got their critical mass, and this could be when they go for the push since they do have the Aegis
Bit
on.
of a misplay there by Mind Control.
We didn't see it. We didn't see it.
I saw it. Hopefully it doesn't cost him too much. There's a Yules. A bit of a mistiming there for the Boulder Smash. Miracle's still waiting within the trees, but he might just have to see his teammate go down or not. He's like, I'll battle it out. It's an Aegis after all. Miracle pops his BKB, rolls on in, gets the easy takedown of Kaka. And that's when Matama shows up with that deadly Sprout. Rue 9 trying to go for the TP within the trees, and they'll be able to make it out.
Yeah, BKB TP. Did have to BKB though.
Only costs Liquid their Aegis. But now they don't have to worry about that pesky possible initiation coming up from the Earth Spirit Ags.
Yeah, still, it's very hard to just 5-man push a lane. Like, obviously not just from the armor that you get from all the heroes being there from the recent changes, but also Burrowed Nyx and Earth Spirit and everything. Then you just got to do the split push multiple lanes, and that's exactly what Matu does. Will they be able to catch him with the Silver Edge? UU9 is in.
Yo, they hit him once, they hit him twice. They go for the Omni, and he tries to hide within the Sprout. Eats the cheese, goes for the TP, and says, see you later, nerds. Right back to the top lane, and right back to his team, who are already inside the base, making a fight happen. Oh my god, Epic Burrow to fly out. The instant takedown of KP. BKB's popped even on Kuro now, as they'll shred through the tier 3. All that attention drawn from Newbee to the bottom lane allows the kind of opening for Liquid to creep on in.
We're at Dota. You mentioned it before. When it's time for Matu to just start the splitting, and this is when it is.
Pulling Newbee apart, forcing their ties to one side or the other here, or at least
Matu,
forcing themselves to
towards
be
bottom.
grossly unnumbered.
It's going right away
it's
for
just
that.
Simply disgusting.
There's no glyph either. He's got AC. He should bring that melee Rex down very quickly, but he is a bit reluctant on how much he wants to commit. His BKB was still on cooldown, doesn't want to die. Just backs up.
Going to be super annoying for Newbee moving forward. Faith is going to have his work cut out for him here. Maybe they should just plop him in the bottom lane and continue to blast it out or something, but they know they need him nearby also for the blinding lights and everything else, and the heals.
Now they're starting to chip at the range Rex instead. They're like, okay.
Unhealable damage.
Unhealable damage.
Unhealable
Exactly.
damage. Got him.
Just keeping them, like you said, corralled in their base. Liquid just keeping the pressure on, forcing all 3 lanes in, not letting Newbee be the aggressors at all.
Starve them out. Starve them out. Liquid need this win more than ever. They need wins moving forward for this group stage. Chance at top 2. Quick little pull back there. Newbee just continuing to try to get all these creeps and critters off their front lawn. But for one lane they go to and they're pressured, the next lane's already wound up and ready to head to the high ground. Very nice spread here. And I don't know if the onus is on Newbee to try to make a move.
Just not stop getting chipped at. Range Rex, 140 HP, 115, almost dead. Not needing to commit anything for that, they're just throwing Forge Spurs.
Just as their creeps run out, that's Miracle kind of dealing with them. Matama in the bottom lane also still pressuring there. U9 tries to run on out, but they have sentries now.
Yeah, GH went over and set up Warden and Sentry to watch that kind of gank potential. Nice.
And just as they make their approach to the bottom lane, that's when Liquid run on into the top lane to look to go for the finish. Miracle just pops his BKB, and he is going for the objective at hand, and they will get it done.
Bottom lane as well.
Top set of racks gone. Liquid looking to go for the bottom set as well. Matama hard committing for it. Pops his BKB, self-sprout, gets forced out from it, and they will actually manage to bring him down this time. And still chasing for more. It looks like GH has been spotted. Tries to go for the freezing field, but gonna get quickly canceled there. But hey, Liquid get a good prize. It's 3 Raxes.
Yeah, they get the top set and the melee Rex bottom. And now I think this is where Newbee's probably like, we can't let them do that ever again. We can't let them do this chipping. We need to start running on the engagements.
I don't know what they do to stop it, though.
Dire Courier gets slain with like 4,000 gold on it. What was that?
Yeah, he's taunting away, juggling. What was on there? Swap the hotkeys. I can't hit 2 anymore.
I can't
look
check
at it.
yeah.
It makes me. Oh, Miracle! Confidently moving in with a BKB. Knows he could easily isolate and take down Kaka and gets it done, but can he get away? Look at the trouble that's coming. He's getting all paths covered. he's like, Ice Battle over here, EMP over there. No one chase me, please.
8,000 gold on that Invoker.
Can you hand a Moonshard to somebody, sir?
Maybe that's where the courier's going.
To a Monkey King, that'd be pretty. Well, Liquid still confident to move through this top lane. Newbee close by though. Struggling. Oh, they've spotted Kuro, but Kuro's like, I got these.
He's got the BKB with his Abyssal.
Ah, yep. No. Yes, Kuro.
Again, Matu with the split push. Gets a lot of damage on that tier 3 mid. SCCC having, I think he lost, I think it was 3 parts of the Aghanims on the courier, and then a 900 gold item, which I would assume would be the quarterstaff for the Juggernaut. But I have no idea, actually. I'm completely just assuming. But I know it was probably the 3 parts of the Aghanims for the Alchemist. And now he's going to be giving his Moon Shard to the Juggernaut very soon.
Newbee can't make it out from their base, man. They had a bit of a decommitment there trying to make the chase for Miracle, but
see that. Just anytime they venture out from home, they just get punished for it. They have a tight leash. Know what the hell they're going to do to just change this. Anytime they want to venture out, I don't know what's going to stop Liquid from moving in and going for Megas.
Battle Fury picked up on Juggernaut. 50 minutes in. Just feeling like he needs to be able to push these waves out. They're just constantly getting forced into their faces.
Why a Battle Fury and not just like getting a Maelstrom or something?
Being able to cut the tree, the sprout, right?
Aha! Yeah. That's true.
Doesn't want to get kited.
Aha.
Aha.
Aha. Here we go. Little bit of space here for Newbee to finally creep out as they head on south. Liquid members in vicinity, it would appear.
Deso finished up for Karoki. This is where it's like a lot of luxury items coming off of Liquid, so we'll just check which ones. I think it's an full Aghanim for the Crystal Maiden. And wait, did I just say that right?
Agnums is so good now too. I don't know if I've seen an Agnums Crystal Maiden in a competitive game personally, but you gotta remember that's Frostbite for anyone stuck inside.
Yeah. Oh, I keep forgetting that you can give the moon shards to your teammates globally.
Yep, it's globally.
I saw him turn and it looked like he used it on the Crystal Maiden. I was like, did Miracle just give CM a moon shard? And then I see the Furion has it all the way in the top lane. I forgot that you could do it globally.
Yeah,
I
it
did
doesn't
see
make a
that,
sound or anything. You just suddenly have it.
I thought it had gotten hotfixed because I saw that you could do it initially, and I thought somebody like said something, and I thought it was actually changed, but guess not.
Nope. And during this time window, I don't know how much Newbee were able to kind of get done. There is going to be a Roche coming up. That's probably what Liquid could be waiting for here.
What Newbee got done during that time was they pulled Juggernaut not only a moon shard but an Aghanims as well now. So his net worth jumped up quite a bit.
Finally managed to get himself up in the head. It's over the scene. Only credit to all the assistance from his comrades. Good Liquid here. Miracle and Matama in the bottom lane. Perched up. Waiting to find a sneaky way maybe inside, while on the other front, scouting the Roche to see when that will come back. Newbee just looks like they're going to double back towards their base here.
It's too hard for them to catch these split pushers, even though they have the Coddle Recall and the Nyx and the Earth Spirit being able to do it. It's just like all three lanes are being pressured in.
It's nighttime now too.
Yeah, and Liquid is doing a really good job of always having like two people. It's never one person isolated mid lane.
Oh, they spotted 9. Yeah, they got a good stun onto him. A force on in, a deafening blast. He finally gets the BKB up, but he's not able to get anything done. Both him and SCCC will go down. That's going to be a forced buyback. This could be the beginning of the end here. If Newbee can't hold, and now being down a man, it's going to be so big. And now they lose another. That's a gem on the deck as KP's going to get dropped. That's a crucial factor of their high ground defense. Now it's pretty much all on the Coddle to try to slow it down with SCCC. But I don't think they're going to be able to do it alone here. But Summer Man going right on in confidently with the BKB, taking it right to the tier 3, but the glyph is on. Hits him up with the Sprout. They look to bump him back. And now from the low ground, GH with the Agnums freezing field doing destructive work, taking out Kaka right away. Miracle gets the finish on the tower, and Liquid looking to go for Megas and looking to at least even this series up 1-for-1. And I think they've got it. Megas now unleashed, and that's going to be the game. Liquid putting on a much stronger showing for game number 2. Newbee still make them sweat a bit for it, but that was definitely much more decisive. Liquid get their first win of DAC after 4 games. 4 games, they finally get it.
That was like some small mistakes from Newbee, just maybe a couple little overcommittals, and then the buyback from Mind Control. I think the big one was around that Ancient area, and then they get a Roche